Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Do you guys think the green light is distracting from the mic? Is it too much? Good morning. I started the stream early because apparently there is a live feed. There's no audio yet, but they started at 8:30. I mean, there's nothing going on in the live feed. It's just, let me show you. It's just that. That's all it is right now. So I wanted to get this up on the screen. I wasn't expecting to come on. I was actually going to go jog. I still might do a little quick run, but this is on right now. Judge. Hopefully that attorney got herself together over the weekend. Hopefully she. Let's see here. I gotta go close the shades. Oh no, Kathleen says she's hung over. Amazing. I was good this weekend. I had a drink yesterday, but I just had 2 drinks at this restaurant. That was it, like little rum and coke. But no, I stayed good because I know I gotta come and stream all day, so I don't want to be reckless or anything over the weekend. I've been doing my little exercise. I got to do something today to get the mood going, be in a good mood. Frankie Tower, 5:26 a.m. here. Holy moly. 3 hours behind, so it must be Cali or the West Coast somewhere. Well, what are you doing for your hangover, Kathleen? Are you working right now? Did you have some soup, some caffeine, some I like to have my broth. There's this bone broth that I sometimes order. I make a little bone broth, some garlic, cilantro in there, onions, and I just sip on that and chew on the little bits of garlic or onion or whatever. I like to do that. Sometimes, well, let me not say that. I was gonna say kratom. Kratom's kind of nice sometimes too if you're hungover, kind of just a little bit. Resistance training, hold and run. I did that, man. The only thing, Mustard Mama, is that like I've gained a lot of weight recently. I might not look like it, but I have. So I'm trying to lose that weight. I have been doing weights. I got my bench press right here. There's a bench press right here. I got the bench press there. I have I'll turn on the other camera. I got the bench press there, and I've been doing push-ups and sit-ups. But the only thing is like, I don't know. I don't feel like you're gonna be. I feel like you have to make some cardio in there too. I do a little jogging usually, and then I like running up and down the stairs, up and down the stairs. I like doing some jump rope. I feel like I can't just keep putting on I don't know, just straight out just doing weights. I know that they say you burn more with muscle, and also the muscle weight makes you burn more calories. Even when you're sedentary, I can think you burn more calories with more muscle weight, but like I cannot not do cardio though. I feel like I have to do at least a little mix of it. And then, because I know you do, I know you're like you're into the weight stuff, bodybuilder, and so I know those bodybuilders they just eat, right? They just eat a bunch of calories. I can't do that shit. I start eating like that, oh, I'm gonna blow up. Intermittent fasting, I might start again. I've done it before. I've done keto. Never seems to stay off. You do it, and then once you stop, it's a wrap. It all comes back. But intermittent fasting, keto. I stopped keto a long time ago. It's me coffee. Good morning. It was cold this morning. But this morning it was like 50s in South Florida. So low. Low 50s. I was kind of surprised. Folks, good morning. Oh. I was looking at McManus, the whole WWE thing a little bit. The lawsuit. Bruh. The things that I read. Oh my gosh. I didn't look over the whole thing. I just saw some of the text messages and Oh man, it's bad. Maybe I need to get some of the resistance stuff. The resistance wires, weights make big muscle. The resistance make firm small muscles. I need to get some resistance stuff. Yeah, in Dubai. Oh, nice. How's that? How is Dubai? Is there certain things you can't do over there? Do you have to fully cover yourself, or is that not? I'm thinking of the other places. It's a balance between resistance and cardio and nutrition. You got to starve yourself. So yeah, I wonder what this attorney. Hopefully, she got herself together, her life together over the weekend. Hopefully, she got some rest. I don't know if she drank or not. Maybe she did over the weekend. The judge kind of joked a little bit about drinking and wearing some sweatpants. I think the judge was feeling her anxiety, that attorney anxiety. And there's no way I'm reading McManus's stuff on the stream. That stuff is so vile. I have to like dedicate a different video, a different live stream. As fully intent on the video getting demonetized for sure, demonetized. That stuff, bruh, that, and he's denying all the allegations. The thing that I had read or heard supposedly that she had signed some type of NDA, and like he was supposed to be paying her $3 million, and allegedly he had paid up to $1 million and stopped paying, and so I don't know, bro. I don't know. Amy says, "Matt, I didn't know you were covering another trial. I haven't gotten any notifications for you in months." What? How? Are you still subscribed? Make sure you subscribe. Can you check the subscribe button? And then also check and make sure that when you hit the bell, it's right next to the subscribe button, that it says all notifications. If it says personalized, you're going to get random notifications. But yeah, this is day 3 of the trial. I need to make a playlist, actually. Maybe I'll do it today during the trial. Make a playlist. I didn't get to edit the lawyer video. I was having issues with the editor. I had to use another editor this weekend, but I just got caught up. Not true. You just shouldn't be half naked. Okay. Can you drink out there? Can you smoke? Or is that like some type of violation? Yeah, make sure you guys have all notifications set. Who's McManus? He was like the co-owner, I think, of WWE. I didn't even know they still did stuff WWE. I thought that shit was done. Apparently, still doing. And he resigned from TKO, which is like some company that I don't know too much about it. But he was like, let me see. Oh, okay. TKO Group Holdings is the parent company. Right from the board of WWE's parent company, TKO. Yeah, TKO is the parent company. He had something to do with. He was in there as well with these guys, but I don't know. We may cover it at some point. The problem with trials sometimes is that it's really hard for me to cover extra stories. I mean, I heard about the poop stuff, Poopgate. I don't know how anybody could allow that. Maybe she was forced, but some of the stuff on that is just kind of like, bruh. I don't know, bro. Who does that? That guy. Mm-mm-mm. And they even have a list of like the gifts. To me, none of that shit was worth it. Some of the gifts that I saw there, some bags, some gift cards and shit. I guess I could exclude. I think he paid for some of her surgery allegedly. Nothing on that list to me was like, let me get pooped on. Like what? But yeah. Thank you, Brielle. I can't. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna go into the details during this stream though, like that. Even though I just said a little bit now, but to read that stuff, I appreciate the stuff you're sending me, Bill. Um. Oh, thank you for the spelling correction, dude. I appreciate that. Let me fix that. It's actually important that you tell me that too, because for like the algorithm and the search engine optimization, if I misspell something in the title, just let me know for sure. As a bird of vulture, as a I say, as a bird of vulture, as a bat. Yeah, yeah. Morning, afternoon, folks. Here's hoping the defense is less jittery today. Right? This is crazy. I didn't have to launch the stream this early. I just saw that the feed came on, but I figured they told the jury to come at 9 today, but I think the attorneys were going to come at 8:30. I thought maybe there was going to be some back and forth going on, so I just turned it on in case there's back and forth. We could listen. McManus. Yeah, the stuff. I honestly, that stream to cover the McManus stuff would almost have to be like an 18 plus only stream or something. That's how graphic it was. I don't know. It's pronounced McMahon, not McManus. I don't know where I got McManus from. McMahon. We also got a Amber Alert this morning. Bright and early in the morning. My phone was going off. I was already awake though, but let's see what this is. Elisa Muhai, 8 years old, probably some custodial thing. Renato Muhai. There you go. A Florida Amber Alert has been issued for Alyssa, last seen in the area of the 1700 block of Clearwater Road North in Clearwater, Florida. The child may be in the company of Renato Muhai. They may be traveling in a gold Kia Sportage Florida tag EJI99. If located, do not approach. Contact law enforcement. So somebody replied here under the comment and said, "How effective is the alert when they're described as white when the average observer would reasonably guess them to be Middle Eastern appearance and last name? Isn't that the exact situation you'd want? Isn't this the exact situation you'd want to be as detailed in their description as possible? Why can't you just keep your trap shut and your eyes open for a gold Kia Sportage with a little girl and an adult and call 911 and be done with it? I bet you're a lot of fun at parties." Shut up. Keep it quiet. Pipe down. All right. I know. I think hopefully Shannon Smith got it together over the weekend. And I was thinking, like, man, if I'm the client, if I'm Jennifer Crumbley, and I see my attorney breaking down like that, bro, I'd be really nervous and kind of frantic and kind of like, damn, bro, like this chick is melting apart. I have no chance in hell. You know? Maddie, she's great. She came back last night. That's why I went out to eat. And she's good. Yeah, it looked like she was flipping the bird. I don't know if she was intentionally doing that, but we have video. There's a video clip that I downloaded somewhere. It did look like that. Let's see what's on Inside Edition.
We're learning more about the death of a beautiful dancer with a peanut allergy who died after taking just one bite of a cookie. One of her fellow dancers is sharing details about her friend's final moments, including when she held her in her arms as she passed away. Jim Murray has our report.
Heartbreaking new information about the professional dancer who collapsed and died after taking a single bite out of a cookie. This is video of the talented Orla Baxendale dancing alongside her friend Haley Jo Green, who is now revealing Orla's haunting final moments. I held her in my arms as she took her last breath moments before we arrived to the hospital. A true tragedy and a real-life night.
So I guess she had a really severe alert allergies to peanuts. That's pretty tough. I wonder how she would have gone her entire life avoiding. They said she just took a single bite. I know people do get bad allergies to peanuts, and it's a common thing to have those kind of allergies. But dang, one bite? I guess she would have had to go around. I wonder if she carried an EpiPen with her, if it's that severe. I wonder if she knew she had. I mean, she must have known, I guess. They said it was a mislabeled cookie. I mean, because sometimes these companies say there's no peanuts, and who knows if they put peanuts in there, or like if you go to a restaurant and like who knows if they, you have to ask them every time, and who knows if they really comply with it. One bite, that's crazy. Dang.
Nightmare. 25-year-old Orla was living out her dream as a professional dancer. She was with fellow dancers when she took a bite of a vanilla Florentine cookie from a box purchased at a Stu Leonard supermarket.
See, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Like
in Connecticut that did not list peanuts as an ingredient. Orla went into immediate anaphylactic shock. I spoke with Orla's roommate, Christine Flores, who today is in tears.
She really brought so much life to everyone around her.
Orla and Christine had just performed together in a holiday production. What was your reaction when you heard that this package was mislabeled?
It was honestly infuriating.
She says Orla was hyper-vigilant about her severe peanut allergy.
She carried around 3 EpiPens almost.
3 EpiPens.
Almost everywhere she went. And yeah, she was super diligent about it.
Orla's friends reportedly used the EpiPen on her, but her allergic reaction was so severe it couldn't save her. Allergist Akansha Gunju says it's imperative to know how to use an EpiPen correctly.
The way I like to look at this is orange to the thigh, blue to the sky.
She says take off the blue cap, then press the EpiPen, which can go through clothing, into the side of the thigh.
You'll hear the click. You're going to hold it.
I don't even know how to use the EpiPen. I had no idea. I mean, I'd have to sit there and read the instructions. So the orange part goes into the thigh. And she says the blue part to the sky, take the cap off. Get the blue cap off.
To the thigh, blue.
How to use an EpiPen correctly.
The way I like to look at this is orange to the thigh, blue to the sky.
She says take off the blue cap, then press the EpiPen, which can go through clothing, into the side of the thigh.
You'll hear the click. You're going to hold it for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
She also says Orla Baxendale was correct to keep more than one EpiPen on hand.
There are instances that you might need more than one EpiPen. After 3 to 5 minutes, if you don't see improvement of your symptoms or your symptoms are coming back, you do want to use your second EpiPen.
Important tips as the dance world mourns.
So I wonder, did they use the EpiPens on her? And if so, did they use a second EpiPen, and did they use it properly? That's wild, man. That is wild, 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 wild. My sister has like all kinds of allergies and stuff, like weird ones too. I don't know how she ended up like that with that stuff. I don't know how that. I wonder how that stuff even begins. Why do people get allergies and others don't, or siblings, some do, some don't. I don't have any allergies. I mean, I did an allergy test one time and they told me like cats, dogs, and dust type of thing. That was a long time ago. But yeah, you can't, like, with these labeling, these companies, I can't imagine having that type of allergy because, like, you never know to trust the labeling of something when these people are probably obviously mislabeling things or not, whatever. Even to go to somebody's house or, like, somebody offers you, hey, you want this? Like, I can't imagine, like, constantly the paranoia of, like, eating a peanut. And she looks young, too. Let's see. 25 years old, anaphylactic shock. Wow. Wow. Lisa says she is deathly allergic to white ash trees. I don't even know what that is. Very common tree. Lucky for me, there is a beetle that has been destroying destroy the environment. Get rid of those trees. White ash tree. Sounds like white ash tree. Okay. All right, so I guess they're going to start at 10 today. When they start, I'll step away and I don't know. I got screwed up today with this timing and everything, I guess. Gypsy Rose says she still thinks about her mother. So late last night, I posted a video about the Kansas City 3, which flopped because I dropped it like at almost 2 in the morning. It was ridiculous. YouTube was just giving me such a hard time. I was trying to like get it monetized because if I don't, the regular process would take forever. So I was trying to get it through the automated system. So anyway, I dropped it late last night. And they're saying Jordan's saying that he's like through a friend, a close family friend source had said supposedly that Jordan's depressed. I can't imagine what it's like. I mean, maybe I can a little bit, but not to the level of this guy. But like the situation I went through, like when like all these people were kind of coming for me and shit, and the death threats and all that stuff, But I feel like the Jordan thing is almost probably worse. There's people, for the time that he was there, they knew where he lived. Supposedly claimed, that people were driving by the house, which I believe it. I totally believe that. I feel like the Jordan thing is gonna. That's why I try to be careful sometimes when I talk about things. And there's been this nut commenting on my videos, some psychopath talking about why am I not directly saying he's a murderer or something like that. These people have no idea. But I could tell she's a conspiracy nut. She's been commenting so much that YouTube like filtered out her comments. You know how somebody's like spamming and shit? She's commented so many times nonsense that the YouTube filters have shut her out. I didn't block her. But I don't think it's gonna be. I don't know what to think, man. Because it's just been so much sus with Jordan. So much sus. I don't know that it's going to be what everybody thinks it is, though. That's what I'm trying to say. And even with the story about the couple that froze to death, the thing about that is that the place where those people probably got their substances from, the mother and the son, they only got charged for possession. They didn't get charged for like murder, manslaughter, blah, blah, blah. You know, so like if it turns out to be something where they were like willing participants, like at some type of party or something, it really depends on the law and stuff. I don't know that they're going to specifically tie it back to somebody to be able to charge like a murder or something like that, or manslaughter. Maybe it depends on the autopsy results. Yeah, Christina, I think it's going to come out to something like that. Maybe some type of accident. Jordan Willis is the story I've been covering the last week or so about the Kansas City three men. That was his place he was renting, where the three friends were found out in the backyard. Hey, you guys don't know Jordan? You guys don't watch my videos? Jordan is the guy that was renting the house that his three friends were frozen in the backyard. People are looking at him crazy now because there's been conflicting stories from his attorney, but the police said it's not being investigated as a homicide. There is one crime in this whole story we know for sure. What's that? What's the crime hoax? Oh, no. He said breaking and entering by a woman. No, man. Oh, my God. You have been watching the Trucker Nose Gone Mom trial. Is wild. Is it really? Yeah, that Jordan. That Jordan. Yeah, I'm thinking it's not gonna. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna turn out to be like this crazy. Like, I don't know. But I do think there was substances involved. I just don't see there being no way. I think it was more than just alcohol. I think it was more than alcohol, and Jordan. I don't know why he would be like that for 2 days. Maybe he had some of what they had, and dude was said court feed is on. I have the court feed right behind me. Oh, it's right here on the background. That's crazy. How did he not know if he was letting his dogs out? Yeah, the story is kind of fishy. TC Sleuth that under. Thank you for the super chat. The first super chat on the live stream. Amazing. Welcome to the dark side. Yeah, I don't know how I got myself into 2 trials because in February, I don't know how we're gonna do it. Next week, right? I'm talking like that's just like months away or like a month away. That's next week, February 6th. Harmony Montgomery is starting. I think the way we're gonna handle this is depending how this trial goes, and I'm just throwing ideas. I don't know what we're gonna do really. Oh, what? Oh, I forgot today's this. Oh my God! Talk about today is Alex Murdaugh. Oh man! Can we do both? I don't know. On break or something on lunch? Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to leave at lunch though. I don't know. Fuck. Can we do both? All right, so I have Alex Murdaugh open as well. Maybe we can tune in at lunchtime and listen and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know what happens next week. If I don't know, I don't know how we're gonna do it. We're just gonna do it, I guess. Kelly, thank you for the membership. 19 months. Holy crap. Wow, 19 months. Love you, mail in chat. Thank you. I appreciate you resubscribing. My friend texted me the other day, Katrina, you know, she has 30 months. Oh, was it 30 months? Oh, no, 3 years. 3 years. Sorry. She got 3 years. Check this out. I was like, wow. Incredible. You sent me that screenshot. 3 years. Can't believe all the time that's passed by. Somehow survived on YouTube, the world of YouTube, the internet. Yeah, I'm going to close the blinds. I'm going to get up. The blinds are open. Almost like the light blinding me and you guys and messing up the camera. I like the unbalanced, chaotic order, whatever. Just Peachy, thank you for the 8 months. I'm gonna get up in a second and close the shades. TLC is me. Thank you for the 4 months. Amazing. And Just Peachy, thank you for the 8 months. Sled. I don't know why this weekend just felt like it passed by. I don't even know what I did. It's just gone, you know. I don't know what happened. The weekend was just gone. It almost felt like there wasn't enough time. Let's see. What did I do? I did the video late last night. This other video was on the 27th. I haven't even posted this week. Oh, I posted one video on the second channel, I think. I don't know what I did, but the weekend went by quick. Court TV has a live feed from the courtroom, not the Zoom. All right, let me check it out. Thanks, Lauren. Let's take a look. Court TV, I mean, on their YouTube page, they're not live yet. Maybe you're talking about the website. They're going. I knew I should have started at 9 today. I should have listened to myself. I would have been able to go for my little run. Is it true? Is time speeding up? Oh, this is Alex Murdoch. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. Oops. They don't have anything live though. Yet. Court TV. So with the Alex Murdoch, we're gonna tune in and out. I'm so curious. Okay, they're set to start at 9:30. I'm so curious what those jurors are gonna say. So they're not gonna put the jurors on the camera, I guess, but we're just gonna be able to hear them. And they took an L, I guess, not being able to get the egg lady. Have you? I don't know how I missed Ethan Crumbley's trial, but I heard it was very emotional. Did Ethan Crumbley? Ethan Crumbley didn't take the stand, right? Oh my God, I forgot about that. That was last night. the car chase. Oh, that was the other night. Yeah, that was the other night. Last night I wasted my time editing a video. Kind of. Maybe it's not really a waste. I don't know, but it feels like it. The time posting at 2 a.m. is not a good idea. I won't do that again. Oh, no trial. So maybe he meant the hearings. Ethan Crumbley's hearings. So there was the victim impacts. Maybe that's what, yeah. I heard that was really emotional. Victim impact stuff. Man, this morning, I wish I didn't scroll Twitter, but I did. And I saw Alex Jones's Twitter, and he posted some video about some kid that got like jumped. Or like four, I don't know, it was 4 or 5 people. And he was talking about where's the outrage. And like the kid, they beat the hell out of him, and he started having a seizure. and then like they dragged his body off of camera, and I guess they say he died. So I don't know if he died at that spot or if he got to the hospital and then he died. But like that, not the way to start the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like such a grim thing. It was messed up. I don't want to see somebody die like that. You know. Sled. Court TV, their live stream. I have it on my background. I don't know how you guys are seeing what you're seeing. I even skimmed it. There's nothing on here. Oh, you said Court TV though. I'm looking at this one. Hold on a second. Put Court TV back up. Court TV. Murdoch. Okay. Is this Alec? Law and Crime has a feed up. Up. Okay. Thanks. Oh. Shit. Yeah, that'd be interesting to watch maybe during a break or something. Okay, cool. Thanks. Bye. So, let's see. Okay, true. Ethan didn't have a trial because he pled guilty. He did speak at his sentencing, and it was very emotional. He has taken more accountability than any adult involved. Ooh. All right. Let's see. A lot going on today. So the Alex Murdoch stuff is happening for 3 days, back to back, for jury tampering. Time to interrogate the jury. I want to know what they're gonna say. I'm so curious what they're gonna say. One of these days, maybe we can watch the thing with Ethan. And also, I don't know if they're gonna stream it or not. The Womb Raider lady, the Womb Raider story. They're oh shoot. They're supposed to do the trial today, I thought, or at least the jury selection. Who's live? I have a whole 6-hour court hearing I might watch later. Okay. Ethan Crumbley speaks. It's about 2 minutes. All right.
For a past sentence.
Your Honor, may he stand?
Yes, you may. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'd like to thank you for letting me speak, Your Honor. We are all here because of me today, of what I did. My actions were because of what I chose to do. I could not stop myself, but I am the one who led to why we are here today. I do not diminish any ability to anyone who could have stopped me, of anyone of a school or parents. They did not know, and I did not tell them what I planned to do, so they are not at fault of what I've done. I am a really bad person. I have done terrible things that no one should ever do. I have lied, been not trustworthy. I've hurt many people, and That's what I've done, and I'm not denying it, but that's not who I plan on to be. Whatever sentence it is, I do plan to be better than I am. I don't know if you'll believe that, but records of 15, 20, 25 years can show that it will change. Because it may not show it now with only 2 years of records, but I am trying. And all I want is for the people I hurt to just have a final sense of culpability that justice has somewhat been served in any capacity that they can recognize it with. Any sentence that they ask for, I ask that you do impose it on me, because I want them to be happy and I want them to feel secure and safe, and I do not want them to worry another day, because I really am sorry for what I've done, for what I've taken of them. I cannot give it back, but I can try my best in the future to help other people, and that is what I will do. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, that was Ethan. I don't see anything for the womb raider, quote unquote, live. Rescue Reaper, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. Says, hi, Mel. Did you dog? Love your channel. I don't know what that means. I guess I do have a dog here. Yes. Mel, did you get my message off Messenger over the weekend? I don't know. I've checked the messages a few times, but I'm not sure if particularly your message. The thing is, sometimes people's messages, their screen name on YouTube is different from their actual name on Facebook, so it's kind of hard for me to know if I actually seen it or not, based off of your name on here. If you know what I mean? I'd have to know. I mean, if you can if you want, send me another message so it bumps up to the top, so I know who you are. Ethan did not, did accept responsibility for his heinous acts, unthinkable acts. Apparently, there's no Ethan Crumbley trial. He pled guilty. Or maybe maybe people are just talking about their his impact statements. The impact. Yeah, they're still looking for this guy. Missing Monday. Oh, it's another person. Oh, missing person. Timothy Cullen. Florida. Okay. So let's see. Have we got anything else right now? These people. Alex Murdaugh. A lot of stuff happening at the same time. Murdaugh. He said he lied. I wonder if he made up the hallucinations and all that. I'd venture to say yes. Ethan pled guilty to avoid trial, and now he's appealing his sentence. True. Yeah, he appealing that shit. Everybody's going to try to save themselves. Ethan's appealing it. I think that's why he's not testifying. The attorney told him it could be bad for the appeal. I think I read an article that said that. And Mama's trying to throw Dad under the bus and Ethan under the bus. I think for sure the Dad, they're going to find him guilty. Let's see what else we got here. So we got a late start today. Ryan Koberger. Mm-hmm. Mm. 911 calls reveals moments after student entering wrong house was shot.
It's just released video showing the final moments of a college student shot dead when he tried to get into the wrong house. 20-year-old Nicholas D'Onofrio was a junior at the University of South Carolina. That awful night, cops say he was highly intoxicated when he showed up at the wrong house on his street and tried to get inside by knocking, banging, and kicking at the front door while manipulating the door handle. Police also just released this 911 call made from inside the house.
Somebody's trying to break into our house. They're trying to break in the front door. They're banging on it.
Then the fateful moment.
It just broke the window. Oh, my boyfriend just shot through the door. He said he thinks he hit him.
We got shots fired on this home invasion.
Freaking out.
Did they get in?
No, they didn't break in, but they broke our door has glass on the top, and they broke the glass panel.
We're also
Oh, man.
hearing a 911 call made by the dead student's concerned friend who had been with him earlier that night.
I put a friend of mine in an Uber, and we haven't heard from him in hours. It was supposed to drop him off at home, and he never made it. And I have no idea where he is, and we are all incredibly worried. An Uber driver called me and said he passed out on the front porch, and his roommates came out to his house, and we have no idea where he is.
You said he was drunk?
Yes, ma'am.
That concerned friend is this young man, Will Graves, the former fraternity house president.
It was very shocking. You never expect that to happen to a kid that as good as him.
The local DA has ruled the shooting a justifiable homicide based on the state's Castle Doctrine, which allows residents to use deadly force if they believe their home or business is under threat. I was just wondering what you think of this so-called Castle Doctrine.
You know, it's hard to blame anybody in this situation. I feel like it is best for everybody to take the great memories we all have with him and move forward.
45 states have some form of the Castle Doctrine.
Damn. Wow. Nicholas D'Onofrio. I wonder if they did a tox. Was it just alcohol? I guess that could happen. Man, that's nuts, man. And they sent them home in an Uber, supposedly passed out in front of some friend's house. Or they came out. I don't know what happened. What happens from there to this guy at this house? Wow. What's going on in the courtroom today? Are they arguing? How come we don't have any live feed? Super late start today. Oh man, I hope this lady got her ish together. Shannon Smith, the attorney, what's going on? And I wanted to hear some of the back and forth between the attorneys. Oh, look, there's some courtroom feed over here. There's nothing in there. I'll show you the feed. Nothing going on yet. Still. We've been on for it. Okay. Phoenix said mistrial. The defense attorney is on a 72-hour psych hold. Man, hopefully that chick got some rest. Slept the weekend. So maybe saw a doctor or whatever. Chilled out. What else we got going on? What else do we have? What else is going on around the world? Woman says she was trapped in California snow resort gondola for 15 hours. Oh, I heard about this thing too. 3 U.S. troops killed in drone attack in Jordan. Wow. More than 30 injured. Iran says it's linked to the Jordan drone attack. Death of solar. Damn, they just straight out claiming it? Oh, man. That's a big deal. I don't know. They're going to strike back. Iran is claiming the accusations of its involvement in the attack that left 3 service members dead in Jordan over the weekend. Oh, they're saying it's baseless. Oh, okay, baseless. So they're saying they're not involved. I mean, I don't think they would want to claim that anyway, but wow. So after all this time they've been attacking, they finally hit something, I guess. All the drones have been shooting in the air. Apartment blaze? Did anybody get injured, Mandy? Really? Stacy said, not sure if you're aware or anyone in the chat, but Nicholas Cruz, the other school shooter, one of his attorneys, also stuck up her middle finger. No. Cherry Max, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the super chat. Says, while we're waiting, just want to say how thrilled I am that you're back in full force. Thank you. Your strength and perseverance are inspiring. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, it was kind of like on and off, hit or miss, here and not here, gone and whatever. But yeah, we're back. Full strength. Mustard Mama says, did you see the girlfriend that got probation? Oh, yeah. Probation and community service after stabbing her boyfriend, herself, and her dog while smoking weed. Yeah. I saw that. We talked about it a little bit the other day. Stabbed him 108 times or something like that. And they give her a little slap on the wrist. Because she was saying her defense was that it was weed-induced psychosis or something like that. Bruh. Okay, so Ethan Crumbley's hearing. So this must be what people are talking about. It's 6 hours long. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that's basically the victim impact statements. There's some breaks in between, but yeah. Wow. There's a lot of people. So yeah, I don't know I wonder if there's any media people on Twitter following the Jennifer Crumbley stuff, if they have any insight. Let me check out Law and Crime. Very late start today. Kind of. And the judge was very kind of pushing about being on time and on track. I really wonder if these attorneys and the judge are having something going on behind doors, issues. I mean, I would think that they'd hold it out right here in the courtroom, but maybe not. Alex is live. Alec. I mean, they have live feeds of Alex Murdoch, but nothing started. Oh, someone said something about a juror? Really? What happened to the juror? Let's see. Let me check the world of Twitter if they got something to say. Let's try the latest. Let's see what they're saying. If they're saying anything in the chat, nothing here in the chat. Yeah, I can't find any information about what's going on. Nicole said, I'm over the Alex Murdoch crap. I'm done. No more. Tired of the financial crap. Oh, the Lifetime series, HBO, Showtime, Netflix, all that. I'm tired of shit everywhere. Give me a minute for now. See what else. What else is going on around the world? Ah, yes. Griselda. Yes, we've talked about her a little bit over the last couple of streams. I forgot which one. It might have been the Chase one. I don't know. Griselda. She did a good job acting. She did do a good job. This woman, what's her name? Sofia Vergara. What I want to see is the whole Critics Corner. Let's see. They nailed absolutely nothing, said one fan who replied to someone's admiration. I have 2 episodes left and it's brutal. I don't like the Narcos series, added a second. Movie's ugly. I thought it was going to be a great production and it wasn't, added a third. And damn sure he should have never played that part. Very disrespectful of one another. It's distasteful. They also claimed the ending was bad, now in a deleted comment. I thought it was good. I thought it was right. I guess they didn't capture everything. They could have captured more. It was kind of really like a slow. They didn't really capture like a little bit of her childhood life and stuff. And I just can't believe they didn't bring up Pablo. How are you not gonna mention Pablo, man? You can't talk about Griselda and not talk about Pablo. And then there's the lawsuit. Oh, there's the lawsuit. Griselda lawsuit. The son's not happy. He wants his money. Griselda sued by the drug lord's son. So Sofia Vergara. Vergara. Let's see here. Comes with the territory. Sophia and Netflix are being sued by the son.
Marcus is a connoisseur of
the hell is that?
That's free. So he was happy to read.
Okay. Being sued by the son of Griselda Blanco over the Modern Family star's portrayal of the Colombian drug lord in the new limited series. Marco Corleone Blanco and his wife Maria filed a lawsuit in Miami-Dade on January 17, alleging unauthorized use of his artistic literary work and the family's image, likeness, and or identity. Blanco claimed in the lawsuit that Netflix used information from private interviews he did about his mother's life for its limited series without authorization and without compensating him. Which, I mean, I don't know. You saw what they did with Popcorn Planet. They used a lot of his videos in the Johnny Depp documentary, and he wasn't compensated, to my knowledge. The lawsuit added that Blanco has devoted several years to meticulously documenting the private narratives of his, as well as his mother's life, with the intention of publishing a book and developing a Spanish soap opera. Oh no. They look a little bit different, though. They don't really look alike. But she did a good job acting, I think. And it looks like Eric Newman, the creator and executive producer of Griselda, told Today, I've dealt with similar suits from Pablo Escobar, his family, during the making of Narcos. I tend not to think about them much. It just feels a little bit unsurprising and kind of comes with the territory. So he just kind of scoffed at it. Another lawsuit. Whatever. Let the lawyers handle it. Got time for this petty shit. However, a producer typically does not need permission from the subjects or their estates for these type of projects. Nonetheless, obtaining life story rights is always the best practice in these situations. I don't need your permission, peasant. Bug off. Solar noted that when the subject of a show or documentary is a public figure like Griselda Blanco, there are fewer protections, and the First Amendment offers protection for shows of this type that portray Griselda and her life. But he added Griselda's family are not public figures, so the suit alleges Griselda's family, including Michael, were featured on Netflix without permission. I don't know. So we'll see. Be some back and forth going on with them. Griselda. You want to hear the sound? I want to hear the sound in the background. Okay. I want to hear the white noise. Okay, I got you guys. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? All right. This is live. Why wouldn't you think this is live? We're live. Oh, there she is. Oh, she's wearing fiery red today. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me get it bigger now. Uh-oh, she here for it today. What is that, passion flower or something? What kind of flower is on the shirt? Something, passion flower, whatever. She got a skirt on, all red today. Got her, look at, maybe she did her hair, got curls, something going on.
These two are gonna stay together.
There's somebody there. Somebody else I haven't seen. I don't know who that is. She's talking with somebody. She's smiling. The wine. It's cherry blossom. It's not devil's what do they call that thing?
him. Yeah, I don't know how to. Ask, you know what, can you ask?
Devil's plant. Devil's ivy. Wow. She looks kind of refreshed. I don't see the stack of papers anymore. Where's the stack at? Lady in red. Ah. Of course, the big red stick 'em. I like that gum. Oh, good. Thank you for the super chest. Mimi Moody, thank you. Chip chop. She's talking with the guards. They're smiling.
I didn't, otherwise I would have taken out any of that. Yeah, thank you.
She got that good. Communicating, moving. Her arm gestures are normal swing, smooth swing. Oh, she got it together today. I don't know. Maybe she got an Addy or something. Ivan or something. Okay.
I don't see any highlights in this. Oh, I do. It's at the end. Is that right? Yeah, there's a few different ones. Okay, is it only towards the end? Yeah.
She got somebody over there tag teaming, helping her out or something. Seems like
It's all throughout.
she got somebody off a Fiverr. Okay, I see you. All right.
Look at the corners and see. Yeah, just fold the corners. Okay. This is. Thank you. Okay, then I'll just take those back. No, I already did this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
She got 3 bottles of water at the desk too. You see that shit? She got 1 bottle of drink there. She got 2 refills ready to go. Wow. Who is this today? See the woman that jumped on the hood of the thief's car? No, I gotta see that. Oh, they stole her French. I gotta see that. You gotta send me that in email. Okay. It's vodka. So what it says vodka. Little mix of vodka, right? Little half, 75% water, 25 vodka. Thank you, Nancy.
How many is 290?
Ah. I don't know what's going on with Miss today, but okay. All right. It seems like it. Seems like she's with it today. They get rid of the other guy who was sitting on the side doing nothing. I know he was court appointed, but they got rid of his ass. The boy was just sitting there the entire time. She's burning to a crisp in front of everybody. Pep in her step. Until she opens her mouth, right? Until she gets a little pressure. Let's see. Okay, she putting some lip gloss on too. What? One man team. Well, not maybe two man. But somebody's assisting her. Katie. Yeah, it's Frenchie. Hakamadi in the house. Came ready to slay today. She came all red. Red skirt, red top, and it looks like she has like a red blazer too. Lip gloss, hair kind of done. Looks like it's done. Maybe she'll get the. She's had a little bit of difficulties working the. Working the laptop.
Mark, may I please just make sure that the clerk is turned on first?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, she had a meltdown. I gotta work on the video. Finally!
Good morning, you may be seated.
How dare you walk in here with a Starbucks cup? We've been waiting for you. I'm just kidding. An hour later. Okay.
You may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990, FH.
Chairman McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
She's on her way up.
Thank you.
I have it. I probably just brought it.
I know, until you get here.
I just brought it with me.
Look at that. Fire red. Oh, she's ready to light some ish stuff. Let's see.
Anything, she's on her way up.
Jennifer's wearing a blazer too? The jacket? Whoa. Jennifer, I think for the first time, doesn't look like she rolled out of bed. Even though I look like that, but I'm not in court. Oh, let me try to pause this for a few. Wait, are they ahead? Who's ahead? Let's see. Okay, so this is ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. Let's see. Hopefully it's kind of close.
Are there some things you wanted to put on the record before the jury comes in?
Yes, kind of close, kind of close.
I believe so, Your Honor.
We had a discussion off the record.
Off the record?
To plan our
Amy!
here. So,
Thank you, Amy.
there's a few things we resolved.
Let me fix the volume, guys.
One of the things is the Facebook.
That's what I was going to address.
Do you want to do that outside the presence of the jury or
No,
in
here.
front of the jury?
Oh, no, I actually think we should do it in front of the jury.
Let's do it, baby.
Right.
I agree.
I didn't think the Facebook thing was true.
Counsel needs to walk her client. I think that should happen outside the presence of the jury.
Right.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Mrs. Crumbly, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, we just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay, Mrs. Crumbly, when we were in court on Friday, there was discussion about admitting the Facebook Messenger messages between yourself and James Crumbly. Correct. Do you recall that? Yes. And on Saturday, I came over to the jail to see you, and that was specifically a topic we discussed. Yes. Okay, and at this time, we have talked about how during the trial, there was talk about redacting portions of that Facebook Messenger thread pursuant to other orders, correct? And the court offered me the opportunity to redact portions of that record. Correct. And after you and I discussed it, it's fair to say that you and I believe that it would look like we are hiding evidence from the jury if they saw a redacted version of Exhibit 423, correct? Correct. Okay, wait till I finish speaking before you start. Okay, so at this time, I have let the court know that we are not moving for any redactions and that Exhibit 423 will be admitted, showing your entire phone conversation with James on Facebook Messenger. And Your Honor, there's specific dates it's from, so I think I should put the dates on the record.
It might be on the...
Yeah, I'll just grab it. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit. It wasn't with the initial folder I had. Do you know the dates?
January 21.
Okay, so they're
early 2021.
It's the entire Facebook Messenger thread between you and Mr. Crumbly starting in January of 2021, and it goes up through the events that lead us here today. Correct. Okay, is it your decision to allow those Facebook messages to be admitted in the court without redaction? Yes. And you and I have talked about the pros and cons of redacting those exhibits. Correct. And at this time, you understand they will be admitted without any redactions. I do.
And just a few.
Sure.
Mrs. Crumbly, you understand that Exhibit 423 won't just be given to the jury, but the prosecution can go through that with either you on a cross-examination or with other witnesses.
Correct.
And you consulted with your attorney specifically about that point?
Yes.
And it is your decision as a defendant of the case in consultation with your attorney as part of trial strategy to admit this entire exhibit?
Yes.
Hey, you want to call it? We'll take it
the Facebook message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbly beginning January 1, 2021. And it's over 2,000 pages long.
Exhibit 423.
And Mr. Crumbly, you understand that throughout the pendency of this case, your attorney on your behalf has sought to exclude certain themes or topics of evidence, in some cases successfully, yet this Facebook conversation does touch upon some of those.
I understand.
And you still want 423 to be admitted into evidence and referenced by the prosecution and defense?
Yes.
I'm satisfied.
All right, anything else that has to be out of the presence of the jury at the moment? We're dealing with your other. We're going to deal with your other issue that you brought up about the snow.
Snow.
About the
yes. Okay.
But we'll get back to you. Okay.
Okay.
What else? All right, we're going to bring the jury in. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. How much are they bringing in? That's 2,000 pages? Oh, hell nah. Come on, man. Oh, thank you, Nancy. Hold up. 2,000 pages. Oh, this is wild. We'll take
Chambers, it's A.
Holy moly, we'll take a look at that.
All right for the jury?
Good morning. You may be seated. Thank you again for being timely. We weren't ignoring you. We were just sort of paving the way. So every day requires some certain preparation. So we appreciate you. Who's the next witness?
Ms. Kira Pack.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I please address the court?
Sure.
Okay. Your Honor, on Friday, I think it was very clear beyond a reasonable doubt I have difficulty and cannot use technology. In my frustration, I made a comment that was offensive to victims' families, and I did it absolutely by accident as I was struggling with my computer. I am apologizing for that comment. I want to apologize to the jurors, to the audience, to all involved, and specifically to the victims and the families of the victims. I truly did not mean to say the comment I made.
I believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Can you approach just for a second? I'm supposed to ask the camera person to cut them out. Yeah.
Oh God, what this bitch? What are they doing? No! Oh my God. Oh, I thought that was a jury. My bad. I was tripping out. I thought they was showing the jury walking in. Oh man. Okay. YouTuber. It's not me. It's not my fault anyway. If they did it, it's the TV, or the people. But wow. So she's coming apologizing. She's coming in fiery red. I don't know if she's on a new dose or what.
Ms. Kira Pack.
All right today, not bad. I don't know if it's too late, but bell was rung. True, the bell was rung. Kimba says, what did she say? I was typing in the chat.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Kira Pennock, KIRAPENNOCK.
Thank you. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning. Good morning. Kira, can you tell the jury how old you are? I am 27.
Okay. And you actually have a pretty robust career at 27. Can you tell the jury what you do?
I own and run a horse farm. We do boarding and lessons and training.
Okay. And how long have you been owning and running the farm?
Since May of 21.
Okay. You said for the people in the jury or counsel, explain what a horse farm actually does. You said boarding and riding lessons, but what does that actually mean?
So people will own horses, and they don't always have the means to have them at their house. So they will board them over at my place. So I take care of them. I feed them, I water them, I clean up after them, and then they can come visit their horses whenever they want.
Okay. And so the boarding includes feeding and watering the horse. That's all one price.
Yes, it also includes like cleaning up after them, but I mean really just any of the care that they might need for just general living.
Okay. And how much is the cost of boarding one horse?
Board at that time was $400 for pasture board, so their horses outside 24/7 with access to a shelter if they wanted to use it.
Okay, $400 per horse.
Yes.
Okay. What's not included in boarding?
Vet bills. So if the vet has to come out and do something with the horse. The farrier, so the person
Again,
that works
what
on the feet.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's basically kind of a pedicure for the horse, so that has to happen.
Hey, pipe it down.
And then also lessons. Student lessons are not included, so those are separate.
And how much are lessons?
$35.
And how much for the vet bill, a vet or a farrier?
It really just depends on the horse, and then like what that horse needs. So, a horse needs routine vaccinations each year and just kind of general checkup. But there are other expenses as for like, emergency vet calls. So your horse injured themselves or is colicking. And then we have to have an unscheduled appointment with the vet.
Okay, so an average appointment, not including any of the services or the extra medicine or procedures, would be around what?
It really varies, but I would say probably maybe at least $100.
Okay. And the vet comes to the barn?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know someone named Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing to the court?
She has glasses on.
Okay. And she's seated over at that table, correct?
Yes.
All right. May the record reflect she's properly identified.
Rise.
Thank you. Do you also know?
Good morning. Please be seated.
I do.
Okay. When did you meet the two of them? At the same time or separate times?
I believe that I had met Jennifer first, and it was probably between 3 and 5 years ago that I had actually met them for the first time, but not actually gotten to know them.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I now address these remarks to the members of the press.
Did you meet them because they wanted to board at your farm?
No,
not being completely in accord with what I asked you to do last Friday, but you've all done me the great favor of
and then at some point,
obeying what I asked you to do with respect to the identity of the jurors, and I thank you very much for that.
I do not remember the exact.
We will, the first order of business after I give some preliminary remarks will be the examination one by one of the jurors. And what will happen is I will bring all of the jurors in to begin with. And they will be seated. I will make remarks to the entire panel. I will then ask that the jury be taken to the jury room, and I will one by one call the jurors and address them. And I will address them by a letter that I have developed rather than their number.
Time period of 21.
Okay. Who did you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
All right. And can you describe Jennifer's general demeanor when you were working with her? And well, back up. What kind of interactions would you have with Jennifer, and what? Just talking about the horse that she was boarding, or was there anything else that you did with Jennifer?
A majority of our conversations were related to the horses and maybe talking about goals for the future for possibly showing or just training goals in general to figure out the best plan of action for the lessons that I was giving.
So did you give her lessons?
I did.
Okay, how often would you give her a lesson?
I would say between 2 and 3 times a week.
Okay, and when did that occur?
Usually in the evenings.
So did Jennifer come to the barn in the evenings during the weekdays, or was it on weekends, or both?
Well, she came in the evenings during the week, usually after work, and then weekends she would come in the morning, afternoon, evening, but okay. I can't say for sure the exact time usually.
And did you say how many times during the week, the work week?
I would say probably at least 2 to 3 times during the week.
And about, on the average, what time would she arrive?
About 4:35-ish.
Okay. And stay about how long, if you know?
Couple hours, so at least maybe 2 to 3 hours.
And was that just getting lessons, or were there other things that she was doing?
Just getting her horse ready for a lesson and doing the lesson, and then cooling the horse down and taking them back out to their pasture. And then just everybody at the barn is pretty friendly. Everybody will talk. So just small conversation.
So the boarding and the feeding is just the basic care. Is there a lot more things you have to do to take care of a horse if you're the owner?
The owner pays the barn where the horse is boarded at to do the general care of the horse, like the day-to-day things such as giving them water and grain and hay and cleaning up after them, and maybe changing blankets and different things to make sure that they stay warm.
So there's a minute exhibit which includes the Facebook messages between Jennifer and James. Were they both taking care of the horses? And the reason I ask is there seems to be a lot of communication between the two of them about taking care of the horses. So I'm trying to get at what else would they be doing other than just feeding the horse, and you said cooling it off and taking it. I'm not a horse person, so taking it out to pasture, and does it have to be, do you have to ride your horses? Like what's the responsibility there?
Most likely what they might be talking about is maybe some of the vet care. So I know one of their horses had what's called mud fever. It's kind of a fungus stuff that might grow on the legs of a horse with wet weather. And that usually is something that ends up needing a vet to intervene with just medication to help take care of it. So it might be related to maybe the vet bills.
Okay.
Maybe just vet appointments related to taking care of the horses.
Okay. And you said they own two horses. What are their names?
One is named Billy and one is named Shorty.
Okay. What kind of horses were they in terms of value of the horses? There, I know horses can be very expensive to purchase. Where do these horses fall on that continuum?
Well, they were both thoroughbreds, so they raced on the racetrack before they had gotten them. But I do not know how much Shorty was purchased for. I believe that Billy was purchased around like $5,000.
Okay. And how do you know how much Billy was?
She was sending me, or Jennifer was sending me information on him when she was looking for a horse.
Okay. And do you know anything about the circumstances of when she or how she bought that horse?
I know that she was talking about it late at night, and she was also drinking.
Okay. How do the people that board your horses and have lessons give lessons? How do they pay you?
Your Honor, I need to make an objection. The witness's answer was in part non-responsive, and I'd ask it be struck from the record.
Yeah, I think it was, unless there's follow-up, I think it was somewhat unresponsive.
The Facebook message string that was just admitted details exactly how the horse was purchased, so I'm happy to move on and we'll deal with it then.
I don't know, I haven't read those yet.
The portion I'm objecting to is the unnecessary information about she was drinking at the time.
Okay.
I think it's relevant. I think if you're buying a $5,000 horse while you were drinking late at night is relevant to the case and the relationship that Jennifer Crumbley had in her priorities, and as well as the fact that the Facebook message string that was just stipulated to an admission without redactions, like, absolutely discusses that.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. How do people pay? Cash, check, credit card?
It can be any of those. A lot of people now use online payments like Venmo.
Okay. How did the Crumbleys pay you for your services?
Check.
Okay. And did James ever take lessons?
I have given him a few lessons.
So who was taking care of the horse during the day? Did Jennifer ever come during the day, during the week, or was it James, or did they both?
Well, the general care every day was done by the barn, but say if there was a need to have the vet out, we usually like to have the owners present, so they would usually have one of them at whatever vet appointment.
Okay. So you just testified they moved their horses to your barn July of 2021. You knew them approximately a year before that, 2 years?
They had boarded at the barn that I had my horses boarded at prior to buying my farm. I do not recall how much time we had boarded together there, but I had met them a couple years prior to that.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So you've known them a couple years before they came to your barn?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
And did you ever meet their son?
I may have met him maybe once or twice.
Where, if you know, where was that? Was it at your barn?
It was not at my barn.
Okay. Did you ever see their son come to your barn?
No, I did not.
So the 2 to 3 times a week and on the weekend when Jennifer would visit, did she bring anybody with her?
Usually James.
Okay.
I don't remember anybody else really coming out and with her.
Okay. Do you allow kids at the barn?
Yes, we do.
And what are the kids that are at the barn usually doing?
Usually doing lessons. You know, some of the kids that are doing lessons, they have siblings that are brought out, so they just kind of maybe occupy their time with the barn cats or seeing the other horses on the property.
Okay. And do you have any family oriented activities or get-togethers?
We've had a family reunion.
Meaning
before, but
parties or activities that children are welcome to come to?
Yes, all of the events that we might have at the farm, kids are invited to. Like we've had parties like Halloween party before too.
Okay, around Halloween of 2021, do you remember if you had a Halloween party?
Yes, we did.
Do you know when it was and about what time of day it was?
I do not remember what day it was, but I know that it was afternoon, evening-ish.
Was it on Halloween or before Halloween?
It was before Halloween. Okay.
And it was a weekday or weeknight?
It was on a weekend, I believe.
A Friday or Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jennifer come to that party?
Yes.
And how do you remember that?
I remember that both Jennifer and James, they come to the party, and they were dressed up, and like our parties, we include the horses, so people will also dress their horses up for
They put Halloween costumes on horses?
Yes.
What the heck?
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Okay. And do you know if they dressed their horses up that year?
Not really dressing them up. They wanted to, but they had also said that they had another party to go to after.
Okay.
After mine.
So you did not see their son that night?
I did not.
Okay. Did Jennifer talk to you about her son?
Not a ton. But every once in a while she would mention something about him.
And do you remember things that she would say?
Usually it was along the lines of she was having problems with him, or he wasn't acting normal. She had called him weird before. She wanted him to do normal kid things.
Okay.
But I never remember her saying anything about really bringing him out to the barn much or really doing much. I mean, they would go on vacations. I did hear about some vacations that they had gone on, but really there was not much talk about her son.
Did she ever refer to him as a certain name? Did she speak negatively about him, or was it just or positively?
There was nothing truly positive when she was talking about him. There were quite a few times that she had voiced that he was an oopsie baby.
What does that mean?
Oopsie baby.
I'm sorry. What did you understand that too?
I understood it as
Your Honor, objection as to speculation and also as to relevance.
Well, I guess I wonder how it is relevant.
I think if you're referring to a teenager still as an oopsie baby, I think it's relevant to what kind of relationship you had with them and what kind of,
accidental
defense
baby?
counsel described her client and opening as hypervigilant. And so I think that the prosecution's entitled to
I think their relationship is relevant. When you say your definition of an oopsie baby, are you using your own definition of what that means or hers?
My take on what the feelings that I have gotten that she has not really talked
Your
about.
Honor, you're asking if it's her opinion. I'm sorry, she's going
She did,
into her
and I'll
opinion.
clear it up. We don't, unfortunately, your feelings about it are not what's relevant here.
Correct.
So did she ever explain what that meant?
She never truly explained what that had meant.
Okay. How long of a drive is the barn from Oxford, the village of Oxford, if you know?
I would say about 20 minutes.
Okay. What is the way that you would communicate with Jennifer?
Usually through Facebook Messenger.
And do you know why that is? Is that the way you prefer to communicate?
I don't really mind what way to communicate. It seems like Facebook Messenger is how a lot of people communicate nowadays.
Okay. Does the barn have Wi-Fi?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So do you have problems communicating when you're at the barn?
It depends on how good the service wants to be at the barn.
Okay.
Some days it's really good, and then other days there's not great service.
All right. And I would assume most of the people at the barn, that's just people deal with that and they know that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe Jennifer, did you have a friendship or was it more just business?
It was mainly business. We had friendly talk, but I would not say that we were close friends.
When you buy a horse and it doesn't, it's not near where you are, how do you get it from like a different state to the barn?
Usually you can pay somebody to haul the horse over to the new location for you, or you can go pick it up if you have a trailer.
And do you know what was the second horse's name that was purchased?
Billy.
Billy. Do you know how he was brought to the barn?
He was shipped by someone that does a lot of cross-country hauling.
And do you remember about what month and year that was?
It was in the beginning of the year that she had gotten him, which I do not remember exactly when she had gotten him.
Did she get him before she came to your barn or after?
Before.
Okay. But, so how did you know what was your relationship like then, before she was at the barn?
Before she was at my barn?
Yes, your relationship.
I would give her some lessons, and it was mainly business.
And was she asking for advice about which horse to buy or how to buy the horse?
Not a lot, but just kind of, just general questions of, what might work for a good horse for what she wanted to do.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is, how do you know how the horse was shipped?
Because she had told me about, where he was, that he was in a different state, and that she would just have him shipped.
Okay, do you know approximately how much that costs?
I do not. It varies on who you use to haul a horse, and then also just, the cost of, the fuel and mileage, and, everybody kind of has their own fees if they.
More than 500, less than 500?
Most likely more than 500.
Okay. Can you talk to me a little bit about the health concerns or issues with the two horses? Did they need a lot of extra care? Were they given a lot of extra care?
Given extra care by the vet?
By the Crumbleys, by Jennifer.
They would come out and the mud fever that we were dealing with, and they had put medication on Billy's legs for that. But there were some issues lameness wise with their newest horse, Billy, that they had still had to have the vet out for to diagnose what the problem was.
Were they on any other medications or supplements?
Supplements, yes. Medications, not that I know of.
What's the cost of supplements for a horse?
Well, it depends on what you want to have your horse on. I know that both Billy and Shorty were on a lot of supplements, and it probably costs over $100, probably closer to $200 per month per horse.
Kind of supplements they giving them horses? Damn. GMO shit?
All right, I'm gonna draw your attention to November 30th, 2021. You remember that day?
Yes.
All right. What was the interaction you had with Jennifer Crumbley the day before that? So that was a Tuesday. Did you see her at the barn on Monday?
I do not remember. I think she was planning on coming out, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you have any communication with her that previous weekend?
The previous weekend before the 30th?
Yes, after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you remember what that was about?
I remember wanting to set up lessons. I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
Anything else.
In your Facebook communications, did Jennifer ever mention going to a shooting range that summer or leading up to that fall?
She had mentioned that she was going to, but I don't really remember a lot of that.
Was that in the summer or the fall?
I would believe summer and fall.
Okay. Were you aware that she, do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you see the post that she posted about buying her son a Christmas present?
I did.
All right. Did you discuss it with her?
I did not.
Did you see it before the shooting or after?
I do not remember. I'm on social media, but not very frequent.
Okay. So the morning of November 30th, what was going on with their horses?
Their horse, Billy, needed the medication from the vet to help treat his mud fever because we couldn't fix it with the products that we were trying before, and his legs were swollen.
Okay, what was being done about it?
There was some ointment that was given to them by the vet to put on his legs.
That morning?
I believe they picked it up from the vet to put on the legs, because I remember James wanting to bring the medication out and put it on Billy's legs.
Okay, so did James go to the barn that morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And do you know from like what time to what time?
It was in the morning, but I don't recall what time.
Okay, and were you having conversations over Facebook Messenger with Jennifer during that time about the vet?
Not really.
Okay. Did you speak with her about this mud fever frequently?
I had mentioned it to her because it's not normal for a horse's legs to swell up like his did. Was just a mild case of this mud fever. So we had to have a little bit more involvement of getting that taken care of by having an ointment made by the vet that took care of it.
Okay. Was Jennifer planning on coming to the barn that night?
Yes.
And do you remember why?
We were going to do a riding lesson.
Did she end up going to that lesson?
She did not.
Okay. There was a text sent at what's, including in what's been previously admitted as exhibit 130, Your Honor.
130.
Can you read the top text there? And which one is you? Are you blue or black?
I am blue.
Okay, so can you read the text that you sent at, what does it say, 10:18 a.m. on the 30th?
Yes. Boys are needing supplements for tonight, and Shorty lost a bell boot again.
What's a bell boot?
It is it's like a rubber boot that goes over the horse's foot to help prevent. Well, we used it on Shorty for because he would rip his shoes off all the time. He had metal shoes on, and he would pull his shoes off. So if you put a bell boot on, it helps to reduce the chance of them pulling a shoe.
Okay, and you're telling her why?
I was telling her to have her bring out another boot to replace the one that he had torn off.
So it's her responsibility to do that?
Correct.
Okay. And she responds, can you read that text?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
All right, so she responds to you in about 20, 30 minutes.
Yes, it
okay.
looks like it.
Okay. And then is this continued on that same message? It's just another message at the same time? Or
Yes.
was it later? Okay, can you read that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend, going away to a treatment facility and who knows what else. But he was just caught drawing this on a math test or a math assignment today.
All right. And this is the worksheet that's been previously submitted, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 74.
Yes. You need to write down what's for Wait, don't talk.
One moment, Your Honor.
Damn, still planning on doing lessons? Oh no, they're trying to throw her under the bus. Mama. Yes, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay.
You're out. Did Jennifer ever participate in any shows or competitions?
She had done one show with us.
And where was that?
At a farm right down the road.
Okay. Do you know if she ever traveled for competitions or horse shows?
Not to my knowledge outside of when I had taken the horse.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? So this is Exhibit 74. And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the math test that Jennifer had sent me that morning of what her son had drawn on the math test.
All right, and did you take a close look at it when she sent it to you?
I did look at it, but I did not open it as soon as she had sent it to me. I saw it later.
Okay, when? How much later?
I believe that it was before the shooting had occurred, but after the shooting had happened, I had looked at the math test even closer.
Okay, so this is important, so I want to make sure I ask the question in the right way. You took a look at it, and you remember that. Is there a reason why?
I remembered saying that he had needed horse therapy.
Okay.
She should bring him out for some horse therapy.
All right. Okay, we're going to get to that. Can you do the next slide? So this is from who? You or Jennifer?
This message was from Jennifer.
Can you read it, please?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3:00, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
Okay, so the first string I want to point out that you received from her about the lesson was 10:58. Do you remember? I'm sorry, yes. 10:58. Okay. And so this is all part of the same conversation?
Yes.
All right. And then
No, what happened, man? I had the perfect sync. It's not me, right? Okay, let me just unmute the other one. Come on, man.
Therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay, and her response? And she responds?
Yeah, well, he'll be coming.
I don't know.
Tonight.
Maybe
James
brush
working
a small horse
left alone.
He's not.
Okay.
Oh, it's there. Sorry.
Sorry, I had the same problem.
No, I was trying to figure out if there was more to that message there, but it was down. I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated. LOL.
And she responds?
I responded, Mo would be perfect. And she responded with, okay.
All right, and the next slide?
Oh, it's there. Make it a family event coming out.
Yeah,
really thought, though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And at this point, you testified early, you hadn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Never seen him come to the barn.
Not to my farm, and I
Something
vaguely remember maybe seeing him once at the previous farm.
A few years prior?
Yes.
Okay. And her response?
He needs something.
And you responded, even though there seems to be a...
I can still read it. It says, let's make him a cowboy.
And Jennifer responds,
LOL, mom goals for real.
All right. So that exchange ends, and then the next text you get from her Facebook message is at 2:36 p.m. that day.
Correct. That says, Kira, I will
Okay, hold on a second. What, when did you first hear about the shooting?
I had actually heard about the shooting when one of my students' moms had called me in that afternoon and said that they would not be out later for their lesson because of the shooting.
All right, and what was your first thought, Kira?
My first thought is that I knew who the shooter was by the math test that was sent to me.
All right, that's a heavy thing to think. Talk to me about why that was your first thought.
It's not normal for somebody to draw these things on a test in school or even really think about these things, especially in a school setting, but really ever.
Okay, so did you then go back and take another look at the worksheet?
Yes.
All right. Did you talk to anybody about this at the time?
I had talked to my parents. I had told them that I believed that I knew who the shooter was, and I explained why.
Okay. And at some point, your father actually called the tip line, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did you verify that it was in fact her son? Around what time, if you know?
I do not remember when I had verified that it was her son.
Okay, so let's go back to the text message at 2:36, and we know the shooting started at around 12:51. So this is an almost an hour and a half after the shooting. She texts you what?
Kira, I won't be there tonight.
And you respond?
It's okay. Want me to work Billy for you?
And she says?
Yes, please.
Okay, and talk to me about the next text and the picture.
It says, just brought him in, and it's a picture of Billy.
All right. Did you text her photos or message her photos a lot of the horses?
I would send her pictures as I took them. I tried to be good about taking pictures of the horses.
Okay, and the next slide. This is at 4:07.
I said, hey, is everything okay? I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay?
And then at 4:21, you send another text.
If you need anything, please let me know. And then under that, oh no, that's the same.
Okay.
Message that's up there.
She responds at 4:42 and says what?
I need to sell my horse's staff.
And what did you respond to her?
I responded with, oh no, this was what I was worried about.
Okay, can I stop you there? What did you mean by that?
I had the feeling that her son was the shooter, and that with that, the horses would most likely have to be sold.
Okay, but it doesn't say that, and you came to that conclusion. Oh no, this is what I was worried about.
By the way, they are saying there's a juror saying that she was influenced to do a guilty verdict. Was your verdict in any way influenced by the communication of the clerk of court? Yes. Why? She made it sound as if he was already guilty. I knew when this thing came out with that whole documentation that it was kind of sus. It was sus. They already had, to me, there's grounds for a new trial for sure.
I had said, do you want 5K for him or do you want more?
And her response?
My head is spinning right now. Is 8 too much?
And she says?
I said, I would gladly give you 8 if I could afford it. I really only have 5K to spend. You could ask Angela if she would buy him for 8. Angela would probably buy him.
Okay. Do you buy and sell horses a lot?
I do not.
Okay. Have you bought a horse from somebody before?
I have bought horses before.
Okay. Is that something that you normally do via check, cashier's check, cash?
It depends on the situation.
Your Honor, I would just object to relevance.
Your Honor, this is part of a lot of evidence we're introducing about going to flight and the need for actual cash.
I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you. So at 6:47, she messages you again. What does it say?
I won't have my cell phone.
And you respond?
Do what you need to do. I will take good care of your boys here.
And the next slide. She says what?
I can be reached through here. I do not have my cell phone currently on a track phone.
And that is still the 30th, but it's at 10:21 p.m.
Yes.
All right, and can you read what you responded?
Do you need me to do anything for you? I'm not sure you should.
Murdoch, man, the Murdoch trial. Looks like we're going to be doing another trial, I think. I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a little bit of drama going on. We're going to have to watch it. The drama that happened today.
I'm trying to find a paper.
You can't take another trial?
Have that,
oh, come on, but it's
so
Murdoch.
in it, so one moment.
Them good old boys, South Carolina. History in the making.
Okay, let's talk about this. Do you know where these, at some point did the law enforcement ask you if you communicated with Jennifer?
How do you mean that?
At some point did you give the screenshots of these messages to law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. So part of the problem, these are screenshots. Do you know, is that correct?
Yes, they are screenshots.
Okay. I'm going to approach with the actual paper copy to see if maybe this is a little easier to read. It's just cut off, so let's just do this.
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay,
sure.
we'll clear it up because we have a complete. But yeah. Can you just read what you can understand?
On this next part, it says story being uncovered. Already seeing some stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on.
And she responds,
I'm off Facebook.
Okay. And the next slide.
I'm still in shock. What did Angela post?
Okay, so that text that you couldn't read, do you remember, was that about Angela?
I do not recall.
Okay. And she responds, you respond?
I said, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it. And she said, yes, I'm here. And then I sent her a screenshot.
Do you remember what the screenshot, without reading exactly what it said, what the nature of it was?
The poster had been extremely frustrated and upset about what happened with the shooting.
Okay. And were there any threats in that screenshot?
I do not remember.
Okay. we'll pull it up. Hold on 1 second.
Becky, you screwed up. You wrote that book.
Okay. Right.
Did the press tour on the internet.
All right. So the next time you text her at 10:45, can you tell the jury what you said?
I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff.
Okay. And because I know this is going to be something counsel wants to talk to you about, can you tell us what were you feeling at that moment when this was going on about Jennifer and the whole situation?
I was extremely upset about this situation.
Okay. Can you give me a little more than extremely upset?
I didn't really know what to think. I couldn't believe that this had happened, and especially so close to, home. And I was concerned about what was going to happen in the future.
Okay.
With just my farm in general.
And you at the time were how old?
That was
2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was 25.
All right. And were you feeling bad for Jennifer?
I did not truly feel bad for Jennifer. I was upset that this had happened to all of the kids and families, and I wanted to figure out how I could possibly get more information to help make sure that things were taken care of.
Okay, were there any students at Oxford that you gave lessons to or were at the barn? What is the community like there?
Yes, I give lessons to a few people from Oxford.
Okay. All right, the next slide. This is at 11 p.m. that night. Can you read your text?
Did you guys leave the medication for Billy's legs? If not, no worries. I'll just put my stuff on him.
And she responds,
I'll bring by tomorrow. We're in hotel in Lapeer, news live at our house.
And you respond?
No problem.
And then at 11:40, you say what?
Please stay safe.
Okay. Next slide. This is a screenshot that you sent or she sent?
She had sent me.
Okay. And she responded,
I can't go home.
Okay. And did you read those?
What I could just from the screenshot.
Okay. Did you view those as threats to her life?
Your Honor, I would object as to her opinion.
Yes, sustained.
Okay. The text, the screenshot speaks for itself. Next slide. Okay, go ahead.
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay.
All right. While we're getting a copy that actually is clear, why are you concerned? Why were you concerned? What's your text says?
My concern was more for the safety of myself and the people at my farm. And here in that concern, I am showing sympathy to hopefully figure out maybe more information on what is going to happen if they were going to try to come to my farm, or if people were going to show up.
What was the concern?
My concern about them coming to the farm, knowing about the situation that had just happened, is that they may steal things to sell to get money to pay for the.
Your Honor, I would object to this about her thoughts and feelings about stealing. This is irrelevant and prejudicial.
She's a fact witness. That's what facts and fact questions.
Your Honor, she is most likely going to be asked by counsel to explain that she was worried about her safety, and so I'm asking her what she was really worried about. I'm happy to save it on to redirect them.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Try again some more seconds. More delay.
And then she responds what?
I have my pets at home. I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
Okay, her pet's at home. Did you know anything about her pets?
I know that she had a dog, at least still, and I think she had a cat.
Okay. And this was
1, 2, 3, 4.
still the night of the shooting?
Yes.
The next day. And in fact, this is at 11:59 p.m. after she says, I'm concerned about my pets. What do you respond?
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure, I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me.
Okay, and then there's content we have to clear up, but can you read the last sentence, or the two last sentences?
The two last sentences. I see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
All right, next slide.
I'm selling my house too. Lawyer will cost every bit of $200,000, and I don't think that, I think it will be questioned. You won't get dragged in. And then I had responded with,
safe to say you might have been where you would be called to testify on a high, yeah. Okay, what is your?
Most I can afford to pay is $5K. Barrier is coming out Thursday also.
And she responds,
that's fine, sold.
Okay.
And she had said, I'll sign Shorty over to you.
All right, next slide.
Okay, want to sign them over tomorrow. I can either write personal check or I can go get money order. I'm not sure I have the cash on me. Can see if they'll let me withdraw that much.
So do you keep that kind of cash at the barn with you?
No,
right.
I do not.
All right. And her response?
I'm bawling right now, Kira. My son ruined so many lives today.
Okay, so do you have time? Is this all the 11:59, that whole string, if you know?
I do
Can you
not
look on
know.
the paper
it's
copy?
right around in that time. There's no time on this.
Do you see the time?
There is no time in those messages. The last time it shows where the time.
Okay, let's move on. The next, she says, I'm bawling. My son ruined so many lives today. And the next slide.
Ben, I so wish I could help you out more. I'm still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this.
And then you say, if you guys need anything, and I'll do what I can for you, and I'll take good care of the boys. Who are you talking about?
I am talking about both of their horses.
Okay. She responds,
I know you will.
And then your response?
Try to rest some. You'll need it. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys.
And she says what?
Okay, thanks for not judging, unlike the whole world.
Okay, next slide.
I know you and James, and this doesn't even remotely make me think that it's your fault. It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid. It's unfortunate this happened because he did ruin a lot of and I.
What's that? Can you read the last few sentences?
Yeah, the last few sentences of that that message says, "Who knows? Try to stay calm and collected as you can."
Okay, I'm going to approach. This is another copy, so you don't have to struggle with the.
Lady in red.
Oh yeah, that's a lot clearer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on one moment, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay, start today. Just started late. The Murdoch trial here is kind of interesting. We're going to have to listen to what we can during a lunch break.
Okay, we're going to put up on the screen a better copy so that you don't have to sort of guess what you said in between sentences. One moment.
You, Jewel. You too.
Okay, so we've been over this. This is we'll start at 10:45. Can you go to scroll down? Okay, go back. All right, can you read that full message from 11:44, the night of the shooting, that you wrote in blue?
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay where you are. I'm concerned for you even coming out here. I don't want people finding out about your horses or hurting you while you are here.
Okay. And she responds,
I have my pets at home.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
And you respond, again, rereading this because there's a line missing. Go ahead.
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure. I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me, if that would be better for both of us. I could see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
Okay. And she responds, I'm selling my house too. We've already entered this. It's going to cost everybody $200,000, and I don't think it will be questioned. You shouldn't get dragged in. And then again, we've read these texts. You said you don't have $5,000, or that's the most you can afford to pay. Scrolling down. She agrees to that, and you tell her you don't know if you can withdraw $5,000, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, can you read that text again in the blue that you sent her now that it's complete?
I so wish I could help you out more. I am still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this. Please let me know if you guys need anything, and I'll do what I can for you. I'll take good care of the boys.
And she responds, I know you will. You say, try to get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys. And she says,
no.
Okay, thanks for not judging us, unlike the whole world. So what time is this? This is now the next day at 12:28 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. And go ahead and read that entire text that you're texting her into the early hours.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, go ahead.
I know you and James, and this doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault. It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid. It's unfortunate this happened because he did ruin a lot of lives around him and his own. Everything will work out how it's supposed to. I feel everything happens for a reason. Maybe this happened to raise awareness. Who knows? Try to stay calm and collected as you can.
And then you had an amazing ride on Billy.
Yes.
Okay, and how does Jennifer respond?
I wish we had warnings, something. He's a good kid that made a terrible decision. I'm glad Billy Good kills me to sell him.
Okay. Did you know what she was talking about?
She was talking about not having.
Your Honor, I would object to this witness's opinion. The texts speak for themselves.
I'm not asking her an opinion, Judge. I'm trying to ask her if there was any
the topic of the conversation.
Yes. Did she? What I'm trying to ask, Judge, is did she have any context for this about warnings?
Okay. She'd have
Without saying what
she'd have to have personal knowledge.
Right. I was trying to get to that actually. Did you have any information from before she sent you the text about warnings, about what that meant? Not just what you perceived it as, but did you have any information she had provided earlier about warnings?
Just information of not really talking about her child much, and that he was troubled.
Okay. So you don't know, other than the worksheet she texted you. Did you that day? Did she say anything about warnings?
No, she did not.
All right, and you respond.
There probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I absolutely adore Billy.
Okay, and the next.
A lot of people have found out, I guess Ethan is all over Facebook. People at the barn are concerned. I think it would be best if you didn't come out to the barn, or if you do, you must be escorted by the police. I'm really sorry. I'm looking out for my business here too.
All right, and what were you testified earlier you were worried about theft, but what were you worried about? Is there anything else that you were worried about at that point?
I was also worried about just the safety of my other boarders. I do have people that I give lessons to that do go to Oxford, and they did not want to be around if Jennifer and James had come to the barn.
Okay, and she responds to you. This is then the next day after the shooting. Is around 9:56 a.m. What does she respond?
Seriously, those horses are the only thing that is good in my life right now. And I responded with, I 100% understand that, but we all need to be careful. What if people follow you here?
Okay, the next messages indicate that it says, Kira missed your call. Is there a way to call through a Facebook Messenger that doesn't include, that's not a cell phone call? Are those two different things, if you know?
Yes.
Okay. And had you received Facebook calls from Jennifer before?
She has attempted to call Facebook before.
And you didn't pick up?
I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
I do not remember what I was doing at that time.
Okay, and the next message?
Call me on Facebook, on track phone, need to talk and figure some things out.
And what is your response?
Sorry, I missed your call. I'm still doing some stuff and can't do a phone call until later on.
And then you say, can you message me and communicate that way? Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, next message. She says what?
Let's talk later, easier than texting. This phone is hard to text on.
And now your response is, now this is 3 o'clock, the day after the shooting, you respond what?
All right, no problem. I'll let you know later today.
And then you text her again that night at around 8 p.m.?
If you're comfortable coming out here without police, I'm okay with it too. We just need to be careful. I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Okay, Kira, it seems as if you're changing your mind here and you're not exactly sure how to handle it. What's going on with that text? Because that's opposite of what you said earlier.
Your Honor, I would object to the narrative being provided by the prosecution and ask that she just ask questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I think she is. She's asking, did you change your mind?
I had changed my mind to allow her to come to the farm, but in my head, if she did decide to come to the farm, I would still have, my parents were there and just making sure that things were still safe.
Okay, and were you continuing to talk to other people like your parents during this time about what to do, or were you pretty set?
I had talked to my parents.
Okay. What is her response shortly after that? That's still 8:12 p.m.
We're out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything.
Okay, and the next message you send?
I am very glad you are safe. I care about you guys. I will take care of your boys. Let me know when you want me to buy them and I'll buy them.
And then you also add, if you need anything else, could just let me know?
Yes.
All right. And the next message she sends is about an hour or so later at 9 p.m. And what did she say?
I'm sorry, my keyboard sucks. Let's plan on Monday to sail.
Okay. And at this time, December 1st would be a Wednesday.
Yeah.
If you know.
I think. I'm not good with dates.
Okay. And so Monday is 4 or 5 days later.
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond, okay, sounds good. Is there a way for me to get the medication for his legs before then? Who are you talking about, Billy?
I was talking about Billy because
Okay.
he had the medication that was being used to treat his fever.
The mud fever?
Yes.
All right. And then she responds,
what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet. My messenger is probably being monitored. And
okay, she's telling you at 9:30 on Wednesday night, my messenger is probably being monitored. What did you take that to mean? What messenger?
She is referring to the Facebook Messenger.
So you monitored, meaning that the messages you're sending are being monitored.
Correct.
Did you know who was monitoring them?
I did not.
Okay. And then she says what?
She says, hey, we need to get that stuff to you and discuss the horses.
Okay, so this is the following day at 12:49. She says we need to get that stuff and discuss the horses. And how do you respond?
My response.
Who's Truman?
Truman is our farrier that we use.
Your what?
Our farrier.
Okay, we're Billy and Shorty having a farrier, is it?
Yes.
Okay, and that was arranged by who?
Me. All the horses get done at the same time.
Okay. So you say Truman's here right now. I can let you know when he's done, and you say I'll message you when I'm done.
Yes.
Okay. And then
said, hey, I'm sorry. Can we do call tomorrow morning?
Okay. Were you trying to avoid a conversation, or you were just busy?
Both.
Okay. Fair. All right. And the next message comes in December 2nd. Yep. Can we still sell the horses tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you respond, this is at 10:56 p.m. You respond what?
I think so. Want me to have cash or check?
And how does she respond?
Cash is best.
And you respond what?
What do you want to do with your tack?
And what's tack?
Like the saddles and bridles for the horses.
And she says sell it?
Yes.
Okay, now this is December 3rd at 7:19 a.m., correct?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
That's that message on there.
Okay, that's UTC -5, so that is the actual time. At 7:19 a.m. And that is December 3rd. And you respond what?
I can probably give you $800 for it all if you want. Are you able to meet today still?
Okay, and that is do you know if that was Friday?
I do not remember.
Okay, no worries. And her response is what?
Her response was maybe, they're announcing charges at 12, so not sure what's happening.
Okay. So that is, if I told you that was a Friday, do you have any reason to disagree with that? December 3rd.
I do not know the actual date that day.
Okay, so do you know what she's talking about? Charges? Did you have any clue as to what that was about? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. From Jennifer or from another source?
News.
Okay. And you respond at 11 a.m. shortly, about 45 minutes after, just let me know and we can figure something out. Do you have the papers for the boys? Is that like ownership papers?
Registration papers, because
Gotcha.
both of the horses are registered.
And then you follow up saying what?
If you will take $5,800 for horses and all the tack and stuff included, I'll go get the money today, so I have it ready when you are ready.
Okay, and she responds, yes, and Brian will contact you. Papers are at my house. Brian's a mutual friend that you both know?
We both know him.
Okay,
Jennifer's closer to him than I am.
Thank you. And you respond, did you find a place for your other animals? Were you talking about her pets at home?
Yes.
Okay. And she says, not yet. This is at 2 p.m. And then you respond, I can find them good homes with my family members if you want. And that's around 2 p.m. as well. Is that the last message you sent or had exchanged with her?
I do not know if that's the last time that I had talked to her about this.
Okay. Did you give all of the messages on that day, the screenshots to law enforcement that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay. Where are what happened to the horses? Did she did you buy them?
I did not buy them. They were actually signed over to me. Part of our boarding contract is if payment is not made after a certain number of days or months, then the horses become the property of the facility to cover the costs of having them boarded.
Okay, and you were making those arrangements with somebody else other than Jennifer?
Jennifer's dad.
Okay, all right. Nothing further at this time.
Oh, good. There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Let's see it. What you got, baby?
Good afternoon, or morning. Good morning.
Oh, it's morning, baby. Come on.
My name is Shannon Smith. I represent Mrs. Crumbly. I believe that I've met you once before when you testified in court.
1, 2, 3.
Court of preliminary exam.
Catch
Do you
it up.
recall
Come on.
that?
I do.
If I ask you any questions that are at all confusing, can you please stop me and let me know?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
I want to start off by talking about your relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You testified today that you had a business relationship with her. Is that correct?
It was a business relationship, but also a friendship, but we were not super close friends.
Okay, so you would agree that at the time prior to November 30th of 2021, Jennifer Crumbley was also a friend to you. Not particularly close, but a friend.
Correct.
And the farm that you own, do you call it a farm or a barn?
It's both.
Okay, I keep using the word interchangeably, so I thought I'd ask.
Either works.
The property you own is approximately 51 acres, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that to get to your property, there are long roads in a very rural area, is that correct?
Yes.
So your farm is not right up against cities or areas with a lot of traffic, correct?
Correct.
On those roads that are close to the farm, it's fair to say the cell signal cuts in and out for different cell phones.
Correct.
And you personally, at the time all of this took place, had a phone through Verizon Wireless, correct?
Correct.
And you would be able to use your Verizon phone while at the farm
For the most part, depending on the area and also just the day.
So there were some parts of the farm or parts of the day where you would also have trouble getting a signal to make phone calls or send text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know from the other people who board and come to the farm that other people also have internet issues and are unable to receive calls and texts while at the barn.
Yes, sometimes people would struggle with that.
It sounds like there's one little area by a picnic table where people kind of flock if they want to check their texts or get data. Is that correct?
It very well could be. There are a couple areas that seem to maybe be a little bit more reliable service-wise, but even then, like sometimes if it's too windy, things don't work.
Now, you testified that Jennifer Crumbley gave you information that her son was weird, although she talked about vacations and some other things with him. Is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that you had concerns about her son prior to the events that unfolded on November 30th, correct?
I have not voiced to her that I had seen concerns, but in my mind, I had thought that, you know, some of the things that she had described or how she didn't really talk about him much, or if, you know, when she had talked about him, it was very vague. Like people like to talk about their children, and she did not talk about her children.
One moment. Whatever's on the screen is not an exhibit, and so
do I just go ahead and turn this off? It's the button that push.
There's a button for it to go mute.
Should I just pull my plug out?
I don't know. Is this yours? Or
yes.
Is this yours?
Yeah, this is my laptop. It was. I didn't realize it was turned on to my laptop, so my desktop was evidently up there. Okay, so Miss Pennick, when you so you've testified obviously here today, but you recall testifying at a preliminary exam that took place back in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And on the day you testified in 2022 at the preliminary exam, you did the same thing we saw here in court. You raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you did your best to take the stand and tell the truth about your knowledge of the information in this case.
Correct.
Now, on that date when you testified, you were specifically asked, have you ever been given reason to believe he was not mentally sound, that he needed professional, medical help? And your answer was no on that occasion, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked, have you ever had reason to believe the shooter was homicidal or he would hurt other people? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Come on, Shannon.
Now, today you testified that the shooter, you were told about issues related to the shooter and him being weird, correct?
Correct.
Weirdo.
You testified about that issue at the preliminary exam, and I'm on page 55, and you were asked, when you said that...
Objection, Your Honor. You're on page 55 of what?
The preliminary exam.
So the witness doesn't have that, and I think she doesn't have it.
This is impeachment.
Right, but she's referencing a page number to something that nobody else
I
has.
think she was referencing the page number so that you know where she is.
Right.
Okay, it's not an exhibit, so I'm just wondering if we're going to refer to certain things that she said that she be allowed to also see that before she answers.
Well, I think she said if she doesn't remember, if she doesn't recall, right?
Otherwise, with impeachment, I don't need to put the.
Yeah. So ask her if she recalls being asked a certain question.
Okay. At the preliminary exam, you testified about whether James and Jen had issues with their son.
Do you recall that?
I recall.
And on that date, you said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son, correct?
Correct. I did not know if there were specific issues, as they had never told me flat out that there were issues, but just some of their behaviors that they or comments that they had made, indirect comments, made me think that there may have been issues at some point.
So it's your testimony today that you thought there may have been issues, but when you were asked under oath and testified in 2022, you specifically said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son.
I did not know. I don't have any paper proof or documentations of conversations to know for sure, so they're just my feelings.
Okay, I'm not asking if you have documentations or proof. I am just saying that on that date in 2022, which was closer in time to the events in this case, your testimony, sworn testimony, was that James and Jen did not have those issues with their son, correct?
Correct.
Now, when the math drawing was sent over to you by Mrs. Crumbly, the math paper her son wrote on, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately saw that math paper, and you would agree with me that Jennifer appeared very concerned about what was going on, correct?
She had stated that she was concerned.
Okay. So she sends you the math paper and expresses concern.
Yes.
Now, you testified that when you heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School, you knew who the shooter was, correct?
My feeling with the information that I was given before I had actually seen it on the news and who the shooter actually was, I had my feelings about who the shooter was.
Yeah.
So you did not believe that the shooter would have committed a school shooting based on the math paper alone, correct?
I do not know for sure.
If you saw that math paper and thought there would be a school shooting, you would have told someone, correct?
I cannot predict the future that there would have been a shooting, but I was very concerned about the math test that was sent to me. And I did talk to my parents about the math test that I was shown, and my understanding is that with Jennifer and James meeting with the school that this was discussed.
Okay, we can agree that after the meeting about the math paper, Jennifer was concerned. We already went through that, yes?
Yes.
We can agree that she sent you a picture of the math paper and you also felt concerned, correct?
Correct.
And we can agree that you did not call law enforcement or police to say, hey, I think a school shooting is going to unfold, correct?
Correct.
At the time you saw the math paper and were concerned, you would have stopped a school shooting if you predicted it was going to happen, correct?
I would not have known that something like this would have happened.
You wouldn't have thought something like this would happen, correct?
Correct.
What ended up happening was horrible, correct?
Correct.
And it was not anything that you expected even, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So when you are telling the jury that you hear about the shooting and you're thinking about the map paper, you know it's at Oxford High School, your testimony was you had an idea of who the shooter was, correct?
Correct.
In order to reach that conclusion at that time, you had to rely on hindsight, looking backwards at things that you believed supported Jennifer's son may be the shooter, correct?
Yes, the only thing that the thing that made me believe that I knew who the shooter was realizing the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Right.
So after the shooting happened, I had a feeling of who the shooter was because of the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Okay, so it's looking backwards, connecting the dots of things you see that were of concern, and knowing the shooting happened, that helps you put it together who the shooter is.
Correct.
But again, if you saw that math paper and had known or had a crystal ball and knew the shooting was going to unfold, you would have certainly called police or done something to stop it.
Absolutely.
You also would have said to Mrs. Crumbly, hey, I think your son is going to do something to hurt people, correct?
Correct.
Or, hey, I think your son might do something to hurt himself.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you did not send Mrs. Crumbly messages along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, let's see, Shannon.
Now, you testified that you were being kind to Mrs. Crumbly. I don't believe you used the word being kind, but I characterize it as kind. When you said to her, I'm so sorry, you have to deal with this, text messages along those lines that have been admitted, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware that Mrs. Crumbly, from the text messages, was saying she can't go home.
Correct.
And you were expressing concern for her in response to her saying, I can't go home.
Correct.
We can agree there was a strong public opinion against the Crumbleys that you were aware of.
Correct.
Many people were very angry with the Crumbly parents when they knew the Crumbly parents were the parents of the shooter.
Correct.
So one of Mrs. Crumbly's concerns that was discussed in these texts with you were for her safety and the safety of her husband.
Correct.
And that poured over onto you as well. As the barn owner, you needed to be concerned about your affiliation with the Crumbleys.
Correct.
And you needed to be concerned to make sure that you were not specifically harmed by anyone for being affiliated with them, correct?
I wanted to make sure that myself, my family, and my barn family were also safe.
Well, that was going to be my next question. You were concerned about yourself, and I'm sorry, you said your family?
My close family, and then also what we call a barn family, or people that are boarded at my facility.
Thank you. And that's why you made indications to Mrs. Crumbly about not coming to the barn or only coming with a police escort, because you were watching out for what you needed to protect, which is yourself, the people you care about, and your boarders.
Correct.
When you write to Mrs. Crumbly in the texts that were admitted, please stay safe, you genuinely wanted Mrs. Crumbly to stay safe.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbly was explaining that she can't go home. Those texts speak for themselves.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbly ultimately says that they are staying out of town for a few days.
Correct.
And it's your understanding they were not returning back to their home address.
Correct.
In the text, you say to Mrs. Crumbly, you give her some advice to be honest about everything, correct?
Correct.
At no point, there is no point where Mrs. Crumbly says to you, hey, I'm going to lie about this, correct?
Correct.
There's no point where she says, Kara, please take my side and lie about anything, correct?
Correct.
When you're giving her the advice to tell the truth, she's not saying to you, I'm not planning to do that, right?
Correct.
And in your texts, you confirm to Mrs. Crumbly that you don't remotely think it's Jen and James' fault that the shooter did this, correct?
I did put that in the text message, correct?
Ooh. Oh, no, she didn't.
And then Mrs. Crumbly responds that she wishes there had been warnings, correct?
Correct.
And when you text her back, you say there probably were, but nobody saw them, right?
I did have that in my message, correct.
And if you had seen warnings that the shooter would do something like he did, you certainly would have voiced that to Mrs. Crumbly.
Your Honor, I believe she's been asked that question a couple of times.
Well, I think she asked if you saw that picture in People's 74.
Okay. Well, thank you for the super chats. Amy, thank you. I'm going to get you guys when they pause for a second.
There's going to be a mass shooting.
Be a break coming up soon.
I think the question's somewhat different.
Amazing.
I believe she also asked her if you would have said something to Mrs. Crumbly. I'm concerned.
Did she ask you that already?
Yes, a variation.
I did ask that, but then further down in the text messages, the conversation shifts, and the conversation is specifically, again, about signs and warnings, and so that's why I'm asking this witness a question about it again, only because it reappears.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you never said to Jennifer Crumbley, when you two were discussing the word warnings, hey, I think there were warnings, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You did not say to Mrs. Crumbly, when you guys were talking about her wishing there were warnings, you didn't say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
That is correct, because
That's just my question. You did not say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
Correct.
And in fact, you continued to go on to be kind to Mrs. Crumbly and continue working out the terms of buying this horse, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to be concerned and telling Mrs. Crumbly, stay where you are, and that you didn't want people hurting them, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
When Mrs. Crumbly was commenting to you about a lawyer costing $200,000, you understood she was trying to gather money together to pay a lawyer, retain a lawyer.
Correct.
And at that point, the shooting by the shooter had taken place, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know who the lawyer was for that Mrs. Crumbly was going to be thinking about paying $200,000 to, correct?
I did not know for sure.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
We discussed this with my client. Correct.
Okay.
I'm done.
Ms. Pennick, in light of your testimony, I just want to confirm, you have never suspected that Jennifer Crumbley has stolen anything from you, correct?
No.
You've never filed a police report or made that kind of claim to Mrs. Crumbley or anyone, correct?
No.
Thank you.
That is all.
Kara, did you have any trouble receiving and sending Facebook messages that day when you, in the thread that I had you read?
I do not remember.
Okay, but you successfully communicated with her?
Correct.
Okay. counsel asked you a couple times about text messages you sent Jennifer, and you wanted to explain. You said, that's what I wrote in the text. And you, what do you mean when you say that?
A lot of the messages that I had sent, I wanted to send them in a way that I could possibly gain more information to provide to the law and get this situation taken care of.
Okay. Did you have any other concerns about being in a confrontation or a fight?
Not directly with them.
Okay. And she just asked you about concerns about theft, and you said no, you didn't prior to this, so why were you concerned about it now?
I was concerned because when somebody needs a lot of money and they're in a tight spot with something like this case, that they may do things that they may not have ever thought about doing, and one of those things was stealing things to sell for money to cover the expenses of things that might need to be covered.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. If she be excused.
You can step down and you're excused. Who is the next witness and what would their duration on the stand be if you know? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Hopkins, we won't finish before lunch. That's what we're getting.
Are you guys good? We waited a long time this morning. Can we call another witness and then I think your lunch will be here at 12-ish. We'll start another witness. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, no break, huh?
They're bringing him from down.
Okay.
Mandy, thank you for the 5. Says, hope the lady in red has no meltdown and took her Xan today. She seems okay today so far. I don't know. We got to give her a little time. Amy, thank you so much for the 50. Appreciate that. Says, thanks for covering the case. Appreciate your hard work, commentary, and time. Thank you. I'm dragging a little bit today. I'm so curious about what's going on in Murdoch, man. I wish I didn't have all this overlapping stuff going on. Oh man. Guess we'll check it out later. So it seems like they got rid of the other guy that was sitting next to Shannon. There was this useless guy, completely, to me, in my opinion, completely useless sack sitting next to her. Now the chair's empty. That guy didn't do shit. She was burning and melting down. This lady, you see her a little bit more active, and she's like having conversations. They're passing notes back and forth, whatever. That's not gonna. This empty seat here, that guy, maybe, I don't know, maybe he took a day off or whatever. That guy to me didn't look like he was doing nothing. I'm sure there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. That guy didn't look like he was doing nothing. But to be fair, maybe she didn't let him do nothing. I don't know. Maybe she's like, I don't want to be my rights violated. I don't know what I'm saying, but at least she has a better partner today, it seems like.
I'm sorry.
So what are they doing? Like, waiting for another witness? Murdoch, baby. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. Laba, laba, laba. Laba, she wrote. Laba, 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 dong, dong. Laba, 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 dong, dong. The shocking news about the jurors streaming on the hearing.
Oh, I'm
Yo,
sorry,
bro.
are you waiting for me?
No,
Oh,
not at all. We're waiting.
Oh, sorry.
Bro, the shocking news about jurors streaming the hearing on their cell phones. What kind of cracked out country funk, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know. Ratchet country bunk jurors are on that thing. Who does that? What kind of unprofessional from the Barn Street? Who does that? I'm going to stream the hearing on my phone? What? Were these people paid to throw this shit off? The shocking news about jurors streaming the hearing on cell phones in the back has caused the judge to take a break. I'm taking a break. Holy ish. You guys, we could do a poll. What you guys want to do? Because, okay, let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100, right? This is kind of dragging a little bit, right? Right now, it's kind of dragging. I mean, I haven't, you guys want to watch some of the Murdoch stuff? Let me do a poll. No, I want to watch this, Mel. And if you want, you don't. I'm unsubscribing. No. Icky Mel, I used to watch you until that time that you switched it up. Don't touch on me. Bro, that shit wild. What kind of funky, sellout, un-American criminal jury was on the jury? Hell to the no. Hell to the no, no, no. Damn. Looks like Alec Murdoch is catching the W.
Last name HOPKINS.
May I, Judge?
Oh, it's 50-50 with these. I can't stand you guys.
Did you work with the Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a counselor at the high school.
Do you still work with Oxford School District?
Maybe I can get it on my laptop.
Leave through the end of the school year.
I can run it on the laptop.
So you said you were a counselor. What exactly does that mean?
As a counselor, I oversaw my caseload of students. I had approximately 400 students while at Oxford High School. I helped them with post-secondary planning, scheduling. I helped them also with social emotional issues and really kind of working with them holistically throughout their time in school.
Okay, so you said you had about 400 students on your caseload, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so how many students, if you know, attended Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I believe it was around either 1750, 1800.
Okay, so how many counselors were there?
There were 4 counselors with main caseloads, and then we had a counselor who had early college students.
Okay, so the 4, you call them main counselors, would they have a similar type of caseload?
Yeah, we were divided out alphabetically, so we each took about an equal amount of students.
Okay. So you described a few different duties. Did you have any primary responsibilities as a counselor, or did you sort of have a lot of different responsibilities?
I would call it a lot of different responsibilities that were all primary. Okay. I don't know that there was one that we would put above the other that I described.
So in your general caseload, did you have regular meetings with students, or was it as an as-needed basis?
Both, actually. We did have a couple meetings per year that were scheduled, especially with seniors. We would meet with them regularly, and then we would meet once per year to go over scheduling and making sure that students were getting everything they needed for graduation, and then at an as-needed basis for any students.
Okay. So tell me about your background, please.
Well, I graduated from college in 2009, actually started as a youth pastor, worked in that role for from 2009 to 2018, actually crossed over some with my time in the schools. I graduated with a master's in counseling from Oakland University in 2015, served the 2014-2015 school year as an intern at Oxford High School, and then was hired on full-time after that.
Okay, is that where you had been employed up until, from that point up until the time you went on leave?
No, I was at Oxford Bridges High School for the 2022-23 school year.
Okay, what is that?
That's the alternative high school within the Oxford Schools District for students who are credit deficient and at risk for graduation because of their credits.
Okay, thank you. So did any of your responsibilities as a counselor at the high school involve disciplining students?
They did not.
Okay, so who would handle that?
That would have been the dean or principals.
Okay. So November of 2021, Oxford High School, at that point, were students still masked?
They were.
Okay. Was it in-person learning, or was it hybrid, or was it remote?
It was primarily in person. We did have times when we were unable to stay in person due to amount of students out with COVID tracing.
Okay, so it was in person whenever possible. That'd be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what sort of issues would arise with the students in your caseload in the fall of 2021?
It was a difficult time. Looking back on it, it was a time when, it was a lot unknown for students, especially if they would be quarantined at times. You were working with them, making sure they were able to stay caught up. We actually had teachers filming their class as they were teaching their class, oftentimes, to make sure that they were able to keep students engaged even when they were out. So it was difficult from a scholastic standpoint, which in a lot of ways led to it becoming difficult from an emotional standpoint for students, where it just became, the unknown can be difficult sometimes.
What sort of mental health struggles would you see around that time?
We saw a lot of depression, anxiety, students struggling, and we saw suicide ideation and unfortunately suicide attempts during that time.
Tell us, please, what exactly does suicide ideation mean?
It's a difficult one to define for a lot of people, but really what suicide ideation is are themes or things which may be related to suicide. So we could see sadness, which in itself isn't suicidal, or we could see depression, which in itself isn't suicidal. But when we see these themes together, sometimes they can be linked with suicide.
Okay. In November of 2021, as well as the previous school year, was Jennifer Crumbley's son one of the students assigned to your caseload?
He was.
Okay. When would have been the first time you interacted with Jennifer Crumbley's son?
To my memory, the first time would have been in the fall of the 2021 school year.
Okay, so what purpose would you have interacted with him then? You would have been a freshman at the high school?
Well, I do know that there have been things. We would have done scheduling, we would have done just normal routine things, but I don't have a memory of that.
So when you say scheduling, you mean scheduling classes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of your responsibilities as well?
It was.
Okay. Now, first of all, is Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point here and describe something she's wearing today, please?
She is to my right, wearing a black jacket.
With the record reflect identification?
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
So in the defendant's son's freshman year, that's the fall of 2020 into early parts of 21, do you have any recollection of interacting with him?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you interact with him in the, if I showed you an email, would it refresh your recollection if you met with him in the spring of 2021?
I have seen this email. I don't have memory of the meeting, but it's been documented.
Okay. This is exhibit, I don't believe we have an objection to exhibits 155 through 160.
I'm sorry, let me just double check here. That's correct, 155 through 160.
I cannot believe it.
No.
Okay, 155 through 160 are admitted.
Mr. Hopkins, I'm going to direct you to the screen right in front of you. This is exhibit 155. Portions obviously are redacted. This is a copy of an email. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. It's sent from a staff member of Oxford High School?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, please, it was addressed to you May 13, 2021, 1:46 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. What does the email say?
It's, hi, when you get a chance, can you call redacted down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class and tries to sleep all the time in class.
Okay, so this was in reference to the defendant's son?
That is correct.
This is a portion of the same email thread, also May 13, 2021. This is 2:07 p.m. And what was your response?
It says, I'll catch him before the end of the day.
Okay. And then did that staff member respond to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Thanks. Just a little worried.
Okay. Now, do you recall having a conversation with the defendant's son in May of 2021?
I do not recall this meeting.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 156. Mm-hmm. This is, remember, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. September the 8th, 2021, 8:23 a.m. This is an email from a different teacher to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And could you read us, please, what the email says?
Hi, Sean. Could you please touch base with student? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure.
Okay. Did you respond to that email?
I believe I did.
Okay, so this is your response, September the 8th, 2021, 9:15 a.m. What is your response?
Thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day, but we'll try and catch up with him.
Now, do you recall that interaction with the defendant's son?
In this case, I did not have a direct interaction with the defendant's son. I talked with the teacher.
Okay, and tell us about that, please.
I had a conversation with the teacher, and she explained to me a little bit more context of what had gone on. She explained that he was
Your
joking.
Honor, I would object to the hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, sir. The judge just offer what he did next and why.
Okay, so what did you do next?
So I had a conversation with the teacher who gave me greater context of what was going on within this. And she stated that he was actually...
Your Honor, I would object
I don't think it was clear to him.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Based on your conversation with the teacher, what did you do next?
Did you...
1, 2, 3, 4.
I did not have a meeting. I did not have a meeting with the student at this time.
And did you send an email to either the defendant or her husband, or a phone call to either the defendant or her husband?
I did not.
Okay, it's all right.
Okay.
Now, in Oxford High School, are grades posted so parents can follow along?
They are.
Okay, and what system is that?
That is through a system called Power School.
Okay.
They are given live updates through that system.
And that's every parent of every student registered in Oxford School District that can follow along with assignments and things of that nature.
Yes.
And our parents also provided emailed updates to Power School.
I believe that they can get notifications through the Power School system.
And that's sent to email?
I'm not sure.
If you know, that's all right. All right. Now, this was September the 8th, 2021. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 157. Now, this is November the 10th, 2021 at 2:45 p.m. This is an email to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what this says, please?
Student is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
Okay. And then your response at 4:44 p.m. on November the 10th, 2021 was what?
I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him.
Okay. And did you catch up with him?
I did the following day.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
I had a quick meeting in the hallway on his way to class and just let him know that if he needed somebody to talk to, that I could be there for him.
Okay. Now, did you contact either that student's mother or father at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you send an email?
No.
And why not?
Because it was something that was very typical. I didn't have any information on the student other than he was sad, which to me is a pretty common thing and a normal thing. And I just wanted to be able to offer a bridge that if that student wanted to talk.
Okay. And you offered that bridge to the student?
I did meet with that student in the hallway and offered that opportunity.
Okay. And for the record, that was Jennifer Crumbley's son, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next time you had any interaction with the defendant's son was November the 29th, 2021. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 158. Sir, this is an email to you that eventually was forwarded. Is that correct?
This email was eventually forwarded to me fairly quickly after it was sent to the two on this email.
Okay, so this is Monday, November 29th, 9:32 a.m. Can you read us, please, what the email says?
I have a student during first hour today, defendant's son, who is on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay, so this was 9:32 a.m. and you weren't on the initial email, but it was forwarded to you.
It was forwarded to me.
Okay, and tell us what happened next, please.
At this point, I received a phone call from Pam Fine, who was on the original email, asking if I would be able to come to her office. She was planning to call down the student and meet to discuss the contents of his email.
Now, in the realm of either a school counselor or someone who's in discipline of students, there's certain levels of escalation when it comes to contacting a student and or a parent. Would that be right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So there's a check-in.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness answer the questions and avoid the leading questions.
Please. All right, great. Okay, so earlier you testified that you had just met with the student's teacher in September of 2021.
Yes.
Okay, and you felt that was sufficient at that point?
Yes, because I was able to gain more context.
Okay. November the 10th of 2000, well, actually, you met with him November the 11th, 2021. You took the next step to meet with him.
Yes.
Okay. And now a decision was made, you just testified that to actually bring the student into the office.
That decision was made. I was not the one who made that decision.
Sure. But as far as you're concerned in your role, what are the levels of escalation to contact either a parent or somebody else?
It depends on the situation. If it's a discipline issue, I would be contacting a dean or a principal. And then they would be the ones leading the meeting from there. If it's a social emotional issue, or if I feel the student is at risk of harm to themselves, I would be contacting a parent in that case.
Okay. So you said it was Pam Fine who was on that initial email, and what was her role at Oxford High School?
She was a
Trying to get it back in sync.
restorative practices coordinator at that time.
So tell me what happened after you received that phone call.
I walked to Pam Fine's office, and the student had been called down and then walked into her office.
Okay, the student being the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that meeting.
It was fairly brief. I was there as student support throughout the meeting, not to have direct conversation about the content of the meeting. But it was really a chance to get an idea of what he was looking at and why.
Okay. When you said that you were there for the standpoint of student support, what does that mean?
Well, when a student is facing a potential discipline issue, it's fairly common to call a counselor in, as we are not the ones issuing the discipline in that case, but we can be a person there who's in the corner for the student.
So is that intentional to keep the discipline separate from the counselor?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because the counselor is not a role of disciplinarian, the counselor is a role of student support.
So your focus then would be on the mental health and well-being of the student, not if the school rule was violated.
That is correct.
But you said the meeting was fairly short?
It was less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Was a decision made to take the next step to contact a parent?
There was a phone call to the parent after the meeting.
Okay, now, do you know how that decision was made and why?
I do not know how that decision was made or why.
Okay. Were you there for that phone call?
I was.
And was it a voicemail?
It was a voicemail.
Okay. And who made it? You or Ms. Fine?
Ms. Fine is the one who made the phone call.
Now, when was the next time you had any interaction? Well, first we'll go through the rest of 158 here. It'll be on your screen. Okay. This is when it was forwarded, the email forwarded to you at 9:34. Can you read this email, please?
I sent the following email to Nick and Pam. I wanted to make you aware as well. I'm not sure if you had any contact with this student.
Okay, now who's Nick?
Nick was a dean of students at Oxford High School at the time.
Okay. And 9:36 a.m., you responded to the email. What did you write?
Thanks, Jacqueline. I'll be touching base with him as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, when is the next time that you had contact with the defendant's son?
It would have been the following morning of November 30th.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 159. This is also an email. This is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 at 8:05 a.m. And you were on this initial email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what the email says, please?
I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about student in our first hour class. Today he is watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage / a real event, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors.
Okay, so this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. the morning of the shooting. What time did you receive it?
Well, I received it at 8:05. I believe I responded and saw it about 30 minutes later.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. What, if you recall, what time did you actually read it?
Around 8:30.
What was your reaction when you read the email?
My first reaction was, here we go again, of another conversation of you have to follow school rules. You have to be able to make decisions that aren't going to be detrimental to your time in class.
Okay. Now, did you receive, subsequently you met with that student, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but before you did you receive another email regarding him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, well, did you receive another email regarding the defendant's son that day?
I did, but it was, what happened was a math teacher showed a picture to our dean of students, Nikki.
Okay, so I'm going to show you 160, what's been admitted.
Okay.
This is from a teacher to you and Mr. Ejak, who references the dean of students.
Yes.
This was sent 9:32 a.m. and this was a photograph of a drawing by the defendant's son.
Yes, this was sent after I already had defendant's son in my office.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit then. You looked at the first email around 8:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then what decision did you make and why?
I was on the phone when I saw the email, and upon hanging up the phone, I actually had Mr. Ejak come to my office.
Why is that?
Because he had been shown the math assignment, which is attached in the email currently on the screen.
Okay, and then tell me about that conversation.
He mentioned that Ms. Morgan had shown him this picture. I said, Ethan, because I had his schedule up on my computer going to planning on talking with him.
Okay.
And then I made the decision as the counselor to go into his class because it is, when a counselor goes into a class, it could be for anything.
Okay. And you said you had made the decision to speak with him. Was that because of the email you received before Mr. Ejak came and saw you, or another reason?
It was based on the email that I received.
Okay.
And then when I already had the information that there was an assignment of some sort going on, then it solidified that decision even further that I was going to talk to the student.
Okay. Did Mr. Ejak show that to you, or did you see it from the email?
I did not see it until I saw the assignment in person in the class.
In person in the
He
class,
was shown a picture of it on the phone.
Who's he?
Mr. Ejak.
Okay.
Was shown a picture of it on a cell phone.
All right.
So I had not seen the assignment at that point.
All right. And you made the decision to retrieve the defendant's son from class and bring him to your office.
Yes, his classroom was actually close to my office when he was in that hour.
Okay.
And so I made the decision that as a counselor, it would be easier for me to walk in there because that's a pretty common thing. And then I ended up grabbing the assignment and walking back to my office with the student.
Okay. Now, the first time you saw that assignment was in person in that classroom. That's correct?
I really didn't look at it much. I had it,
okay.
But I wasn't studying it as we were walking back to my office.
Okay, this is Exhibit 123. It's already been admitted. Now, there's things drawn out in words added and certain words crossed out. Was this the assignment that you retrieved from the defendant's son's classroom?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then you brought the defendant's son back to your office. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when would you say is the first time that you really took a look at this?
A couple minutes after being back into my office was when I really took a look at it.
Okay.
I went through the email I received with him from
the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay.
The email from Allison Karpinski, and then sought clarification on that email. And then after receiving the clarification from the student on that email, I then looked over the paper with the defendant's son.
Okay, and what was your thought when you saw this paper, Exhibit 123?
My first thought was I wanted to get from him what he was doing. His initial response was that it was a video game, that he liked drawing for video games and liked being able to create in that way. So I let him describe it in that way at first, and then I asked him to talk about some of the words that he had written down.
Okay. By this
because
point,
those stuck out to me.
so by this point, had you seen the original drawing?
No.
Okay. So the words you were asking to explain were on this sheet here, 123.
That is correct.
Okay. So what words in particular stood out to you?
I noticed the words of "I love my life so much," "the thoughts won't stop." I could make out "help me" under the crossed out part, and "harmless act." So it made me concerned that a student may potentially be suicidal or be displaying suicidal ideation.
Okay. So I take it you didn't take the defendant's son explanation at face value.
I didn't take it at face value. I accounted for it as his description, but I wanted to make sure that I was looking at as much of a picture as I could.
Okay. So when you reviewed this drawing, and again, this is before you saw the original drawing, did you decide then to ask more pointed questions?
I did. I really wanted to point out the words that were in the drawing because they were the easiest to see, and I wanted to get explanation for the words that wasn't just, it's a video game.
Okay. Now, when you were speaking with the defendant son in your office, did he have a mask on?
He did.
Okay. Did you have a mask on?
I did.
Could you tell what his demeanor was at that point?
As best as you could, without complete facial expression. You still have tone of voice, you still have pace of speech.
At this point, you never actually interacted with him without a mask, would that be right?
That is correct.
So when you ask more pointed questions, tell us what happened next and why.
His demeanor at first was very compliant. And as I started asking about the words and asking him to describe the words, his demeanor shifted towards more of a sad demeanor.
Okay.
He started sharing some things that had gone on in his life.
Like what?
He mentioned that a family dog had died recently. He mentioned that a grandparent had passed, that he was struggling with COVID and with school through COVID. And he mentioned that he had an argument with his parents about grades the night before.
Okay. Did he tell you that a friend of his had abruptly left the state?
He did. He did mention that a friend of his had left. He didn't say the state, just wasn't attending school anymore.
Okay. Now, did you make a decision based upon your conversation with him to call Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. Now, is that before or after you saw the original drawing?
I don't remember.
Okay. So during this conversation with the defendant's son, did you have the opportunity to look at the original drawing?
I did receive the original drawing in an email, probably 25 to 30 minutes after retrieving him from class.
So this is Exhibit 74. It's already been admitted. This is the original drawing that was shared with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about this drawing causes you concern as well?
This drawing also gave me a lot of concerns of suicide. When I looked at it and I saw one body, when I looked at it and saw words that were internalized of "the thoughts won't stop, help me," I started becoming concerned about the student's well-being and made the decision that I needed to involve parents.
Okay. So we had talked about checking with the teacher, checking with the student, calling the student in to the office, then a phone call to the parent. Now you decided to not just call the parent, but also call them in?
I did.
Okay. Now in the range of options with a counselor dealing with a parent, this is be the highest option. Would that be right?
This would definitely be up there, yes.
Okay. So when was that decision made? How long, let me ask you this, how long were you with the defendant's son before you made that decision to call his mother?
To the best of my memory, at least 20 minutes.
Okay. So in that 20-minute time span, though, you made the decision to bring her in.
I did.
Okay. Tell us how that happened.
I asked, I actually told the student what I was going to do. I said, here's where we're at, and here's what I have to do. And I let him know that in this case, I need to call your parents and get them involved because I want to make sure we get you help and support.
Okay.
I then gave student the option to choose which parent he wanted me to call. I do that quite frequently because it gives you an insight into the student a little bit. Sometimes they might say, please don't call this parent. And student's response was it would be easier to get a hold of mom. So we called mom.
Okay. Now, did you tell him that you had concerns of suicidal ideation before you called Jennifer Crumbley?
I do not believe that I told him that, no.
And you indicated that you had seen in the fall of 2021 other aspects of suicidal ideation of other students?
Yes.
Okay. And you said even some students had even attempted suicide?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. So you've had these sort of meetings where you call a parent in before?
I have.
Okay. And you said it was the defendant's son to call Jennifer Crumbley, or at least you'd have an easier time getting a hold of her?
Yeah, that was the statement. So I called mom, and I
mom
believe,
being the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, that is correct. And she was unable to answer that phone call. So I then asked.
Well, how do you know that? It went to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay.
She did not answer that phone call.
Okay.
And so I asked the student if it was okay for me to call his dad, and he said yes. I called dad, and it sounded like there was an answer, but it was also kind of like just dead air on the phone.
Okay.
So I hung up, and a few moments later, I received a phone call back from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Now, if I told you that we had phone logs admitted into evidence that showed you left a message for Jennifer Crumbley at 9:24 a.m., would that sound right to you?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And then it appeared from those same records that she had called you back at 9:27 a.m. Does that also sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Tell us about that conversation between you and Jennifer Crumbley at 9:27 a.m.
I let her know that I had the student in my office and I had some concerns and was hoping that she would be able to come into the school.
Was that on your office line?
It was on my office line, yes.
Did you have the cell phone to your ear, or was it speakerphone?
At that point, it was to my ear. And I believe that mom asked to speak with Ethan, or the student. So I then put it on speakerphone and allowed them to talk to each other as well.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
Mom asked the student what was going on, and he didn't really have much, just kind of.
Okay. Did you tell the defendant that you had a drawing you were going to send her, the math worksheet?
I believe I did, yes,
Okay.
and then I sent it to her, to her cell phone.
And did she comment on that drawing, that math worksheet, to you while she was on the phone with you?
Not to my memory.
You indicated to Jennifer Crumbley that you needed her to come into the office. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Did she say, okay, I'll be right there, or did she say something else?
She was hoping that dad would be able to do it, that it would be difficult for her to get there, to leave work, and that she worked approximately 30 minutes from the school.
Okay. And that was 9:27 a.m. And when she told you that it'd be difficult for her to come there, was that on speakerphone?
I do not remember.
Okay. So what was from the records, it shows about a 5-minute phone call between you and Jennifer Crumbley at that point in time. Were you left with the impression that she was on her way then, or that you had to find another parent?
I was left with the impression that she was going to try and contact dad, to have dad come. And then approximately 10 minutes later, she called again saying that she was unable to get a hold of dad, and that she would be on her way.
Okay. She being Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And you said you forwarded this Exhibit 74 to Jennifer Crumbley?
This was forwarded in the email.
Okay. And then this Exhibit 123 was also forwarded to her?
That was texted to her cell phone.
Texted Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone?
Yes.
All right.
Is this a good or bad time to break?
This would be fine.
Yeah, their lunch is here. So, Mr. Hopkins, you can't discuss your testimony with anyone before you return. Okay? All right? And you can sit down. They come back at 1 o'clock. Okay? Right there, the other lunch.
Thank you, Jen.
All rise for the jury.
Y'all ready?
Okay, 1 o'clock.
I think Judge.
1 o'clock. The Murdoch boys. Y'all ready? Murdoch boys.
Recording stopped.
Ready for the Murdoch boys. All right. So they're taking a break till like 1 o'clock. We're gonna try to catch up on the Murdoch stuff that we missed on the break. I stepped away for a few minutes to I'm a little tired. I was up late. I wasn't sleeping, but I was just taking a few minutes. How dare you! And also I want to say thank you to Stacy for the PayPal for the 10. Says thanks for covering the cluster fuck of a Crumbly trial. I'd super chat, but YouTube has enough money. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gracias. All right, let's check out, man. Let's say what's going on in the world of Murdoch. All the commotion and people and everybody upset. All eyes are on me. All right, so I didn't pause this right. Good. Hopefully we keep the sync. Jennifer Crumbley, where are you? Wait, oh, that's the wrong one. No, I don't want to put it on my TV. No. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh. Hold on, I'm lost here. Okay. I want to see the Murdoch boys. Okay. Well, there's no sound in this thing.
The juror I've already interviewed.
What the fuck is that? Okay. Y'all ready?
Juror by the media. With respect to the rest of the audience, if you have devices, cell phones, iPads, or anything of that nature, please silence them. Please do not use them. The press is allowed to use their...
Maybe we can afford a little, but she did say not to use phones.
All right.
Yeah, Murdoch.
And
yes, sir.
Of course, you went through those with juror
Z. Or X.
X. I knew it was one of those last letters. Juror X. The third question, you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that, but you may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we've exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merit. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you've made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words...
Excuse me!
Did... Make any comment about the case before your verdict. Just leaves out their judgment about merits. They don't know merits is a legal word.
I will take what you say into account, but I have already examined one juror using that term, and you now say that that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to any of the appellate courts that review what I do here, but my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But, Your Honor, you went and did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant. And certainly, after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWED, to ask very specific questions.
Okay, I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I don't think so.
State, do you all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
All right, belay that. I've got a copy. Let me look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification, and so just pause for a minute. Let me look at that.
Pause.
Questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense, and then ask you about it. All right? Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that there was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Did these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am. Very good. I will ask that question. I didn't change well, I read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor, different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them was there probable cause. Again, or anything else, we're not asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters, anything on your behalf?
I do not have anything further, Your Honor. We believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Harpootman, I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but the third question will read, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'll ask. All right. All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me the jury.
All aboard. No wonder Alec been smiling all this time. I've been wondering what he's smiling about. Like he got a second chance and shit. Even before all these hearings stuff, he's been smiling. I didn't know that boy was still concocting stuff, still plotting and skeezing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the State versus Murdoch jury. I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about the matter. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. None of you. Not any of you.
I don't know if I believe that.
You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case. It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably. So this question today is not about anything you did wrong. Please be assured of that. I respect you and I respect your service. Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or contact with a juror, it comes up immediately. The judge puts questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made an improper comment, and then you go on to verdict. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions the affected jurors and the
You said Becky's testifying after lunch? Okay.
supposed interference and makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial. Now here, we are almost a year after your beginning of service on this case. And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention. What is that?
Uh-oh, don't piss off the judge now. Uh-oh. Sabotage.
Mr. Bailiff, what is that noise?
Hold him in contempt of court. One of Murdoch's ploys again.
Is that the sound system doing
I
that?
believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have to keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with the sound system. So, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute until it stops. Now, as I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions I'm going to ask you on your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case, and on the point in the trial where the judge charged you, and on your verdict as you rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. And again, I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time and not about this time. There has been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered. And my heart goes out to everyone, the lawyers and you who are in this trial. That I can't help. But I've been asked by the Supreme Court to take a look at this issue. The appeal is on pause until I do, and I've got to do my duty as I see it. And you do yours as I know you see it. So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back together now. But it's very essential to completing the record about this case and placing it before the appellate authorities as it needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I will call you, and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your jury number and certainly isn't your name. These people in the media saw y'all all through the trial. They probably know who you are. But I'm trying to do my duty as I see it when I make your appearance here anonymous to the record. And only the court reporter will have a sealed document by me indicating what the key means in terms of your juror number and your name. So I'm doing everything I can do about this matter. But it goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone after this matter. That choice is purely yours. And I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes up afterwards. All right, you may go to the jury room.
All this, the next jury, liar publicly, had asked that that be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
Get out of here. Get him out of here.
I object.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this.
A cocklear? What you say? We're not going to have a big cocklear about it? Is that like a thing, a country term for like, sword fight or like a measuring contest?
I object.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this.
What is that? Cocklear or cocklear? I don't know what it is.
Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Harper.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bland, you do the same.
All right,
Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
There is.
Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr. Bender, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents. One of them is the media consultant, and one of them
even SLED has a media consultant?
Is attorney for several of the jurors, Mr. Bland. And that's being done at my direction.
And Justice, I told you have Scott Mongillo and Blaine Richter also in the jury box.
Very good. Yes, sir. That's fine. All right. Bring me juror Z.
Oh, Juror Z, I like it. What is it? Z's X, sort of? What they got? Juror Z. Damn, like that is some COVID shit, some Wuhan shit. All right.
The witness box, after you are sworn, step over here to the clerk and she will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please rest your hands.
Juror Z, I will ask you some questions, and there are no right or wrong answers. The truth is what I seek, and that is the truth of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdoch trial. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
There is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That's a W for Murdoch. We're gonna be smoking, drinking, whatever, popping them pills, them gold oxys and shit. Woo! Celebration.
Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to retire to the jury room. Just tell me whether I need to do that.
Man, that's damning, boy. That's damning.
All right, sir.
Murdoch, I think he's gonna have another chance, I guess, right? Like, what do you do with that? Oh, man. And some people, why didn't they say anything at the time? You know, they are supposed to say something at the time. Maybe they feel scared. Maybe they felt under pressure.
Your Honor, we asked the juror, we need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
Damn, Juror Z. Wow. Murdoch, no wonder he's been smiling. And what's the son's name? Buster believes his dad too. Maybe this is a chance for Alec to redeem himself, to come back, to get out of jail. They said this couldn't happen. They said he wouldn't be able to get out, and maybe I don't know. I mean, they'll have to try him again. But.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, in the affidavit that was given by this particular juror, paragraph 10 said, I have questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but I vote guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit and ask you to have her read it before.
Wow, Mamma Mia. I mean,
what I have here from Mr. Waters, for the record, Mr. Waters, what I've been handed for the record is something, affidavit of juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also we would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
it's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
Paragraph 10.
It's in the very affidavit.
She said she was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about that. I'm going to give her the affidavit and then I'm going to question her about it.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an issue.
You're the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you're telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. And that's
well, you want me to admit it and have her examined on it.
I want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harpootlian, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about.
That's southern, I don't know, talk. Amy, thanks so much for the 5 gifts. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Amy, love you. Thank you. Boy, we ain't gonna quibble about this ish. I'm gonna start trying to use that word quibble. There's another one too. I forgot gingerly. I keep forgetting to use that word gingerly.
My ruling is, pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
Oh, snap.
For the record,
she gotta let her know too. Who has the power? The alpha. You gonna sit down? I tell you, I overrule your shit. Don't disrespect me in front of these people.
I just want to know, Your Honor, just for the record.
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
Damn.
And in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her examine.
That's for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I
the
don't see
jury.
how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
On request.
Denied.
Your Honor.
Bro, and they're laughing at him. Oh my God.
About this.
On request.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I made my ruling. Please take your seat.
Oh, shit. Oh.
All right. Bring me Juror Z.
Oh, you gotta sit down. You gotta sit down. Oh, Juror Z's back.
Give me another copy.
It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in here.
I'm done quibbling with you. Griselda of the courtroom, right? Yeah, we gotta get like a Griselda. Somebody, I don't know if Teabag's around. Capture the picture of this judge and add a Griselda like look to her ass. The Griselda of judges. She ain't taking nothing. We ain't gonna quibble no more. Sit down, boy. Are we done? We're done here. Mr. Poot, sit down. Yeah, sit your ass. Don't even think about it. Come back over here. Juror Z. Poot, take what you get, man. You guys got to be ready with this Juror Z. We need a Griselda. I forgot what her name is, this judge. We need a Griselda judge. A little Coke bag by the side of her and, I don't know, something.
The first paragraph, of course, is a statement that you are a juror in the case. Second paragraph says, toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdoch testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdoch's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdoch would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the statement that, on reflection, you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote, look at his actions, quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdoch was crying on cue. Is that an accurate statement of what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
So inappropriate. Like
5,
crazy.
the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdoch a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury we cannot interact with Mr. Murdoch because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
9. When we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote, and if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations were complete. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
This is pretty damning. I don't know if it's just one. Let me pull up the notes right here. BL sent me this. The notes on Brian Enton real quick. What he was saying to the big development. So supposedly after they do their lunch break, right now for the people that are here, the Jennifer Crumbley trial is on a lunch break. They come back I think around 1, and then Alex Murdoch, they're currently on a lunch break too. They come back like at 1:15, and supposedly at some point Becky's supposed to testify. Becky Hill, the clerk of court. So he said, jurors said her verdict was influenced by the clerk of court. Judge said the jurors have been streaming the live stream in the back room. So during this hearing that we're watching now today, I guess jurors were chilling in the back, like watching this shit. Like, damn, like watching it on their cell phones and stuff. They got caught. Bro. The fact that the jurors were sitting in the back room streaming the hearing is shocking. They were being called in one by one and were not supposed to hear what each were saying or the other arguments made by the lawyers. Judge says their cell phones have now been taken. Bro, what a mess. 2024, the trials that are coming along, the freaking mess, man. And we had this lady here. I got a lot of clipping to do because this lady had a meltdown too. I got my work cut out for me. I don't know if I'm going to do it today. Real quick, too, let me just say thank you to the people. Let's see. Elizabeth, thank you for the 5. Says, good to be watching the trial with you all the way from England. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you for the 14 months. Says, 1 hour commute to work. Love listening and being here. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the 14 months. Sierra, thank you for the 5. Says, I saw this earlier. Watching with you is so much better. Thank you. Always love your channel. Thank you. That was really kind. I saw someone in the chat say something similar. Patty B, thank you for the 3 months. Says, Mel, love you. Don't forget to take a break. My break, yeah, in an hour or so, I guess, when I go pick up the baby. Or more. So far, one juror. There's supposed to be other jurors, but I guess they were watching the stream. I don't know how they're gonna work that out now. Oh man. I can't believe these jurors are streaming, watching the stream.
What are my questions?
Jennifer Crumbley's attorney had a meltdown on Friday. I gotta clip it so people that missed it can see it because it's like an 8-hour live stream.
Juror Z, I asked you previously, was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of court? You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit, which is I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Oh, sure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right. You may go to the jury room. And let me just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay. Okay? Very good. You may go to the jury room. What's that?
Before this juror is excused, but after she steps out, I'd like to address the court.
All right. You may be excused.
Cool.
Your Honor, just very quickly, I do have a redacted copy I can hand up to the court if you want to make that use of the court's exhibit for this witness.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as I did in the as you did in the document that you sent me. The identifying thing redacted now.
He has an extra copy of the redacted.
Oh, good. That's great. That would be wonderful. Show it to Mr. Harpootlian.
I see.
Very good. Thank you. That's the one I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it. This is a court's exhibit
3.
Court's exhibit 3.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, that does still have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is take off the juror numbers, just strike them through, and then where it says affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harper.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave 2 statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
Yes.
The one she gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection. All right.
He's thinking. Oh, he's like pondering. He's kind of pissed.
Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir.
Yeah, they muted it.
Counsel, I have to report this to you, and I'm very, very unhappy about it, but there's nothing to do but put it on the record, and then I will proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors. The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them, and they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on. So you may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors. I will tell you in advance, I am not going to stop the proceedings or do anything to interrupt them. I'm going to get the rest of this on the record. You might imagine that they no longer have their cell phones with them.
Your Honor, we have a 5-minute recess to discuss what we need to put on the record. I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me. I will give you a couple minutes, and then we're going to. they were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to. So I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time.
Ooh, I feel like too when you get to a certain age too, you almost don't give a F. I used to work with a guy. I'm not gonna go into a long time, but Fred Kushner, my pharmacist friend, really good guy. But like after a while, we worked in a pharmacy retail, and he started snapping on customers, doing all kinds of stuff, saying things. And I was like, oh shit, get him, Fred.
And then we're gonna. They were late getting here. I didn't get to give you on this thing. I report things as they come to me.
Your Honor, we have a 5-minute recess to discuss what we need to put on the record. I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me. I will give you a couple of minutes, and then we're going to. They were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to. So I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Honestly, though, man, Murdoch's people doing what they're being paid to do. I mean, look at the shit they pulled off so far. They might get another trial, I guess. Bro, what a freaking mess. And if this was in real time, we were watching this, I would have screamed. I already knew it was going to happen because we read it on Twitter, but I would have screamed.
Now, you about to do something that I've already said I'm not going to allow to happen. And that is, you've got standing next to you a member of the team that represents the juror. And I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian, I made a ruling early on that when Mr. McCullough was in court, and when Mr. Bland was in court, that I was not going to allow the attorneys to participate in formulating the procedure for this hearing. But I have not. I indicated that I would not allow the lawyers for jurors to participate in this hearing, and so I'm not going to do that. I can just tell you that. And if what you want to do is by indirection tell me what the lawyers for the juror would say, I'm not going to accept that.
Your Honor, my understanding is she'd like to approach to ask if the juror can be excused.
No, not yet.
Oh, damn.
Your Honor, I actually approached.
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly, and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue very quickly.
Well, come up here. Lord knows, I tell you what, Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist.
So all kinds of fiasco. They got security issues, the jurors in the back, watching the stream on the trial in the back shit. The judge, he smiled. He smiled. Boy, I knew something was up when this guy was smiling through all those hearings and shit. He's been smiling for a while. I'm like, damn, is this guy on something? Like, why is he smiling? Does he not understand the gravity? No wonder, man. Them country boys. I mean, what is it? Low country, them low country boys, or good old boys, what they call them. Them good old boys, man. That boy's been scheming and skeezing and scamming. But honestly, this deserves a retrial. I mean, I want to hear what else the other people have to say, what other jurors have to say, what Becky Hill has to say. I don't trust Becky. Becky Hill's out of here, but I'll still hear her. But she's out of here. Scram.
Let me place upon the record two things. First of all, I have made certain now that a bailiff will be in the jury room with these jurors. Why that? I announced that many times.
Under watch.
That is the way it was to run.
I say handcuff them. Handcuff the jurors in the back.
The juror in the jury room is something I don't know, but I have asked that be followed rigidly. I've also asked, I don't go into jury rooms, never have and never will, but I asked the bailiff to tell the jurors that they are not to discuss any testimony that any of them are giving. I asked Juror Z whether she was comfortable, because I would be glad to place her in a separate room so that she's not set upon by the rest of the jurors. She's gave me a big smile and said she was perfectly comfortable. And I said, at any time you're not comfortable, you simply tell me, and I will have you placed in either my office or another jury room. So that's where I left it with Juror Z. I think she's fine, but I just wanted to make sure of that. And again, on the record, the conversation I had with her was outside the jury room. I don't go into the jury room for any reason. Very good. Mr. Bailey? Yes, sir.
This is wild.
For the record, Your Honor, we would ask, as jurors are brought in, we would ask that you ask them if they've watched or heard anything this morning from their cell phone or other jurors about what occurred in here this morning with Juror Z, and if so, what was it?
I'm going to ask each one of them something about this. Whether it's exactly what you want, I don't know. But I will ask them something about this or make some direction to them about it. I'm not going to get into who shot John about what they said in that jury room today. I'm not going to do that. But I will try to, as best I can, deal with this question of of them hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
Your Honor, this morning I think you already instructed them not to discuss these matters among themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring me Juror C.
Okay, we got C now.
C.
Just fast forwarding. There we go. Let's see.
I will address you as Juror C because I've designated from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I am trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who. But on my record here, which is all I can control, I will address you as Juror C.
Yes, ma'am.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
I know people were on cell phones, but I'm not sure of what they were watching.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further then. Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2022. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicated that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am. I wasn't privy to any of that.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That completes my questions. You may retire to the jury room.
They should ask if Becky Hill was saying things too. Confirm with all the jurors that she was making those comments.
The jurors by a letter, and that's how I will be addressing you this morning, and I will be addressing you as Juror F. Now, I realize that you folks were on the jury for a long time, over 6 weeks, and people may know who you are, despite my efforts to protect this record. But to the extent I can, I will protect this record and your anonymity as a juror in this record. So just wanted you to understand why I'm addressing you as Juror F. This morning it was brought to my attention that some jurors were perhaps on their phones listening or looking at a broadcast of the questions to the first juror I examined, Juror Z. Is that something that you know anything about or experienced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your own phone?
Another juror did.
All right. And will what you saw and what you looked at in any way affect your testimony as you're about to give it?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court and signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript that indicates that the juror complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was your answer an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Absolutely.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay.
That's all the questions I have.
I'd like to discuss the matter with you before we finish with this.
You may go to your jury room and keep yourself ready. I don't know if I'm going to have any further questions, but as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I'm asking are at an end, but I need to consult with the attorneys before.
So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that this one juror is lying, or are these other people afraid of being pulled into some shit? Like they just went with it. Maybe they didn't really need Becky's persuasion, but she did do things that were inappropriate. You know, these people are afraid of getting pulled in and causing all this stir. Or the one person lying. Like, what do you think?
The clerk of court for Barnwell County, who worked as an assistant to Ms. Hill during this trial and interviewing the alternate juror, who was not, wasn't needed, wasn't dismissed for any particular reason other than it wasn't needed. Both of them indicate they believe that Ms. Hill transported this juror by her personal vehicle or a bailiff's vehicle at least once during the trial. So I would ask you ask her during the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss?
What's your position on that, Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Yes, all right. All right, bring the juror. This is Juror C, returning to the stand.
Wendy Hamilton, thank you for the 5 gifts. Appreciate it. Courtney, thank you for the 5. Says this trial has everything. Here comes Dan Cortez. See if we can try to get to this before they come back.
The same juror. Yes.
Not at all. Damn.
Oath, and I have this question for you. During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss? Do you recall that at all?
Could you please ask that again?
Ma'am?
Could you please ask the question again?
Sure.
Sorry.
During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then I don't need to ask the second question. This will conclude your testimony. You are dismissed. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay with me until I've completed this process, and then you are free to go. Thank you so much.
Next one's
Question Juror F is court's exhibit number.
I'm on 4 rows.
4.
Thank you. What's this? Thank you, Mel. You're amazing. Thank you. Amazing.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you so much. I have redesignated each of the jurors in the record for this case, and so I will be referring to you as Juror L, as in Lima. And, you know, y'all are all on this jury. If these people saw you for 6 weeks, they may know or be able to identify you, but I'm trying to, as best I can, protect your anonymity. You don't have to talk to anybody about this at all. That's purely your prerogative.
Justice.
Oh, yeah. Juror L, before you came to testify and were sworn, you were in the jury room with the other jurors. I understand that some may have looked at their cell phones and looked at pictures of the proceedings as they involved the first juror who was examined. Did you see any of that?
People had their phones out, yes, ma'am.
Did you look at any of it?
Yeah, answer the question.
All right.
So nobody, bro. I mean, nobody. That just tells me something there. I mean, maybe it's possible he didn't watch people. He's just saying that people has his phone, but just like the whole indirect answering and all this shit too. I'm kind of like, I don't know. You know, answer the question. Oh, people like that. Answer the damn question. Don't swing around and go over grandma's fence and go around the bush to get to the front door.
I don't need to ask you anything further about that. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was then individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, Madam Justice, yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, Justice. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Juror L, thank you, and you are dismissed. I will send word back by the bailiff if there are any further questions. I always ask the lawyers that before I dismiss the juror completely and go to the next one. Please know that I will keep you in case there's anything I need to have the whole jury for at the end of this proceeding. Then you're free to go, and you don't have to speak to a soul about any of this. Thank you, sir.
Mr. From the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, Mr. Bailiff. Bring me juror E.
E is in Edward?
Yes.
Thank you.
E this morning. I've designated the jurors by letter. I realize that you sat on this jury in Colleton County for a lengthy period of time, 6 weeks or better, and people may know who you are. But to the extent I can make this record a record that protects your anonymity, I am doing that. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter after you're finished, and your service will be complete, as I'm sure you thought it would be when you rendered your verdict. I have these questions. You rendered a verdict. Oh, yes. It was brought to my attention that cell phones of the jurors were accessed in the jury room for a time, and that some were able to examine the broadcast of the testimony of the first juror called Juror Z. Was your cell phone one of those activated to look at the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the proceedings on any other cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you rendered your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
It was.
Was your verdict based entirely upon the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. You may go to the jury room. I always consult with the lawyers to see if there are any further questions. If there are not, please stay with the jury until I dismiss all of you. I'm hoping that won't be too much longer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, let me see something real quick. Where are we at with this? They haven't come back yet. Okay. They haven't come back yet. We'll keep rolling it.
Anything from the state? And from the defendant? Very good. Bring me juror P, as in Paul. Yeah, that did happen.
The testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be addressing you as Juror P, as in Paul. I've tried to redesignate the jurors without their number and, of course, without their name. Now, I realize you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton, and many people may know who you are anyway. But to the extent that I can make this record such that it protects your anonymity, I'm going to do that.
Yes,
And you certainly are not obligated to talk with one soul about this matter after your testimony is complete.
Okay.
Juror E, I understand that before I began to receive your testimony, that at the beginning when Juror Z was being examined, that some jurors may have had cell phones and accessed the proceedings. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine any cell phone broadcasts?
There was a couple people, but I have no clue what they were viewing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did any of
everybody but them? I mean, maybe there's more jurors coming up, right? But everybody but them. That, to me, that's why I just, if it continues like this and they all say that, I don't trust any of them or anything they have to say.
This activity by
aren't they on the oath right now? I don't know.
Other people in viewing this material have any impact on you in terms of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
It was.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
It was the day that Mr. Murdoch was taking the stand.
Yes, sir.
And she made a comment about watch his body language.
About watch his
body language.
His body language, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else?
That's all I can recall.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right. That completes my questions, Juror E. Or
P.
P. Juror P. You may go to your jury room. You are free to refuse to discuss this with anybody. That's your prerogative. You're not required to talk about this anymore. That's your business. I've tried to do the best I could to confine this thing, but I appreciate your service. Thank you, sir, and you may go to your Oh. Any questions by the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, by the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right.
We're waiting for them to come
Bring
back.
me Juror O. Juror O, I have designated the jurors by letter in this record so as to try to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court in Colleton County, and many may know your identity, but to the extent I can, with the record of this disclosure, and that several jurors may have activated their cell phone during the testimony of the first juror and looked at the proceedings. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you watch any of the other cell phones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, Was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That concludes my questions. What you stole about this matter is purely your prerogative. And if you have any difficulties in that matter, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Very quickly, I think question 2. I don't know that we did question 2.
Resume your seat. Testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Very good. You're excused. Why?
Why? Okay, listen.
You preserve your anonymity, preserve your, that's always your prerogative. I understand that before you came out here, when the first juror to be examined was being examined, that some jurors may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that some cell phones might have been activated?
I was aware after that.
All right, so did you hear anything about the examination of the first juror?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Not to me, ma'am.
Did you hear her make a comment to anybody else?
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
All right, sir. So you don't remember any details of any conversation?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Was your by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. Juror W.
All right, so we got they're back now in the courtroom. I'm gonna switch it back to the Oxford. We'll finish the Crumbly thing out. I mean, sorry, the Murdoch thing after. Oh, there's actually no audio. They're back, but nothing yet. I guess maybe they muted for a second. What happened? Anybody knows what happens to the next jurors?
Redesignated by doing anonymous.
Yes, ma'am.
Was being questioned. Some members of the jury, as you were back in the jury room, may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am. I left my phone in the car.
And did you hear any information coming from anybody else's cell phones about that examination?
I did.
All right.
Let's go, baby. One person with the truth.
Does that have any impact on the testimony you are going to give today?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict, of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, "Was that your verdict?" Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, "Is that still your verdict?" Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Very good. That is the end of my question. I've completed the question.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
You. Designated everyone for anonymity weeks know who you are, but I'm trying to assist. On March the 2nd, 2023, the verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, "Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each..."
Did I hear her ask about the phone?
As best I can. You don't have to speak to a soul about these proceedings. If anybody... You rendered a verdict on March...
She didn't ask about the phones.
The 2nd, and members of the jury. If that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, "Was that your verdict?" Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, "Is that still your verdict?" Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
About your verdict at the time?
Yes.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communication by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Juror in seat 5, okay? My clerks are like, what the heck is she doing? So that's why we're not. Yeah, just for a few minutes, just for a few minutes. Number 5. I don't want to make you nervous.
Came back late. Came back late. I don't know what she did tomorrow. Double stream,
The jury's never on here.
Yeah, I'm not showing that, but I just want to make sure the audio works.
Or just do it like this. I don't
Over the
know.
lens, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, but it's just these proceedings right here are off camera. Do you want, ma'am?
I would love it. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask you to do that, though. Am I allowed to ask you to do that?
You're the judge. You ask whatever you want.
Maintaining a public courtroom, so I think I am. Thank you. Thank you. So you're off, right? This will take just a second. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you.
They muted it. All right. Well, let's keep finishing with this, I guess. I don't know what's going on in paradise.
And if you were to stay in the jury room till we've completed examination of all the jurors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, very briefly, I know we were doing the cell phone inquiry
yes.
with the various jurors.
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to have that with this particular juror as well.
Sure. questioning you or the other jurors. On the questioning of the first jurors, some jurors in the assembly room may have activated their cell phones. Were you one of the jurors that activated your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Was anything that you heard at that time something that has any influence or effect on the testimony you now give under oath?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Anything further? You may go to the jury room.
But now the jurors know who the snitch is.
All right.
What did they know already before?
Juror K, I redesignated your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat for 6 long weeks on this case in Compton. Best I can, I'm going to have to answer anything makes you uncomfortable. You contact the court. We'll try to do as best I can to help in that situation.
Les Joy, thank you so much for the super chat. For the 10 says, Mel, you're the best. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, Your
All right. I understand that during the testimony of the first juror, some opened their cell phones in the jury room, in our jury assembly room here. Were you one who opened her cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to or watch the broadcast of that first juror's examination?
We were on Facebook.
Ma'am?
I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it?
No, we closed it.
All right.
She said she was on Facebook, and did you watch it? She said we closed it.
And you watched it?
No, we closed it. I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it?
No, we closed it.
I guess she said, and we closed it, or no, we closed it, or just dodged the answer. I don't know.
All right. Did anything that you heard in that Facebook cell phone access impact or influence your testimony in this matter in any way?
No.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case, March the 2nd, by the clerk? That completes my question. Any further questions until time? This then completes the questioning of the jurors. I will ask the jurors to...
Okay, so they're back now, finally.
Go ahead, Pastor.
Super. They started late today, coming back from lunch late today.
When we broke for lunch, we were talking about the phone conversation you had with Jennifer Crumbley when you called her into school.
Yes.
Okay. So, that morning, did both Jennifer and James Crumbly come to the school?
They did.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time?
I believe it was around 10:30.
Okay. Now, if I were to tell you that we had video surveillance that showed that you welcomed them to your office at 10:40, would that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. So, walk us through what happened from the time that you were notified that James and Jennifer Crumbley were there to the time that you went. Happened from the time that you were notified that James and Jennifer Crumbley were there to the time that you went and welcomed them.
So when I was notified that they were there, I had actually texted Mr. Ejak to please come back to my office. He had been present through a majority of the meeting until we confirmed the parents were arriving, and then asked him to return. I then went out to the lobby of the counseling office area to greet the parents.
Okay. So from The phone call where you actually spoke with Jennifer Crumbley was 9:27 a.m. From that point, 9:27 a.m. until 10:40 a.m., where was the defendant's son?
In my office.
Okay, and what was going on there?
There was a conversation between myself, the defendant's son, and Mr. Ejek was there as well until approximately 10 a.m. During that time, I was still trying to affirm that parents would be able to arrive, and I was talking with the student about really what I was going to be sharing with his parents.
Okay. And tell me, sir, what was your expectation of the result of that meeting that you called?
My hope was that they would set a plan to get help for their son.
Okay. Was your expectation that they would take their son home?
That was my hope.
Your hope, okay. So at 10:40 a.m., you welcome them into your office. Tell me what happens next.
We walked back into my office. The student was in there. And then Mom and Dad sat down. There were 3 seats in my office, 2 directly across from me, and then one that was kind of off the corner of my desk a little more. The student was in one of the 2 across from me. Dad sat in one of those, and Mom sat in the one that was more at a diagonal from where I was.
When the defendant and her husband walked into the office, did they approach their son?
Not to my memory, no.
Okay. Did either one of them hug their son?
No.
So who started the meeting?
I believe I did. And I went over some of the things that I had talked through over the past 2 days with their son. I wanted to confirm some things I wasn't sure of, so I confirmed with Mom that she did receive the voicemail from Miss Vine the day before, and just confirmed that what was stated in that meeting was true. And Mom confirmed that she received it and that was true. And then I went over some of the things that I had received messages of from the teachers over the past 2 days.
Okay. Now, when you were asking Jennifer Crumbley to confirm that information, was she sharing any additional information with you?
Not to my memory, no.
Now, describe Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she walked into your office.
She sat down in the chair, felt a little bit distant.
What do you mean by that?
More just kind of like, it felt like it was a little bit of an inconvenience to be there.
Okay, you testified that you had to have these meetings in the past.
Yes.
Was this meeting similar to those meetings, or was it different?
Your Honor, objection to relevance.
Judge, it's relevant because the crux of this case is the defendant's failure to use ordinary care to avoid a tragedy, and her failure to use just ordinary care contributed to her failure to adhere to her parental responsibilities, which is her duty under Michigan law. It's all part of gross negligence, Judge.
Well, I guess it was the meeting unusual in any way? How many meetings like this have you had with parents in general?
Dozens.
Dozens, okay. So, I mean, people react differently to. No one's very excited about coming to this school about their child, right?
I would agree.
Right.
Now, this wasn't a discipline issue, though, was it, sir?
No.
Okay. In fact, you had indicated, Jennifer Crumbley, that you had concerns of suicidal ideation.
I had concerns for his well-being, absolutely.
And you communicated that to Mrs. Crumbley before she got there?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, still, it was different than the dozens of meetings you had in the past?
I would agree.
All right. So, you said that this defendant's son sat directly across from you. James Crumbly was in a chair next to him. Jennifer Crumbley was off to your side.
I don't remember which chair student and dad were in.
That's fine.
I know they were both across from me, and Jennifer Crumbley was off to the side a little more.
So, you were asking them to confirm the voicemail, information left in the voicemail November the 29th, the day before?
Yes.
Okay, specifically, what information were you asking them to confirm?
I asked first that they received the voicemail, because I didn't know at that point whether they had or not. And then I asked to confirm the details of the voicemail, which were that shooting guns were a hobby that they undertook as a family and that they had went to the range over the weekend.
Okay. Did you tell Jennifer Crumbley that her son expressed to you his own
feelings of his friend leaving the state?
I did mention that, yes.
Okay, and what else did you mention?
I mentioned the conversations I had with the student, of the friend leaving, that the student was sad about that, the dog, family dog passing, grandparent of COVID being hard, and all of those which were told to me by the student were also confirmed by the parents.
Now, when you say confirmed, I take it that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this didn't catch Jennifer Crumbley by surprise.
It did not feel as though it was new information to the parents.
All right. Now, you testified that it was your hope that they would take him home that day. What do you mean by that?
I wanted to make sure the student was able to get the support that I felt was needed, and I was wanting it to be as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you feel like that he could be left alone at that point?
I did not want him left alone at that point. In fact, that's why I kept him in my office until I could make contact with parents.
Okay. And you communicated that to the defendant?
I do not remember if I communicated that to the defendant.
Okay. So when you discussed, well, first of all, did you communicate your hope that they take him home to the defendant?
Yes. My words were, I want him to be seen as soon as possible, today if possible, and I actually provided a list of mental health resources and handed that to Mom.
Now, when you say a list of mental health resources, could you explain a little bit more what that means?
Yeah, it was multiple pages of different services throughout the area, what they specialized in, whether they accepted insurance or not, and contact information for those different therapeutic options.
Okay, and that was actually provided to the defendant and her husband?
I handed it to Mom.
Okay. Now, when you communicated your expectation, what was Jennifer Crumbley's response?
I didn't feel as if it was going to be an absolute no, but it was made quite clear that it wasn't possible to do it that day.
Why do you say it was made clear it wasn't possible to do it that day?
That they had to return to work and they were unable to do it that day.
Well, who said that?
Mom.
Mom is in Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. Did she speak for James, or did James speak as well?
I don't remember James speaking on that topic.
So what happened next?
My comment was, then I said I'd like to see him as soon as possible. Today is possible. I was told today is not possible, so I said, is 48 hours possible? I will be following up.
In those dozens of meetings in the past, had anyone ever said that they couldn't have their son go with them that day?
I had not had that happen in a situation.
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance.
It's the same response as the last objection.
Okay, well, I guess you want to back up even further. Had you ever asked parents to take their child home with them that day? Have you ever requested that before?
I've encouraged parents to be able to get their son and or daughter help and therapy. I had never had it where it was.
And you say the feeling like you needed to push to make it happen. That's what you're experiencing November the 30th, 2021.
That is correct.
Okay. So tell me what's going on through your mind at this point.
I was a little caught off guard and a little confused because it was something that I wasn't really expecting that type of response, especially when parents came, and in fact both parents came, which I wasn't expecting nor did I request. I was a little surprised at their willingness to come, but then not completely follow through.
Okay. Now, you told the defendant or husband that your opinion was this drawing showed suicidal ideation. Is that right?
That was my opinion, and I did not. I saw it as somebody who was showing signs that could be associated with suicide, and so I took that, and out of just an abundance of caution, wanted to make sure that the student was able to get help.
Okay. But you communicated that to the defendant?
I did.
Did you specifically ask them to take him home that day?
I did not specifically ask them to take him home. I asked them to take him to get help and therapeutic help.
Why?
Now, when it was made clear to you that Jennifer Crumbley was not going to take her son home, and neither was James, what is your next step?
My next step was to try and think of what is best for the student in front of me in this moment. Okay.
And tell me about your decision process.
When I looked through it, it was clear they weren't going to take him that day. So my first thought was, I don't want him alone. I want to make sure somebody who's experiencing.
Why didn't you want him alone?
Because I don't want a student who may be suicidal alone.
Okay. I cut you off. Please continue.
I then, after determining I didn't want him alone, I went through different options of what needed to happen. At that point, the student had requested to be able to stay in class, and parents were on board with him staying in class as a good placement. I was with our dean, who would be the person who does discipline, and of the 4 adults in the room, I'm the one who can't remove a student from class. So I asked our dean if there was any reason from a discipline standpoint or anything that he needed to do from a discipline standpoint that would prevent the student from returning to class.
And the response there?
No.
Okay. So you told us that you were taken aback. You were a bit confused by the response of the defendant. And now you moved on to your next decision with the information in front of you. Is that when you turned to Mr. Ejak and requested information regarding discipline?
It is.
Okay. And how did the meeting end? Tell us about that.
The meeting at that point ended fairly abruptly.
What do you mean by that?
Well, at that point, we had a student wanting to return to class. I knew that he wasn't going to be able to be removed to go get therapy that day. So I was kind of left with an option of, okay, this student, I can't keep a student from class if there isn't a reason to keep him from class. I asked if there was a discipline reason, and once we had kind of gotten to that point, I allowed the student to go back to class based on the information I had, and then Mom asked if we were done.
Those were her words, are we done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
My response was, I guess so.
Now, you let her son go back to class before James and Jennifer left your office, is that right?
There was a short time overlap of maybe 1 minute.
Okay. So tell us what happened when it was communicated to the defendant's son that he could go back to class and he left. What happened in that time span?
There wasn't anything noteworthy or different than any other student I've had leave my office. I wrote a pass to allow him back into the classroom, and he had his belongings and went to class.
When he left, did either James or Jennifer hug him?
Not to my memory, no.
Did they say anything to him?
Not to my memory.
Did you say anything to him?
I did.
What did you say?
When I handed him his pass, I just let him know that I cared about him.
And why did you say that?
Because I do. Like I did. It was an hour and a half with a student who was sad, with a student that we were talking about future plans.
Now, in the time span from when you wrote him a pass and he went back to his class and James and Jennifer were still there, did they continue discussion without him?
I don't remember any.
Okay. So what happened next?
I had handed them the sheet with referrals, and to my memory, they gathered up belongings and left.
Now, what was your plan as far as follow-up had this attack not happened?
My plan as far as follow-up was I was going to meet with the student the next morning to see if there had been more discussions and more plans about getting help. And then if there had not, my plan was to call Child Protective Services.
Okay. Now, how long would you say the meeting lasted from beginning to end?
Less than 15 minutes.
All right. And again, was that typical or atypical from these meetings that you've been in before?
Objection.
Same response, Jeff.
In your experience, how long do these meetings usually last?
They vary. I mean, I've had some where parents came, got their kids, and it was 5 minutes. I've had some where we were in my office for an hour.
Okay. So the instances where they grabbed their kid, that was quick.
Could be, yes.
But when they spoke and talked through things, it was much longer.
Yes.
May I have one more, Your Honor? Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shannon. I represent Mrs. Crumbly. When I'm asking questions today, if I ask anything confusing, can you please slow me down and let me know?
I will do so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's true that you are licensed as a school counselor, correct?
That is correct.
What does it mean to be licensed as a school counselor, or what does one have to do to obtain a license?
You have to graduate with a degree from an accredited university and meet all of the standards of the state of Michigan to become a school counselor.
And obviously you did that.
Yes.
Can you give us the example and some examples of the standards?
I have to meet the required trainings based on hours over a certain period of years.
Do you recall how many hours or?
Well, they're broken up into specific categories, but in totality, it's on top of the degree, 150 hours every 5 years. 150
every 5 years. And you just mentioned that they're broken up into categories. Can you just give us a quick idea of what these categories are?
Yep. Some are based on college. They have to be hours specific towards helping students get to college. Some are based on careers, and some are more general.
Are any of those based on suicide prevention or danger at school or discipline?
Those hours are not, but a degree in counseling is.
Aside from receiving your degree and those 150 hours of training, or hours that you had to obtain your license, did you have any other additional training or continuing type education regarding becoming a counselor?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
The training is continual and goes well above and beyond 150 hours. It's oftentimes based on school need and oftentimes based on what is important in the profession.
And when you were testifying, did you say you graduated in 2012?
No.
I'm sorry, 2009?
I graduated undergrad in 2009, master's in 2015.
I'm sorry, okay, master's in 15. And at what point did you become licensed? Were you licensed, what year?
I passed the school counseling exam in the summer of 2014.
Okay, so starting in summer of 2014, you had to do at least 150 hours every 5-year period, correct?
When I was hired in 2015 and had the full licensure, I did 5 years, renewed my license in 2020.
Did you do the 150 hours or did you do more hours?
More.
Can you give us an idea of how many hours?
Significantly more.
Okay, when you say significantly more, are you talking double the number of hours, 50 extra hours?
I wouldn't keep track of all the hours that far beyond, but significantly more.
Okay, I understand. I just don't know.
More than 200.
More than 200, okay. And then, again, you've continued since that time when you renewed your license in 2020 to keep getting more and more hours, correct?
Correct.
So by 2021, it's fair to say you had over the 150 hours you needed, the additional hours you talked about, and then you had already started moving on into the 150 you would need for renewing your license for the next 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, did I say all that right?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, when I want to go back through the exhibits that Mr. Keast admitted while you were on the stand, and if you need to see any of the exhibits, please let me know. I'm going to start with 155, which were the emails that started off with Miss is it DeRiker?
It is DeRiker.
DeRiker. Do you need to see that in order to?
I would like to see that.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I put it up on the screen what's been admitted?
Sure, I'm sorry, what exhibit number is it?
This is going to be number 155, and I just need to.
Okay.
Okay, so number 155, do you recall seeing this exhibit when Mr. Keast was speaking with you?
Yes, he showed the bottom email portion.
Okay, and the bottom email is from May 13th of 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And the issue on this day was a teacher wanted you to speak to Mrs. Crumbly's son to see how he's doing because he was failing class and trying to sleep all the time, correct?
Yes, it states he is failing my class and tries to sleep all the time.
I'll be right back.
Now, on this issue, on May 13th of 2021, I may have missed it. You don't recall meeting with Mrs. Crumbly's son to see what was going on, do you?
I do not have memory of this meeting.
Do you not have memory of the meeting, or did you not meet with him? Do you even know?
I do not have memory of the meeting. Evidence that has been researched suggests that I did meet with him.
At that time, in May of 2021, you did not call Mrs. Crumbly to discuss this falling asleep and failing a class, correct?
To my memory, I did not.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the next exhibit, which is number 156. Okay, and it's popping up on the screen. So number 156, this is from September of 2021, so a couple of months later, correct?
Yes, and the next school year.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. So the May would have been the end of one school year, and September would be the beginning of the next school year.
Yes.
Okay, in September, on September 8th of 2021 specifically, the Spanish teacher asked you to check in with Mrs. Crumbly's son because he had written a poem that said he felt terrible that his family is a mistake, correct?
Yes, that is what she wrote in the email.
Now, on this occasion, in September of 2021, did you speak with Mrs. Crumbly's son?
No.
You did not. Okay, so then it would also be fair to say that you did not call Mrs. Crumbly herself and let her know that this concern had taken place.
Yes, as I stated earlier, I followed through with the teacher on this concern, and she gave me further clarification of what had occurred.
Okay, so at the end of the day, after further clarification, all said and done, this September 8th date, you did not place a phone call to Mrs. Crumbly.
Correct.
You did not email her or, I suppose, communicate with her in any way, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going a couple months later. We saw Exhibit 157, and I'm going to go ahead and put that up on the screen. Now, 157 is the emails dated, it looks like November 10th of 2021. This was an email from the Spanish teacher to you indicating that Mrs. Crumbly's son is having a rough time and may need to speak with you, correct?
Yes, she writes he is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
And on this occasion, you did speak with Mrs. Crumbly's son, correct?
I did.
This was the occasion where you saw him in the hallway and had a conversation with him, correct?
Yes, I caught him during passing time where there were a couple of minutes in between classes and let him know that if he needed someone to talk to, that I would be there.
Okay, so you talked to him, offered support, let him know where he could find you, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this occasion, in November 10th of 2021, after speaking with Mrs. Crumbly's son, you did not call Mrs. Crumbly, correct?
I did not.
You did not email Mrs. Crumbly about what took place with her son, correct?
I did not contact her in any way based on this email.
Now I'm going to go to November 29th of 2021. This was admitted as People's Exhibit 158. Okay, I've got it up on the screen. And this appears to be an email chain between you and Mrs. Cabina. Is that correct?
Yeah, she sent me, this is actually just saying that she forwarded the message. This is not the message.
I apologize. This message, however, that's forwarded makes you aware that Mrs. Crumbly's son was looking at different bullets in his first hour class, correct?
Yes, I do not have that email in front of me right now. So I don't have the exact wording. There it is.
I'm sorry, it's page 2, so I just had to scroll down.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's alerting our Dean of Students and Ms. Fine that there was a student in first hour who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of the hour.
Now, on this date, on November 29th, 2021, you did witness Miss Fine leaving a voicemail letting Mrs. Crumbly know what happened, correct?
That is correct. I witnessed Miss Fine calling Miss Crumbly and then leaving a voicemail regarding a conversation that happened during school.
And this jury has already heard the voicemail. We can agree that there is no request by Miss Fine or the school that Mrs. Crumbly return the call, correct?
I don't remember the voicemail because I have not listened to it. It would not be odd to me if there was a request or not a request.
Thank you. Now, in that voicemail, I'm sorry, I'm not going to ask you about the voicemail. At the time of this issue of looking up bullets, you and Pamela Fine discussed this issue, correct?
What do you mean by discussed? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm assuming and asking, did you and Miss Fine discuss the fact that Mrs. Crumbly's son was looking up bullets?
Are you asking in reference before the student arrived?
Yes, before or when the student arrived, either.
There was not much time between me getting there and the student arriving. The context of the meeting was largely led by Miss Fine to gain an understanding from the student's perspective of what was going on at the end of the hour. First, to see if he was going to be forthcoming with the truth, and then to see what was actually going on and what his reasons for doing so were.
And when you guys spoke with him about the bullets, there was also discussion about other things people may look up on the internet that are not illegal, but just not appropriate during school hours, correct?
There was discussion about school appropriate behavior, yes.
And overall, Mrs. Crumbly's son was told looking at bullets not appropriate for school, correct?
Yes, looking at bullets is not appropriate during school.
And beyond that, there was no further disciplinary action taken by the school other than just a notification phone call, voicemail to Mrs. Crumbly.
To my knowledge, but I would not be the one making the disciplinary decisions.
As far as you know, though, that was the end of it.
That was the end of my involvement in it.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn to Exhibit 159. This was admitted when you testified, and this is an email that appears to be between Allison Karpinski and this was sent to you by Ms. Karpinski. Do you recall this email?
I do.
Now, this email is dated on November 30th, 2021.
Yes.
Correct? And we agree, November 30th, 2021 is the day that ultimately becomes the shooting, the day of the shooting.
Yes.
And this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. by the teacher to you.
Yes.
And specifically mentions that Mrs. Crumbly's son was watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people, correct?
It says that today he is watching videos of his phone of a guy gunning down people, and to continue, she writes, it looks like a movie scene and not security footage / a real event.
Okay, so she represented that it looked like a movie scene. It doesn't look like a real event. Okay, but she mentioned that it's definitely still concerning, correct?
Yeah, she says when taking into account some of his other behaviors, that she found it definitely still concerning.
Now, when did you become aware that Mrs. Crumbly's son was watching these concerning videos?
When I read the email.
At 8:05 in the morning?
I did not read the email at 8:05. I believe I read it approximately 30 minutes later.
Okay, so you would have read this email at approximately 8:30 that morning.
Around that time, yes.
Now, when you read the email at 8:30 that morning, you did not call Mrs. Crumbly's son down to the office to ask him about these videos, correct?
I was on the phone at the time with other parents.
So you did not call Mrs. Crumbly's son down to ask him about the videos. That's fair, correct?
I did as soon as I was able to.
Okay, so there's a time lapse between when you got the email and when you were able to speak with Mrs. Crumbly's son.
Yes.
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbly's son, you did not ask him to bring up the videos and let you watch what he was watching, correct?
Correct. I asked him what he was watching.
And you relied on the information he provided to you about what he was watching.
Exactly as I would if I asked him to show me the videos, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
I was relying on him to provide the information, which would be the same as if I had asked him to show the videos.
Okay, but if you saw the videos, you would know specifically what they look like. You are instead relying on what Mrs. Crumbly's son says was on the videos, correct?
Yes, I asked him what they were, and he told me what they were. And I relied on the information he gave me.
When he told you what the videos were, the information you relied on, did he tell you where he obtained those videos from?
No.
Do you have any idea, or did you ask, how long he was looking at those videos for?
I did not.
Now, on November 30th, so about an hour after the time period we just discussed, that was when Miss Morgan made you aware of this math paper that we've discussed extensively in this trial, correct?
Miss Morgan did not make me aware of the math paper. She made Mr. Ejak aware of the math paper.
I apologize. And then was it Mr. Ejak that made you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for clearing that up. Now, your testimony, you testified about the math paperwork, your observations, your thoughts about it on a couple of occasions over the last couple of years. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when you saw the original photograph or the original math paper, we can agree that there is a gun drawn on the math paper.
Which one are you referring to as the original?
I'm speaking about the one. Let me put it up on the screen. It's within Exhibit 160, and it's the prior to alterations, the math paper. Do you recall seeing this?
There you go.
Thank you. Yes, I was sent this in an email approximately 30 minutes into our meeting.
Okay, now when you saw, did you see the altered math test first, or did you see I called this the original. There's also one, because let's just be clear here. the shooter drew on a math paper, and what we see on the screen is that original drawing and writings. Is that correct?
What you see here is the photograph taken by the math teacher.
Of the original paper.
As it was when she had it, yes.
And then after she had it, the shooter wrote more on the paper, and we ended up with a second math paper that is essentially the original math paper plus some writings on it, correct?
Well, it's doctored.
Doctored. Okay, right. So I'm going to call this the original, and then I'm going to call the other one with the additional writing the altered version. Is that okay with you?
Understood.
Okay, for the purpose of questioning. Okay, now I'm going to open up the altered version as well, which was admitted as Exhibit 123. Okay? So it's fair to say that you are familiar both with the original math paper and with the altered one, correct?
I was able to look at both of them over the course of our meeting, correct.
And when you look at both papers, it's very clear that Mrs. Crumbly's son drew a picture depicting a gun, correct?
Yes, and the one especially that has no scribbles over it, I would not say that without context that it would be very clear on the altered one that that is a gun. Without context of the original.
Okay, I agree with you. So you're saying that the first photo on the left of the screen, it's clearly a gun, but when he altered the drawing, he crossed it off so much you might not know that had been a gun drawn there.
Correct.
Okay, when you saw the gun drawn on the sheet, seeing that gun, even just seeing the gun, that was not enough to make you believe that Mrs. Crumbly's son posed a risk to himself or other students, correct?
I wasn't sure whether he posed a risk to himself, so that is why I called in the parents.
Okay.
I was concerned, and I wouldn't call in parents unless I was concerned.
Okay, so you called the parents in because you were concerned, but we can agree that seeing the drawings, just the drawings alone, were not enough for you to conclude there is something dangerous to other people.
When I take that in context, that is only a piece of the information I had. I also was looking at his demeanor throughout it. I also was asking questions to him, asking if he was a threat to himself or others, and taking his response of sadness, which is not a common threatening response.
Okay, and in all fairness, you've had lots of training on this, correct?
I have had training on this.
So you've been trained, you've been formally trained on how to assess this kind of information and how to deal with it, correct?
Correct, and the number one way that I would be dealing with it would be to entrust the care to parents.
To entrust the parents with the care of their child.
Correct.
Okay, so there was talk at some point in the materials from this case about a step 1, step 2, step 3. Do you know what I'm talking about in terms of evaluating a suicide risk?
I don't know what direct thing you're referring to.
Okay, are there certain steps, if you do have concern, that you follow if a student is exhibiting what you called suicide ideation?
Well, suicide ideation is very different than actively suicidal.
Okay.
So I wonder if what you're describing might be an active suicide checklist as opposed to what we do if we see suicidal ideation.
Well, what do you do if you said in this case you were concerned about suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
So what do you do when it's a concern of suicidal ideation?
I call the parents.
Call the parents. Okay, and that's what you did, obviously, in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and one of the questions I do have for you, and I'm just going to page 72 from the civil deposition. This is just for you guys. Page 72 of the civil deposition is where I'm getting this question from. A drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun is just a drawing. That is something you've said before, correct?
I do not remember.
If there's not another person in the drawing, that's of significance to you when you see a picture of a gun, correct?
Are you referencing in regards to the math assignment?
Yes.
In the math assignment, if I see multiple people, I do have a different level of concern.
Okay, so explain for us then what, and I don't know why that clicked off, but it's going to pop back up. So explain to us what you mean by when you see another person or you don't see another person. Tell us what you see up here and how things would change if there were multiple people.
Well, I see one body. If I see somebody holding the gun in one body, my response is completely different.
Okay, so and have you had training about looking at drawings by students and being able to take them into account when you're assessing situations?
I've had training in how to assess situations. I would not say I've had training in students' drawings.
Okay, but your conclusion was that because there's not a second person, seeing a gun on these pages in and of itself alone would not be enough to cause you concern.
Again, you're taking a very small piece of that. That is just a piece of what I saw in totality.
Okay, so you were asked before, you didn't see anything that suggested that there was a gun in the hand on this drawing, and your answer was no, correct?
In regards to this drawing?
Yes.
I do not see a gun in someone's hand on this drawing.
Okay, you were asked, that's a pretty important thing for you to know or not. Do you agree? Your answer was a drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun. Still, there's not another person. It's just a drawing. Do you recall testifying that way when you were previously asked about this drawing?
That was not in regards to this drawing.
It's fair to say that, which drawing was it in regards to then?
Not this one.
So you testified at a deposition on September 14th of 2022, correct?
I believe that was the date, correct.
And there are, the discussion prior to those questions was about the drawing in class that day, and the drawing being on the violent side. Do you recall that?
In regards to the email from the teacher that we discussed earlier, yes.
Okay, so at the end of the day, your prior testimony that seeing a drawing of a gun, that in and of itself, by itself, does not create enough of a concern that something more sinister is happening, correct?
We are looking at a total picture and not just a piece of a picture.
And you are trained to look at that total picture, correct?
I took the approach to look at the total picture.
In addition to looking at the total picture, and by picture I'm saying the picture that was drawn, you also look at the picture in terms of the demeanor of the person you're speaking to, the way the person is presenting, the way the student is behaving, a number of factors, correct?
I try to take in as much information as I can.
And taking in as much information as you can is certainly something that you have learned to do through, in addition to your training, your experience, correct?
Yes.
This is not the first time that you're calling a student down to your office to talk to them about something that may be problematic, correct?
Well, and That's why I was not the only one in the meeting. Was I didn't want to take the approach of I was the only one making the call. I also had our person in charge of discipline with me.
And so you are in the meeting, and when you're saying the person in charge of discipline, you're talking about Mr. Ejak, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ejak is going to testify, but your understanding is that Mr. Ejak has also had training on dealing with these kind of situations, correct?
I do not know his total background.
You would assume that as the assistant dean of school of the school,
I'm just
he's got
objecting to
training.
the question of this witness. Mr. Ejak will testify. It's appropriate for him.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Yeah, he can answer that, Mr. Ejak.
Now, when you asked Mrs. Crumbly's son about the videos he was watching, he indicated to you that he wanted to be a video game designer, correct?
He did.
And he actually had a detailed conversation with you about an opportunity that Oxford has for students to get training to become video game designers, correct?
I showed him a program through Oakland schools that could lead him into that area.
Okay, so you and Mrs. Crumbly's son had a conversation about if he was interested in pursuing a video game designer career. The school system even has opportunities for him to further that interest.
Yes.
And in that conversation, when you were speaking to Mrs. Crumbly's son, you believed he had a genuine interest in this video game designing future.
Yes, I did.
If you believed that Mrs. Crumbly's son did not have a genuine interest in becoming a designer, or that he really was drawing pictures with a plan to hurt people, you would have certainly taken different actions, correct?
If I believed that he was a threat to people, I would have taken different actions.
Now, you testified about when the parents came in and this meeting that you had with them. You obviously recall that, correct?
I do recall the meeting.
Now, when you met with the parents, they were present for approximately 12 minutes out of the entire time you spent with Mrs. Crumbly's son.
Yes.
And you testified that you were with Mrs. Crumbly's son for approximately an hour and a half, correct?
Correct.
So it would have been an hour and a half, including those 12 minutes.
Yes.
Now, prior to that hour and a half spent with Mrs. Crumbly's son, you had never spent any kind of time, really, aside from short conversations with Mrs. Crumbly's son, correct?
Correct.
And you also had never spent time with Mr. or Mrs. Crumbly talking to them about or handling matters regarding their son, correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly arrived at the school and were communicating with you on this issue, these are not parents that you're seeing on a weekly or even monthly basis, correct?
Correct.
I imagine at the school there are other situations where you have students that are essentially frequent flyers down to your office, correct?
I do know some students more than others.
And some of the students that you deal with more frequently, you're also used to dealing with their parents on a more frequent basis, correct?
Potentially correct.
And the more times you have to deal with the parents and the more times you have to deal with their child, the more you get to know about the family and the dynamics of the relationships, correct?
Yes, I would hope the more time I spend with someone, the better I know them.
So when you are talking about how the Crumbleys greeted their son or did not hug their son, it's fair to say that you are not aware, you've never really seen the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions, correct?
Correct. I'm not making a judgment on normal. I'm simply stating what happened.
Okay, and that's completely fair. And I just want to confirm, though, that in terms of when you're making the observation, there was no hug or a certain kind of greeting. You also you haven't had the experience of seeing the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say that when parents come into the office, parents all may have a different reaction about their child being down in the counselor's office or in the principal's office. Correct?
Well, first I would say those are two very different places.
Okay.
But no, you don't expect all parents to respond in the same way.
You get parents who are angry at their child as they're walking in the door, right?
Rarely.
Some people are coming in and have more of an anxious look.
They could.
Some parents may come in and just seem like this is no big deal.
Again, all parents could respond differently.
Okay, so there's any number of responses, and in the end, and if your training says any different, let me know. There is no right answer about specifically how a parent should respond to going to a school counselor's office or going to a school principal's office.
Yes, again, I stated I'm not making a judgment, I'm simply stating what happened.
Thank you. Now, the dates that we talked about are dates where, obviously, through the course of this investigation, you identified emails where you were involved with Mrs. Crumbly's son. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Did you provide the emails that we talked about and that were admitted as exhibits?
Did I provide them? The Oakland County Sheriff's Department had full access to my email.
Okay, did you at any point go through your emails to take a look at any emails related to Mrs. Crumbly's son?
On the night of the shooting, I did, with a police officer, go through and search for anything I could think of from that day and print and hand them to him.
Okay, and then ultimately, any of these other emails we've seen were discovered by law enforcement?
Yes, there's been a full cooperation with that.
Okay, and I'm not trying to allege you haven't been cooperative. I'm just asking that those emails, obviously, I imagine all your emails are stored on some kind of a system. Would that be?
Not my area.
Not mine either. This jury learned about my technology abilities on Friday. I want to just turn your attention to a couple of dates. On March 8th and March 9th of 2021, you didn't have any experiences with Mrs. Crumbly's son related to needing counseling or being called down to the principal's office, correct?
I don't remember any.
Okay. On March 16th, which was a Tuesday, March 17th, Wednesday, 18th, or 19th, you don't have any incidents on those dates with regard to Mrs. Crumbly's son either.
I don't remember any.
Okay? If there had been incidents involving Mrs. Crumbly's son on these specific dates, would you assume they would have been included in the emails of all the other dates that were included about?
If there were emails of them, they would have been included.
Okay, so we don't have any emails of March 16th, 17th, 18th, or 19th, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
We didn't see any emails or concerns that arose from, well, this is a Saturday, so probably not likely, Saturday, March 20th, correct?
I don't know of any.
Sunday, April 4th?
I don't know of any.
Not even the next day, Monday, April 5th?
I don't know of any other meetings aside from the emails that have already been presented.
Okay, so then in all fairness, when I'm April 29th and November 4th, same thing, you don't have any awareness of any of these days?
I don't know of anything specific towards those days.
Okay. Now, you testified that it was your hope that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly would take their son home and get him into a counselor that day, correct?
Yes.
when you had that hope, you gave them a list of counselors to suggest they call, and noting which ones took various insurance programs, correct?
Yes, I provided a list of resources.
Now, in terms of getting a counseling appointment within one day, you don't have any knowledge if those counselors on that list could guarantee a same-day appointment, correct?
I don't know counselor schedules, and I can't speculate on what they would have had.
Is it fair to say that in the post-COVID time of 2021, mental health services have become more difficult to obtain appointments? And if you don't know and you're not the right person to ask, just let me know.
I don't work in community mental health, so I can't make that statement.
Have you personally had to call to schedule therapy-type appointments for anyone?
I experienced a shooting. I called to cancel to get therapy for myself.
Okay, and when you called to get therapy for yourself, it was obviously a very, very urgent situation.
I mean, it was a pretty impactful situation, yes.
Okay, and did you end up seeing a counselor on the 30th?
No, I was cooperating with law enforcement and still in our building on the 30th.
Okay, so your appointment was sometime after the 30th, correct?
It was after the 30th.
And sometimes when you call to get a counseling appointment, it's not unusual to have to wait a couple of days or to schedule it, correct? I appreciate that. When you were speaking with Mrs. Crumbly's son, it's fair to say that you and Mrs. Crumbly's son discussed whether he wanted to stay in school that day or go home prior to the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly. Is that correct?
That did come up, yes.
And Mrs. Crumbly's son's position was, I want to stay in school, correct?
Correct.
COVID had been hard on him. He didn't like virtual learning. Was that your understanding?
He did state those two things, yes.
And there was discussion when the parents arrived that missing school is a source of anxiety for Mrs. Crumbly's son. Do you recall that?
I do.
So before Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly even got there, the option for Mrs. Crumbly's son to stay in school was on the table.
Well, there is no option of staying in school. School is a requirement unless you meet certain standards in which it is no longer available to you.
Okay. If a child gets sick at school, at Oxford High School, and vomits, okay, are they allowed to stay in school the rest of the day?
I don't know. That's not something I deal with.
Okay. Are you aware if a child has a temperature, if they are allowed to stay in school? And if you're not aware, let me know.
If they are allowed to stay in school?
Yes.
If we didn't, again, hypothetical, but not my area. If they are allowed to stay in school?
Yes.
If we didn't, again, hypothetical, but not my area, I don't send students home.
Okay. Are you aware if the school will tell parents you need to take this child home if they are sick at school, physically sick?
The only time I remember that being a discussion was during COVID.
Okay, during COVID, were kids who were exposed to COVID allowed to be in school?
No, because we were following rules and regulations outside of the school.
So even if parents said, I want my child to be in school, he has COVID, but I want him to be there, that's not allowed, right?
Judge, I have to object to relevance now. We're awfully far afield.
Well, I think he said that that's not up to him. That's maybe
Correct.
Is that up to the school nurse or some person like
There
that?
is no school nurse. The
No school
COVID
nurse.
tracing was not through the school. That was through the county health department.
All I'm asking is, there are times where if a child is sick, it's not an option for them to be present in school.
When the county health department regulated that, yes.
And you testified that if there had been a discipline issue,
as to Mrs. Crumbly's son, that may have been grounds to make him have to go home that day, correct?
That could be the case depending on the discipline issue.
And in terms of the discipline issue, I realize you're not the discipline person, but the school has the option, depending on what's correct, they could suspend a student, they could expel a student. There's processes over school discipline, correct?
There is a process. I am not a part of that process.
It's your testimony, though, that in this case, the school did not find a discipline issue with respect to Mrs. Crumbly's son.
That is correct. There was nothing that was determined as a discipline issue.
So it was not a discipline issue that he was looking up bullets on his cell phone during a class.
I would not be the one making that determination.
Well, who does?
In this case, that was not something he was disciplined for by the school.
I already stated I was not a part of any potential disciplines. To my knowledge, no.
Same thing with watching videos on a phone. The school did not make a discipline issue that would cause Mrs. Crumbly's son to go home for sitting and watching videos on his phone during class, correct?
There was nothing that was determined to be a discipline issue.
And Mrs. Crumbly's son sitting and drawing on math paper instead of actually doing the math paper he's supposed to be doing, as far as you're aware, the school also didn't find there to be a disciplinary violation for that.
Judge, Mr. Hopkins already testified that discipline is in this area. That's Mr. Ejak's area.
He doesn't make that determination, you said.
I'll ask Mr. Ejak then when he testifies.
Oh, let's get Ejak. Whatever it is.
Now, you did testify that one important thing was that you did not want Mrs. Crumbly's son to be alone after you thought he was so sad and experiencing so much sadness, correct?
I did not feel that it was wise for a student with signs that could be suicidal ideation and things that I saw as suicidal ideation to be alone.
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbly's son, he also wanted to be around other peers that afternoon.
He stated that he wanted to be in school. I don't remember him specifically stating anything about other peers.
Do you recall telling Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly that it would be good for him to be around other peers versus being alone?
I don't remember specifically stating that to them.
Is that something that you believe, and if you can't answer the question, just please let me know.
What is your question?
My question is that something that you believe, that it would have been better for him to be around peers that afternoon versus being left home alone?
It's the judgment call I made.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That is the judgment call I made, was that I felt it was better for him to be around peers and people who were his age than to be home alone.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
What do you think how I did?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, you were asked about the total picture by counsel, so I'd like to go through that with you. On November the 30th, when you met with Jennifer Crumbley, did she tell you that on March the 9th of 2021, her son had texted her that he was seeing demons and bowls flying off the shelf?
I did not.
Okay, so did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 17th, her son had also texted her that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 20th, he had texted his mother that he was hallucinating?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop the leading questions.
Oh,
Judge, I'm just trying to get through redirect in a timely fashion, and this is specifically in response to her.
I don't know how we can ask it another way.
I'm not suggesting the answer, Judge. I'm just...
Yeah, he's not suggesting the answer. He's asking a specific question.
Imagine the other judges on this
Yes
shit.
or no
Wouldn't be
question.
playing. She would have cut all this bullshit out with these people.
Thank you, Judge.
He's not suggesting the answer. So.
Thank you. If you could read this last. Sure. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that her son texted her on March the 20th, 2021, that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that in April of 2001, she had told a friend of hers that she thought Ethan was depressed? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had referred to her son as weird? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had never once set an appointment with any mental health professional? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that his only hobby was involving firearms? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she posted on Instagram as early as June of 2021 that he had obtained his own handgun? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before the shooting at 3 o'clock in the morning, she herself was researching clinical depression options? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she and her husband gave her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before the shooting? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that on November the 30th, 2021, it wasn't the first time he asked for help? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the gun that he drew on that math worksheet was identical to the 6-hour 9mm handgun that was
Your
used in
Honor,
the shooting?
I object to the prosecution's characterization that that drawing is identical. That's a conclusion that
sustained.
That's fine. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before, on November the 29th, on that Monday, the day before, after the voicemail was left for her from Pam Fine, she texted her son and said, LOL, you have to learn not to get caught? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that James Crumbly worked for DoorDash and had no obligation to not take their son home? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, she was permitted to leave work when she needed for family issues? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, the meeting she allegedly had in the afternoon, she was not required to attend? No. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you ever that their son was struggling throughout the year 2021?
She confirmed it based on what he had said in regards to COVID and virtual school.
But they never went through these details.
Not these details, no.
So it took you all about 20 minutes to decide to request Jennifer Crumbley to come into the school immediately. That's what you testified to?
Yes.
Is that the total picture that you wish you had?
No.
Now, what if Jennifer Crumbley had told you all of these things I just went through?
Your Honor, objection is to speculation, and hindsight is 2020.
Would you have liked to have as much information as you possibly could have?
Absolutely.
Was their son still in the room in your office when the defendant said she couldn't take him home?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Right, you can step down. You're excused.
Ooh, cleaned up nice. A lot of love.
You guys want a break? Okay, so we're going to take...
Yeah, I just came back. Y'all been coming back late to everything.
Okay.
All right, for the jury.
Y'all started late. Y'all came back late from all the breaks and shit, and now y'all want another break. Judge Toll wouldn't have this bullshit. Cut this out quick. Judge Toll won't put up with none of this bullshit.
Okay.
Can I have just the options so I can get my folders at least out?
As soon as we know.
So this is, okay, then I'm gonna have to have
we have the right person.
I'm gonna need
Get that shit over there bitching and stuff. She thought the camera was off. Going back to acting normal and shit. All right. We can watch some of the. Where's the rest of that? Murdoch. Well, here's the Murdoch. I'm trying to see what we can do tomorrow, man, because this is pretty interesting. The Murdoch stuff. I don't know, like if I can run 2 streams at the same time. Possible. I don't know. Or try to run him during the lunch breaks, catch up and stuff. I don't know.
Open courtroom again, thank them and dismiss them. Anything further before I do that?
None from the state, Your Honor.
But the court's indulgence.
Please, Court, Your Honor, I would move for the record that I be able to question Juror Z to follow up on what I believe the court is confused about.
Very good. I deny the request. Anything further? All right, bring me the jury. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes the court's examination of the jurors in this matter. I can only deeply apologize to you for having to inconvenience you so long after the trial of this case to come here, and I very much appreciate your candor. There are no right or wrong answers to the questions I asked you, but I think each of you, to the best of your ability, answered the questions, and I am deeply grateful for that, as is the state of South Carolina, as is the defendant. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative. If there's any difficulty you encounter about this hearing that I can help with, please contact the court, and I'll be happy to do so. You're dismissed this time. You may go. Thank you for your service. Excuse the jurors. All right, Mr. Waters, is the clerk of court available?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding she is, and the state's prepared to call her when the court is ready.
All right.
But I believe she's at a location. Mr. Lewis is here just a block or two away, so if we take a brief recess, we'd be prepared to present her after that.
Well, I will entertain going on and taking an early lunch break. I don't know how long Ms. Hill's testimony is going to take, but if that might be a better thing than hanging around here, I think that's what I would prefer to do. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I need sustenance.
Okay. Well, good. I think I will join you in that. What I will do is I will recess court until 1:15. Please return at 1:15.
Thank you.
Murdoch. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. So where are we at here? Becky. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to like do 3-4 things at once.
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Clarendon County, for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes my questions. I'll let you go to the jury room now. I'll then ask the attorneys whether there are any further questions. If there are not, please just stay in the jury assembly room until I give you the word that you are all to come out one more time, and I dismiss you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. One thing I was wondering, did she ask about the phones?
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony?
Oh, it started like that? They're doing repeating?
Now, directed. Is that
Oh, they're doing
enough?
repeating. Okay.
Heard from either of the viewers, well, another, if it happens. So, Chris Adams.
That's the one good thing we get to skip
Donna
past all that.
doesn't want to hear. State doesn't even think.
Oh, they take a lot of breaks. I might be able to duo stream this tomorrow. I don't know if they take this many breaks during the proceedings. I know people are going to be like upset though. What are you doing? Where are you? Blah, blah. I go to pee. People get it. Don't tell me why. Tell me why you love me.
Once he's seated, I have.
Is this the real one though?
Yeah. Defendant ready to sit down.
Very good. We certainly will wait on that, Mr. Harfootman.
Your Honor, once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure.
Fast forward to Becky, JB. I can skip to Becky.
Brief the matter of witnesses. We had a long.
You sure we're not missing anything? We skipped her.
Pre-trial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green, you lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call, other than this lengthy filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is, I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner.
So they come back with Becky. Okay.
And try to show that, and that there's a contrary right now.
Factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer because that was.
Well, I don't know why you assumed that when
because
the
that's
South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of USP Remmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
He said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I've ruled on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
all I'm saying
and the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
Well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this. What's the hurry? This gentleman is facing life with no parole. We should take this in a very deliberate way. He's got a 14th Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair trial.
Arguments should have been made before this time, Mr. Bob.
Ooh, she not buying it. She don't give a inch about all the claims and BS you got.
Well, Mr. Harfootman, I've told you how I'm going to handle this thing.
Oh, snap.
Your objections are made and they're on the record. But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present time. But we'll get to that.
Oh, my God. You have to go back to where Alex came back in You went too far. They skipped Becky that quick? What was Becky, like a 2-minute thing? Oh my God. Where Alex right here came back in? All right, so Alex is coming back in.
We'll wait on that, Mr. Harfootman.
Your Honor, once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure.
Oh, so y'all going hard on the comment. What happened in there?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we last week discussed the standard by which you would proceed during this proceeding and evaluate the evidence. We argued that you should use a case called Bremer. You rejected that. But under any standard, as I understand it, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show certain statements were made or certain conduct happened. So far, Your Honor has called as court witnesses 12 witnesses. We were not offered the opportunity to cross-examine them, and so we've not had the opportunity to present any evidence whatsoever. And before the state presents evidence,
The other trial.
I believe that we should be able to call witnesses. And I would ask the court to allow us to present some evidence before the state comes up with rebuttal. And by the way, under the cases you cited, they have no affirmative obligation to present anything at this point. There's no requirement they present anything. So I would ask you to allow us to call a witness or two before you to make a decision as to whether or not they need to call a witness.
The state?
Your Honor, we obviously have argued very extensively some of the cases, and I think the South Carolina jurisprudence is very clear that while an evidentiary hearing is appropriate, and that's what we're doing here, that manner of inquiry is purely within the discretion as the trial judge sees fit. This is not a criminal trial where we're here with the jury to present the normal criminal trial process. This is a inquiry that is very much directed by the trial court and what the trial court thinks is appropriate. And so the state certainly is comfortable with the inquiry the court is conducting. And my understanding is, as far as putting up Ms. Hill, this is the manner in which the court wanted that evidence presented, and so we're happy to comply in that regard. But we think that this inquiry is within your discretion, and we have no issue with the manner in which Your Honor is proposed to conduct it.
Please, the court, Your Honor.
All about?
Certainly the conduct of this hearing is within your discretion. What is not is who has the burden of proof. We do. And we can't meet that burden if we can't call witnesses. And so I'd ask the court to allow us to call witnesses. And if at the conclusion of us presenting those, you believe the state is required to present evidence to contradict that evidence, or in some way, I'm not quite, since Remmer is not the standard, I'm not quite sure what they have to prove. But that's an argument down the line. I believe we ought to be able to call witnesses now. And we have witnesses which would substantiate the burden we have to show you that statements were made by the clerk of court and that those statements had impact on a juror or jurors.
All right. I've got a couple of reactions to that. Number one, the pretrial was the time to figure out exactly what we were going to do here. And I think it comes at the last minute for you to now come and say we want to present witnesses. You briefed the matter of witnesses. We had a long pretrial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green, you lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call other than this lengthy filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is, I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner and the state to be the presenter of Becky Hill. She's really a witness that each side needs to prove their view of what happened in this matter. The state puts her up to try to show that there was no impact by anything she said, and that some of the things your witnesses say were said, she says were not. So there's a conflict in the evidence there. I'm not going to rearrange the situation and go to any witnesses of yours right now. I'm going to see what Ms. Hill has to say. And then afterwards we can talk about whether there's any need for any other witnesses.
Okay. Your Honor, just factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer because that was.
Well, I don't know why you assumed that when the South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of U.S. v. Remmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
He said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I've ruled on that. And the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
Well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this. What's the hurry? This gentleman is facing life with no parole. We should take this in a very deliberate way.
So Becky hasn't come on yet, right? And understand there's a 3 minute, a 30-second delay. So if you're typing something or I'm saying something, it takes 30 seconds to communicate with each other.
Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair trial.
All these arguments should have been made before this time, Mr. Mark. Well, Mr. Harper, I've told you how I'm going to handle this thing. Your objections are noted and they're
that's Becky.
on the record.
Here. Okay.
But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present time. But we'll get to that after Ms. Hill testifies.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Just want to bring it to your attention.
All right, bring it. They're about to come back, but I mean, we could leave it for the end of a.
I have a Griffin his claim these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not at all enthusiastic about that.
Who, Juror X?
State, he wants me to. It says his client Waters is copied to Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Waters, and Attorney General Wilson. And basically says his client, Juror Z, wants to enhance the testimony she gave with some sort of affidavit that he wants me to look at, and I have looked at. I want to hear from the state and the defense, but I can tell you I'm not inclined to get back into the testimony that's already been taken by these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not at all enthusiastic about that, but I will hear from you, Mr. Waters, first.
Your Honor, the jurors testified. The court conducted the inquiry that needed to be conducted. She answered the questions. I would agree with Your Honor that multiple bites at the apple are not warranted. So we would believe we should proceed forward as the court has indicated.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian?
Come on, talk about it. Let's go. Come on.
Your Honor, I note two things. The first thing is we asked to be able to examine this juror. You denied that request. Number two, she's not our witness. She's not Mr. Waters' witness. She was the court's witness, and a juror that, and you commended all of them on their honesty. She's attempting to be honest. This process we're going through is an effort to seek the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand why it can't come in.
I think I understand what your position is, Mr.
So we'd ask you to make it a part of the record. You can say you're going to consider it. You're not going to consider it, but it should be a part of the record.
Well, I'll give some thought to whether this thing should be a part of the record, but I can tell you this. Witnesses don't get on the stand and testify under oath and then seek to add or change or deal in any way with their testimony. Those questions were very open-ended questions that asked for her responses, and she gave them. If they're inconsistent, she can't come up now and try to close the loop of consistency by some additional testimony.
Sure, we're watching the stream.
I'm not thinking about allowing that to be done.
All due respect, Your Honor, we believe, and we said at the time, the way you questioned her put her in a position of saying, yes, that was my verdict then. We think, and we couldn't examine her, and Your Honor, to say now that this affidavit doesn't accurately depict her position is to deny fact, the truth.
You've already said that once. I note your position on that matter, but I decline to adopt it.
Oh.
All right.
We'd make this an exhibit as a proffer for our case. This affidavit, we proffer it for our case. We have the burden.
I'll give some thought to it. I'm not ready to deal with that right now. I have looked at it just in the moment right before I put it on the record. I'll do some research about that, and we'll close that loop before the end of the day.
I think that's Z.
Your Honor, again, I indicate we have 2 more days. We don't have to wrap everything up today.
Just trying to get it done today.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Hill.
Becky.
All right.
Oh. Becky, come on down, Becky. She got like special security guard and shit. What is that? A yellow tux or suit? With the sled associates and shit guarding her down to the podium.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, what, she got an earpiece on or something? They told her what to say? I know he just whispered, so I'm kidding.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
Making sure she's in line.
I want to get started, if you would. If you could state your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill. Last name Hill, Hill.
Oh, they got her back? They got her back. Let me see if I still got the picture.
All right. And if you would, just give us, you're currently the clerk of court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as clerk of court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today, is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, all right. And
we're going to have to come back. Unfortunately, they're back. They're back. Becky Hill. Becky. Sled. Yeah, they got these special uniform sled agents walking her in and stuff. I know, this is annoying. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. I don't know if the best thing is to juggle both. Pause in between. I don't know. Or do 2 streams. World divided. Becky Hill. Oh, Becky. What's going on with your son and those charges? Hey, y'all voted for this. The Dominion system.
Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Play now because you voted that this guy that's in office. The stream that's in office.
do swear or affirm the testimony about to give, or is it please I'll help you down?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, so, step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spell your first and last name.
Joe Bryan, Joebrian.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
Employed as a detective sergeant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Can you keep your voice nice and loud for us, please?
All right.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, where do you work within the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to special investigations.
Okay, what do you do there?
We conduct major investigations, internal affairs, assist a lot of other departments, anything kind of big we at least help out with.
Okay. Now, November the 30th, 2021, were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you assigned to assist in the investigation of the Oxford High School shooting?
I was.
Okay. And at this time, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
At that time, 27 years and some change.
Okay. So you're with the Special Investigative Unit now. Where did you work prior to that?
Same spot, since 2011.
Okay. What about prior to that?
I ran the computer crimes unit for about 8 years. Prior to that, sergeant in jail, detective out in Highland, and then the jail and road.
All right. So, did you actually respond to the Oxford High School shooting scene? Did you respond to the shooting scene itself?
Not initially.
Okay. Were you directed to the Oxford substation, the Sheriff's Office?
I was.
And for what purpose?
To attempt to do some interviews.
Okay. Now, by the time that you had arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford, was the school shooter already in custody?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and was he brought to that location?
He was.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you learn who the school shooter's parents are?
I did.
Okay. And his mother is Jennifer Crumbley?
She is.
She's in court today?
Yes, she is wearing the dark blazer. The defense counsel.
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
Thank you. Once you learned who the school shooter's parents were, did you attempt to speak with those individuals?
I did.
Okay, and tell us how that came to be.
I called him up and had him come to the substation to talk to me.
Okay, so you learned the identities of James and Jennifer Crumbley and you made a phone call?
Correct.
Okay. So on Friday, we introduced evidence of call logs that showed you contacted James Crumbley about 1:50 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And when you made that phone call, what did you tell them to do?
Just come to substation.
In Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they arrive there?
They did.
Do you recall approximately the time they arrived there?
Probably around 2. We didn't wait much for them to get there.
Okay. And again, on Friday, there was evidence of their GPS data locations that indicate they were there at 1:58 p.m. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you conduct interviews with individuals pertaining to investigation, a criminal investigation, are those interviews generally recorded?
Most of the time.
Is that audio recorded as well as video recorded?
When available, yes.
Okay. Does the Oxford substation, the Sheriff's Office, have the capability to record interviews in such a fashion?
They did and do.
Okay. So on November the 30th, 2021, did you interview both James and Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. And was that interview recorded?
It was.
Have you had the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with James and Jennifer Crumbley on November the 30th, 2021?
It does.
Judge, that's People's 340. People move to admit.
We have no objection.
340 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to play it for the jury, but before we do, I just want to confirm with you, Sergeant, that the recording that we're going to introduce as evidence is Exhibit 340. It has a date and time stamp. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but that time stamp is actually an hour off?
That's correct.
Okay, is that daylight savings time?
I don't know why it's an hour. I really don't.
That's fair. But we know that they arrived at 1:58 in the afternoon, and did you speak with them immediately after they arrived?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the time you spoke with them, not 2:58.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
How long is it, Sergeant? Do you know?
The video?
Yeah.
Video?
Yeah.
15 minutes per hour. 15 minutes per hour.
Around 3 minutes or so.
Okay.
So, Sergeant, as I get this queued up, this would have been right after they found out that their son was taken into custody for the Oxford High School shooting? Correct.
Is there audio? Did we get to hear audio? Oh.
Just so we can identify everybody. This is you in the blue shirt?
Yes, it is.
And the individual to your left in the video is who?
My partner, Rob Miller.
Okay. Individual with the hat?
James Crumbly.
And the female in the video?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. And again, this is 1:58 and 59 seconds, November 30th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now what this? The interrogation was on?
Obviously, we don't know all what happened yet because everything's still ongoing. Our understanding involved a school shooting. He was the one who did everything. He said he acted alone. That's basically the only thing we've asked him so far because there's word about our students or other people on the virus. Want to use some questions for me, or ask you some questions first before we even start talking to him. Is there, I hate to stop you. Is it possible for me to have a word with my mouth? Yes, I'll get one. Super dry, breaking out. Set up for
Was there any fatality? No.
And we do not know. There are several people who've been shot though. This is my partner get back. Okay, look at him a little bit. But we really need to talk to him to go through that.
Everybody's fine.
That's what I understand. But we'll talk about that.
You've never done anything bad.
Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbly. And Kate, what is your date of birth? So, we're coming in this very early, but when I say there was an issue this recently, was that? This morning. What went down this morning? Well, he was writing, yes, show them the picture. He was doodling on a test for a practice test.
Do you think we should probably have a lawyer?
A lawyer? Oh, that was quick.
I think we can speak to the cops and we'll answer these. And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh.
Right.
All right, people are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Did he hide guns, ammunition, explosive devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly.
I was in town. I saw all you guys go to. I don't care about it. When I see 5, I start concerned. I headed to the high school. Obviously, couldn't get to the high school. Turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw all these kids standing outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay. And
He texted me that he loved me.
He texted you.
And somebody said that there was an active shooter.
35 minutes before he called me, I was
freaked out
down
because
to the school.
of the situation.
He was drawing that on the paper, and the cops would call us down.
What did the text say?
No, but it was texted to me.
Oh.
From the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He says, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you can talk to us, we won't judge. He goes, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And you're back. And then, he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out and I drove here from work. And
That's where we're at.
that's where we're at.
What time did you text him?
That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch.
So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning over
Yeah.
the rule?
Yeah.
Can I say it real quick again, please? What, was it the first hour, second one, what time was it?
I got to school at 10:30, I can't remember whatever.
So it would have been earlier, the first or second hour, I don't know.
And what did he say?
I mean, he just said he was sorry, he just said, you know,
Did he have an issue, like being hit down?
No.
Well, not that we know of. His best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had. They hung out all the time, they hung out at school. Our dog, our great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's...
So you got all the stressors going on?
They didn't.
Did you guys go over this with him, like what is that, like multiples? Anybody ask him what the tool was?
No, the counselor
The counselor just said, you know, there's no...
I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even like think about that. 'Cause
I mean, it's Ethan. Like Ethan's like he's a perfect kid. Like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't get in trouble at school. He doesn't like.
Is that how?
That's your guy? What kind of gun?
It's a 6-liter gun. It was hidden in our armor in the case, and the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot underneath some jeans. I raced home. Found the guy missing.
Or you saw all the cops?
After I saw the cops, after I found I was an active shooter, after what went on this morning, I immediately raced home and found the gun missing. And that's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away to let you know.
Where, how far away is your guys' house from the high school?
Like right
We live on the street.
I'm not familiar with that street.
Oh, he walked 6 minutes from school. It's really right in the village.
So what we'd like to do is talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned earlier, our lawyer, he is totally entitled to money. That's going to be all up to you guys.
We would like...
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Okay. Can Andy handle...
Andy can get me something.
We would like a lawyer present from here on out. Okay. And no disrespect to you guys. That's okay. It's just we don't. I don't want to help on this one. I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
All I know is that I called from the counselor about that. They talked to me, and we went down there and met with the counselor. That's all it was about. And he didn't seem worried about it. And he said he was more welcome to stay at school or he could go home. And I really wish we
would have taken
him home.
Or is that? For the time being, he's been arrested once. He's going to either jail or children's military for a time. So we're going to talk to him. So, that's where we're at. Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
Study gets anxiety or chest maybe or something you can do.
Do you have any meds or anything like that you have at home that you might need to bring through? No meds, no. Is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that? Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get a confinement form, there's maybe a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as just height, weight, and all that kind of stuff, and one of you guys can go with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I got no problem, bro. Alright, so give me 1 minute to go get the form, I'll be right back.
Me, and we went down there, and that was about it. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he just more welcome to stay at school, or he could go home, and I really
Is that
wish we...
better? Audio?
He could go home.
Is this, or is that? Should be in hell here. For the time being,
it's all bad, I don't know.
He's been arrested once. Go to either jail or military for the first time. So we won't talk to him. So, that's where we're at.
Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
He's got to get anxiety or chest maybe or something.
Does he have any meds or anything like that you have at home that you might need to break through? No meds, no. Is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that?
Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get a confinement form, there's maybe a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as just height, weight, and all that kind of stuff, and one of you guys can go with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I got no problem, bro. Alright, so give me 1 minute to go get the form, I'll be right back.
You're yourself the same. Any trouble with the law or anything?
Nothing.
Everything's suspended? Nothing. You're not even great. No, I mean, mediocre grades. I mean, they're up and down, you know. But
He got me. I found out he had geometry last night, and I got on.
no, a grade. We were talking to him about his grade. His grade.
I got last one last night.
I'm sorry, it's what?
His grade.
Grades. Okay.
He was stealing geometry. And I got on to him. And the mom was fed off this.
Excellent. I mean, you no, he's going to be safe. Okay, he's not hurt at all. It's going to get worse or it's better. At this point right now, it's all pretty fresh. We don't know. Say that how many people are hurt. Anybody has died. We don't know. At this point. Do you have any other children? Family members we should check on? Any family members you may be concerned about? Was he angry at any family members that you want to hurt him? She's not again. It's just fine. It's in the school. He apologized about last night. We talked about his grades. Told him, like, listen, we just want you to try. Make sure you don't have, uncompleted assignments. That's all we want to do. You sound great.
Oh, she texted. I don't know what audio y'all think is better. She's texting somebody though.
I thought it was just a positive.
I
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money because you would have known.
$56.
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So yeah, we go to the shooting range all the time. He goes with you, so yes. I've been trying to teach him safety, and I mean,
It was a hobby that they did together, sure. Still not gonna release his name, are they?
He's a juvenile, they won't do that.
Hmm?
No, they don't have. He's a juvenile, they won't release him.
The coughing and everything. All the other sounds besides their voices is louder than. Crazy. People are saying you can try turning on closed captions. It's on. You can enable it. Ooh.
James Robert is.
Oh, not. Yeah. No, I haven't heard them mention Ethan really. As far as like how what's gonna happen to him or how's he doing, no?
Jennifer, what's your number?
Could I try calling him and telling him those emergencies is smart right now? I don't do it. I'll talk to him.
Jennifer Lynn? You guys look at her, correct? Okay, let's take a couple of things to come up with. You guys want to pop up? I'll leave your phones in here. I'll walk in and basic information together.
Oh.
Ethan, how tall are you? 5'11", maybe? 5'11"? Yeah, I think so. How much do you weigh? 180. Eye color? Blue, grayish. Hair color? Brown, or brown. Okay, so we were going to ask you a bunch of questions about why you did this and get your whole side of the story. Your parents want to retain insurance, so we'll not be asking you any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here to get some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to either Oakland County Jail or Children's Village forthwith, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else you have on you. Any questions for me? You're going to ask you? It's up to you. If you want to ask me something, go ahead. I don't think we need to ask you any questions right now. Okay, pop up. I'll back up.
Why?
I did. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
What are you, a robot?
Did he
like, Karen, what the fuck? Before you go, you have our information. Do you have any questions for us? So typically what happens is, now we haven't done you.
Somebody contact us and let us know where this one's gonna be.
Corporal. Yeah.
When?
A day or two. Could be today, could be tomorrow. I mean, look what he did, right? So right now, I really don't care about.
We understand, right?
So somebody will be in contact, because of his age. Yeah. Okay.
Sergeant Bryan, person we heard sobbing at the very end, is that the defendant or is that her husband?
Oh, James.
Your Honor, I would object. They're both crying at the end. I think that's misleading.
Well, the only one who can make that
okay.
is Sergeant Bryan.
Okay, well, he has personal knowledge. You can rely on the evidence that you see. Okay, you can all the evidence will be available for you when you deliberate as well. Okay.
And Sergeant, we had some pauses in there. That's because personal information was being obtained from the defendants?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to move to admit that the transcript of the interview is Exhibit 424. The audio is a little bit garbled over the two TVs that the court has in the courtroom.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I have not seen 424. They have not sent it to me.
We can
feel
free to take a look at my copy while we can.
Okay.
The court can withhold the room.
Subject to review. You can let me know in the next 2 days. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, and likely, no objection. But I need to see it. Thanks.
This is a transcript.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
That would be 424. We'll revisit tomorrow.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know on this one.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay. Certainly. And Sergeant Bryan, what was your impression of the defendant's demeanor throughout the interview?
Atypical from what I'm used to on something like that.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, I would object as to the foundation, lack of foundation.
Got no feelings.
Sure. Sergeant Bryan, you've been in the sheriff's office for 29 years now?
Yep, a couple months.
Okay. And you've been with the Special Investigative Unit for over 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, and you already told us that is the unit within the sheriff's office that handles the major investigations?
Yes.
Okay, that includes internal affairs?
Correct.
And it includes homicides?
Correct.
How many interviews of either witnesses or suspects of crimes have you think you've been a part of?
5,000, maybe more.
This is something you do on a day-to-day basis?
Every day.
Okay. And you described the defendant's demeanor as atypical?
Correct.
Okay, and tell us why.
Your Honor, I would object as to this witness's opinion when the jury can see what's in the video. Every person in life reacts differently. This is very grossly unfair and prejudicial.
That's argument. The counsel's free to make
Is
that
the best
argument.
evidence of how she reacted to the video itself?
Well, I think an officer with 30 years of experience is in a unique position to give that testimony.
I think the jury can decide for themselves. The jury is going to see the evidence. They saw the videotape. They can decide if that her behavior is normal or not normal.
Thank you, Judge.
How do people? I guess you can ask, how do people react when their children? You know, you've had other cases with children being charged.
Yes, not a school shooting, but yes, I've had many cases where kids have done bad things.
Okay.
I've had to tell the parents.
And you've had to tell the parents that?
Yes.
Okay. And what you experienced on November the 30th was not consistent with your
Your Honor,
experience in the
I
past?
object again. Same thing.
That was the court's question.
I didn't hear the question.
I was just following up with the court's question, Judge, that in his experience, he's had the opportunity to interview parents of a juvenile who's done something illegal.
What's a common reaction that you've experienced?
Crying, disbelief, why, those
Your
kind
Honor,
of things are in there.
Again, I object. It's irrelevant and it's prejudicial, and no other parents have had their child commit a school shooting. He just said, this is such a different case. Well, he said in his experience, he hasn't talked to anyone else with a school shooting.
He said he's dealt with children who've done very bad things, right?
This is like bad, though. I mean, this is like...
Well, we're going to move on anyway. You guys can watch the video and decide for yourselves, okay?
Oh, I have nothing further, thanks.
Okay,
Come on, Jen, you've been doing good today. Uh-oh.
It's fair to say that every parent reacts differently when confronted with news about their child.
Yes.
And you don't know Jennifer and James Crumbly, correct?
No, I do not.
And prior to this day, you had never met Ethan Crumbly?
No.
So whether their reaction was even normal for how they normally react, you wouldn't even know that.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, good.
Just briefly.
Your Honor, I do have one question, if I could just have a moment. Okay, there's one, it's listed here. Okay. I was just asking about an exhibit, Your Honor, that's listed through Sergeant Brian, but it's coming in through a different.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping track.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That was only, the video was and the transcript were the only ones.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
In your experience, you ever deal with a parent in this situation who was scrolling through her phone during this interview?
No.
Your Honor, I object its relevance, and
Your son's
she's
killed
giving
kids.
the phone to him. I at least asked for recross.
You can ask him another question if you want. Go ahead.
She didn't expect it.
While Mrs. Crumbly is showing you things from her phone during the interview, correct?
She showed me the picture, yes, ma'am.
And she's trying to zoom in on the picture, and the thing won't zoom in, correct?
Correct.
And she's sitting there scrolling, looking for it on other messages and threads. Or
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Oh, is that what she was doing?
You
And she was just chilling, like,
Thank you.
checking TikTok and Facebook. I'm just kidding.
May we approach?
Jesus Christ, it shouldn't be. We jump. We turn the volume down. Wow. I got these new headphones. Tomorrow there's this thing called the headphone amp that's coming in. It's going to give this thing power. Power. That should make me jump. It must be where he must have hit that where the microphone's at, I guess. Jesus. Oh, man. I can't lie. The Murdoch stuff is on fire today, bro. The Murdoch shit is on fire. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about what we do tonight for tomorrow. How we do it. There was a lot of breaks in the Murdoch thing. So I'm kind of like, could either, I don't know, just do it like we did it today or run a second stream and just, do my thing on the Murdoch stuff. And when they take all their breaks that they're taking, just jump back over here. The only thing is people are going to be like, oh, what's that kid about doing? Why is he not looking at us? Depending on what camera I'm looking at. Why is he over here? Or maybe I can just take record myself. Maybe that's what I should do. If I wake up early enough tomorrow, I'll record myself sitting here like this. Just like looking, maybe smile. Something like that, like a I don't know, like 5 minutes or something, and then I'll just copy paste, make a redundant video for like 10 minutes long, and then I'll just play it on the side nonstop for when I need something on the side, and then I just come over here. What do you think? Might not be a bad idea. I'm kidding. I know somebody's gonna clip this. Look what Nicky Mouse doing. Blah blah blah. That's really not a bad idea, though. What's it about looking at? She's not paying us attention. Oh, first of all, Jamie, thank you so much. I saw when I was away, you said the super chat. Thank you for the 20, Jamie. Jamie said, shouldn't the state charge the counselor with manslaughter since he mistook homicide tendencies for suicide? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Damn it. Ideation. I mean, come on. I can't stand these parents, but this is wrong and unprecedented for a reason. Love you, Mel. Yeah, I was listening to some of the counselors' testimony. They kind of push it off on some other guy named RJ or KG or whatever his name is. Put it off on COVID too. Well, it's COVID, so, you know. I'm just kidding. Duplicate myself. Who's that? The murder streamer. I forgot we talked about that. Bro, this dude pre-recorded like a 6-hour live stream and then just played the pre-recording while he went to go murder his girlfriend. And what he did was like the live is still up on his YouTube page. He sat there, recorded himself being like, "Oh, guys, the chat's not working, so I'm sorry I can't see you." And then he's just playing the game, and it's like people think he's live, and he wasn't.
Taylor, for you, pictures of the scene and things like that. So rather than have you hang out while we do that, I'm going to release you for the day.
Yes!
All right? And have you come
Yes!
in the morning.
Sorry.
All right? I'm going to get started at 8:30 in the morning. During this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't. I wasn't.
Considered to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they can give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Do not go on Facebook or post or read Facebook. Do not do research. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't read a newspaper. Don't watch the news. Any questions about that? We're making good time, but I don't. You guys hang. It's easier for us to go through the exhibits while you're driving home.
Now the thing is, do we sit here and go through these exhibits with them? I think we should just let them do their thing, and then we'll watch it when they actually do it.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All aboard. So we're gonna do Becky Hill. We're doing Becky Hill. Some people are just, oh man, they're ending early today. Me, I'm like, yes, yes.
Okay, so tell me what we're doing now. You guys are spending time together.
Just 1 hour early though.
First, Judge, what I'd like to do is go through our exhibits that we have with Detective Stoic. Those are the exhibits that counsel objects to. Okay. What I want to do is remove the
we're gonna do
exhibits
Betty.
that we have
Becky.
agreed upon.
Okay.
And then we can come back in here and the court can rule upon the balance.
Okay.
So maybe it'll take 15 or 20 minutes for me to do that. We just went through it.
Okay, so you're going to let me know.
Yes, that's agreeable to the court.
That's fine. I was trying to figure out at the bench what the exact process.
I only have one notification on this channel, so we're gonna do it on the second channel. I
You're
think.
going to spend some time with Ms. Smith, and you're going to let me know.
Yes.
Okay.
First, I'm going to fix the exhibit list,
Okay,
and then
sure.
I'll get a copy to Ms. Smith as well as the court, and then I'll speak with Ms. Smith.
Okay.
And if we don't have a complete agreement, we'll let the court know, and then the court can make the eventual ruling.
Is that's today?
Yes, Judge. If the court is able to stay.
I'll stay until forever. I just have to sweet talk the deputies into staying with me. So.
It shouldn't take terribly long.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna let me know.
Yes, Judge.
Is it okay if we just sit here, Your Honor?
It is okay if you sit here. If you want her to stay with you.
Can she stay with
Yeah,
me?
she can. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they're going through exhibits. So, okay, so you're gonna let me know.
Yes, Judge.
Please keep in mind that there. Are you guys still gonna film or? Yeah, I don't know, because I want to make sure I don't get complaints about media picking up privileged communication or.
I think that's up to you, Your Honor.
It is?
It's your courtroom, yeah.
I like this guy. Why don't we not record while they're going through exhibits?
Thank you.
And then when we go back to on the record and make rulings about it, because she's going to talk to her client, and that's okay.
Listen, it doesn't make sense for us to watch this anyway because it's going to be redundant. They're going over exhibits and stuff, and so when the time comes that they actually show them again, we're going to be double watching it. So we might as well let's start a new stream. I'll start setting it up. I'm going to make a quick thumbnail. It's going to be on the second channel. We'll watch the Becky Hill. Becky. I wish I didn't almost react to because the reaction, my first initial reaction was kind of funny. These SLED agents coming out in these weird yellow suits. I don't know what that is. Some southern shit. Sit down. And they're like guiding her too and shit. Who does that? Like they're telling her how to sit down, how to walk and stuff. Why? Why are they doing that? Well, who are those agents and shit? I said agents. I kind of slurred it and said almost sounded like Asians. Who are those agents? I mean, clearly they weren't Asian, but it sounds kind of funny. Becky. I don't know what it is about Becky. I don't trust Becky, man. I'm sorry. Something about the way she, I don't know what it is. The vibe, the look. Something about Becky. I don't trust. And they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And look at what her son she got. Didn't he allegedly get some wiretapping stuff? Could be wrong. I don't know. Something about Becky I don't trust. And it seems like a few jurors kind of at least agreed that she had coached, like said something like, oh, be careful, or watch out, or keep an eye on him, or blah, blah, blah. Why? You didn't have to do that. I don't trust Becky. Becky with the bad hair. I don't trust her. Let me just take this real quick. Becky. I kind of like this judge. This judge is Judge Toll. No, she's a no nonsense judge. She kind of snaps sometimes too in the courtroom. And she's going toe to toe with Pootie. This judge's been doing this forever. I think I'm trying to push her over or anything. She over here. I said no. That's my judgment. Overruled. Like, damn. Sit down. Like a character, man. Like, Becky. So how you guys doing in the chat? Make sure you follow my second channel, por favor, IkMLCC, because we're caught up in trials right now. We're caught up with losing notifications. We got the Kansas City story that I'm probably gonna have to update. I got videos I got to edit. I don't even have time to edit. And who's that? FCLA? What's up, man? How you doing? FCLA in the house. Make sure you check out his channel. He sent very nice super chats. We're about to hop on the second channel to react to this jury tampering mess. It's been a circus. It's a shit show. Alex Murdaugh, jury tampering, and then I'm gonna ponder tonight as far as what we do tomorrow. I almost feel like we can juggle maybe 2 streams at once, just because today I don't know if it's gonna be like that tomorrow, Alex Murdaugh, but just I saw so many. I mean, maybe I don't know. I saw so many breaks and pauses that I feel like in between the breaks and whatever, I could just do this, and then when this breaks, I can do that maybe, but. Maybe that's just me being over zealous. I don't trust her. I don't know. Something about them SLED and South Carolina. Is it South Carolina? You good, baby? Come here, Fred. Come sit over here, Fred. You keep an eye on him. I don't trust her. That video from last night flopped. Spent quite a bit editing. It's not. I posted it too late. That's the problem. Don't divide tomorrow. You're doing great. You know what the problem is, though? So we could multitask and do both. The only problem is the content gets lost in the live stream. If I could clip it, I love he's trying to clip it. If I could clip it and post it on the other channel, because then I have people commenting, "Oh, Wicked Mel, you should have watched Murdaugh," and I'm like, "We did watch Murdaugh today, and you missed so many funny moments." Well, I mean, they watch it over there, but it's probably not as fun over there where the fun is. I'm not saying anywhere specific, but you know what I mean. What do you mean? I watched your stream. Okay, here we go. All right, so I got the thumb. Oh, I saved it. That's the wrong file. Amazing. Kind of hot in here. Becky. I don't know about you, Becky. Something fishy about you. Those jurors are fishy as hell, too. I don't trust the jurors either. I don't know who to trust. People got multiple stories under oath. Apparently, the under oath shit don't mean nothing. Maybe I was just naive, thinking people put the hand to the Bible and that means something. But I should have known better. Look at today. Look at society, right? As if the hand on the Bible means something. Shit. All right. All right. I set up the stream. Let me put up redirect. I'm going to put the link in the chat for you guys. So for the people that don't get transferred, because lately it's been acting up a little bit. Mel CC. Oh, there it is. It's already popping up. I love that. Okay. So we're good, guys. So we're gonna transfer it over. For Fred, I need something to sit down on because he sits on my. He's kind of big, but he sits on my lap, but he falls between my legs. Okay, all right, cool. So let's go. I'm gonna transfer you guys over. We're gonna go to the second channel, and then I'll figure out tonight what we do for tomorrow. I gotta figure out what's the best thing. I don't know if it's good or not. Jumping back and forth or just try to run one thing, you know. And just my luck, you know what happened tomorrow? Let's say I'm doing this and I decide to do that and I have both things going for 2 streams. A chase would come. A chase would come while I'm using both devices. That's just the kind of luck that I have. That's the way the universe works. But all right, I'm moving you guys over.